Chat, this is EJSA Control. Are you ready for the event?
Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. How's everybody doing? That way I can pay the gas bill. Dude, somebody covered my utility bill. I'm not even kidding. I was looking in my PayPal this morning, and there was an extra money in there. And then I went and looked, and yeah, I went and looked on Streamlabs, and Someone covered the damn electric bill, and now I feel really bad, actually. Like, I'm like, oh god. Oh god, I gotta stop whining on stream. No. Yeah, so that's, I woke up to that. That's pretty nice. That was cool. Yeah, Warder, you guys take good care of me, and I appreciate it. I really do. You know, I know that everybody says this crap, but I couldn't ask for a better community. You guys are the best. Seriously. Thanks for letting me, you know, like, I don't need any crazy vin or anything. Like, thanks for letting me do this for this long. I appreciate it. I really try not to take what I do for granted, and maybe even quartz. Maybe some limestone. Time to crank up the heater so you can break it in next month. No, I turned all the heat down in the garage anyway. I want to see if that's actually what it is. Yeah, I gotta have one for Ken. How about Cumberlandite? I'm more of a fan of Fordite, actually. Fordite. Yeah, that's the best gem. It's not a gem. It's not a gem at all. Have you all received a rectangular box from NSF yet? No? Rocket's not here, man. Yeah, Dave's not here, man. So at the P.O. box, I ran out of time going to the P.O. box today. Yeah, I ran out of time. I'll hit it sometime over the weekend or a little bit into next week. I have a lot of stuff there from what I understand. So I'll go grab it. Yeah, so we have meters, Anth. Yeah. The meter... Dude, the meter is it's a digital meter, and it doesn't show your current usage of power, which pisses me off. It just shows your total kilowatt hours, which is stupid. That's like a car having the only gauge be an odometer. It's like...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
How fast are you going? Oh, I don't know, but I've gone 20 miles. That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Doesn't have a blinker that blinks. Not that I could see, Jack, but maybe I'm wrong. So I can't see the power draw, which is that's really annoying, actually. Yeah, that's really freaking annoying. So I can't see what is sapping up all my power. I can't see what's doing it. Hey, Nick Saga, thank you for the raid. No, it's not a spinning meter, Jim. It's digital, which is just stupid. Damar Hamlin attended the Bills meeting this morning via FaceTime. Good. Good. Yeah, so I can't see my current kilowatt hours. Like, I can't see my power draw, and it's just really freaking... I'm like, wow, who designed this? But then again, you know, they wouldn't... Why would they want you to see that, right? Like, stupid. Space heaters do suck power. Yeah, electrical is not good for generating heat. It's really not. There are better ways to generate heat. Oil is a better way to generate heat than electricity is. It's more efficient, quite literally. Yeah, Hokey, yeah. Or I could just call the utility company and ask them to put a meter in. His breathing tube was removed overnight. He's breathing on his own and talking. So he's competent, Hibbit. Yeah, I'll call the electrician that I know and have him put a meter in. Have him put a secondary meter in for me so I can see my power draw. Yeah, kerosene, man. Oil's, I'm telling you guys, and people don't like it, oil is more efficient for generating heat. That's why we use it to generate heat. Just saying. And guess what? Guess what? Guess where that electricity comes from? Gas power plant. He seems neurologically intact. That's wonderful news. Dude, what happened to, you know, and maybe I'm jumping the gun here, but it is straight up a miracle that he can talk. Hydroelectric power gang. Yeah, there you go. Hydroelectric's good. Water in a bowl is the best battery, dude. It's the best battery, but it evaporates. But you can fix that. Nuclear, gang. Nuclear is where it's at, man. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. We should do more of that. Should do more of that. Just saying. Should save the oil for the for other things. Like, oh, I don't know, plastics or something. Fusion gang's better, to be honest. Yes, I too like this magical power source that doesn't exist yet. In a sustainable, well, I would say in a sustainable manner, but Livermore Labs, you know. Zay, what was your last? I know about that, but that's a good sign, but it's not anywhere near where we're at yet. What did you do to that Apollo capsule, Zay? Jeez. You gave it wings. What do you think about thorium? Thorium's good, Sith, but there's a damn good reason why we don't see more thorium reactors. That's the thing. BWR, Mark III BWR is the way to go for right now. You have this for your home. Screw it, let's just do wind. Wind isn't a good battery, dude. It's not a good battery. Storing energy in a battery, Facha, is not the best way to do things. And you need to do that with wind and solar. I mean, if we can make a better battery, which, I mean, there's a guy that's working on it by mass producing batteries and trying to make it more efficient. They just happen to put those batteries inside of a car. So there's a guy that's working on it, but storing electricity in a battery is because of electrical resistance, because of Ohm's law. There's better ways to store energy. I mean, Jedi said hydroelectric. Literally, a dam is a more efficient way. A water battery is a more efficient way to store it. And then in California, what they do is they put covers. They put like beach balls, black beach balls over the water so it doesn't evaporate. That is a very efficient battery. The reason we don't use MSRs is because it has to do with the need to build nuclear weapons. I mean, the nuclear weapons plants could be making RTGs, Hellfish. Same thing, just saying. It's damn efficient. Yeah, right. There are rust batteries in the making. An iron oxide battery, Grobestar. Cool. If your meter shows total usage, can't you compute the total usage perhaps once an hour? Yeah, Jack, I could if I wanted to sit there at the meter. I suppose I could just take meter readings every day and see how much power we use. That's a good way to do it, but I mean, meters should have your current power draw on it. It's frankly stupid that it doesn't. Either that or I just don't know enough about electrical meters. It's an LCD display. And it's an LCD display displaying total kilowatt hours. There might be a button on the meter that I don't see that could be under like a cover or something where you could switch it to power draw. In fact, I'm guessing that that's probably what's going on. Why black beach balls and not the white ones? Doesn't the black absorb more heat and would cause more evaporation? There's a really good reason for it, Melchior, but I don't remember for it. There's a Veritasium video about it. Somebody posted it. There's a good reason for it. Yeah. Yeah, Shy. I would actually like a meter on the house and a meter on the garage too. If I could get a meter on the garage, because there's a secondary breaker in the garage, and that, don't get me wrong, that's not connected straight to the grid. That's connected to the circuit breakers in the house. The house has 200 amp service. The system got redone. They had to fix it for the home inspection to get it up to code. So the house's electrical harness is like brand new, which is sweet. Hey Vasya, privet. Best source of electricity is a cat with toast glued to its back. True 0 point energy, my friend. Yeah. Interesting, Hangman. Snackless, what's your last? Emporia View Gen 2 with 16 sensors. Oh, that's cool. FX, I'm gonna keep that open. I'll show Brimo that. Brimo loves tech like that, dude. She's a tech nutcase. Like, she watches Linus every day. Every time he posts a new video. Have you seen the Hellion video by Real Engineering? If not, watch. It's a very interesting approach to fusion. No steam turbines. A good tool to put in your box of tools is the kilowatt meter. Oh, that's actually really cool. It shows meter outputs at different outlets. That's really cool. Hokey, ever since I wired the 59, for whatever reason, how electricity works just clicked in my head. It was black magic before that, and then I did the wiring on the truck, and it just kind of... It's weird. Everything kind of clicked from doing that. Even though that's like a DC 12-volt system, it's so simple. It's like DC 12 at like no wattage. There's nothing. The only time it really gets crazy is at the coil on the old cars. The coil discharges like 10,000 volts or something. It's enough to make a really nice arc on the spark plug, but that spark doesn't carry any like. It's at super low amps and it's super low amps. It's just a 10,000 volt arc. So like you could get zapped by the coil. It'll hurt, but it won't kill you. You know what I mean? This is what you need. Clamp goes over the line. Ah, yeah. Current voltage amperage power energy panel meter LCD. Oh, it does that pick up off the EMF or something, Tessa? No, there's nothing like that, W. Yeah. Yeah, that picks up off the EMF. That's cool. Frankly, applying the black magic theory to something practical is the best way to understand how to cast the spell. Yeah. Yeah, right? That's how some of us EEs got our start. 12-volt systems. Dead Crew electricity is freaking cool, man. I can see why Edison and Tesla, more Tesla would say than Edison at this point. Edison just wanted to make money. And that's fine. That's okay. If you want to do that, I mean, it's kind of a dick, but whatever. I see why Tesla was so enamored with it. It's really cool. You do a lot of cool things with electricity. You know what you know what it also did? It made me understand how PCBs work a lot better. Because so you know, you need transistors, well, nowadays processors, right? And you just need all the pins, right, on the processor, and that's connecting to bajillions and bajillions of transistors, right? All we've been doing over the last like 30 years, and I say this like it's some easy thing to do. Well, all we did in the 60s was go to the moon. No, all we've been doing is just taking the transistor size and making it smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And this is like with practical computing, like, you know, quantum computing notwithstanding, right? Hey, Nick Nack, what's going on? This is Hellion's official video. Ever been zapped by an ignition system? Yes, I have. You'll feel it. You'll feel 10,000 volts, but it won't kill you. It'll hurt. That's ideal for your usage, and it's only $20. Yep. I'll put, yeah, Tessa, and you know what? I'm going to buy that now. I'll buy it now. It's only $13. Or it's $20. Yeah, you know what? Tessa, I think it would be probably good to buy 2 of those things. I'll put one in the house. Actually, you know what? I'll start off with one in the garage, so let's buy it. I love that the garage has its own breaker. It's so nice. I could shut off power completely to the garage, but the cool thing is I could shut off the garage from the house, which is actually, it's cool remote control thing going on there. I'm not going to shut off power totally to the garage, though. Never really done that. I've only done that once when the power went out because I didn't want to backfeed into the garage with the generator. I know about backfeeding, and I know how to do it without killing somebody. I've learned. MSD magnetos can kill you at 44 amps. 10,000 volts at 44 amps will, in fact, kill you. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the amperage that gets you. Yep. The amps will 10,000 volts at extremely low amperage. It'll hurt. It's like that quick, like, you know, you ever see like a Tesla coil and it starts arcing? Those are extremely high voltage at low amperage, right? if you get low voltage at high amperage, that will kill you. Yes, absolutely. Amperage, it's the amps that'll get you. Basically, if you turn into a resistor, yeah, that damages things. It uses magnets to compress, not just contain. Interesting. Yeah, 10,000 volts at 44 amps. Yeah, you're gonna have a bad day. You're gonna have a really bad day. All right. Hey, check this out, fellas. Kerbal posted new pictures on the Steam store. This kills the human. Yeah, Jack, exactly. Dude, like I said, electrical engineering is really freaking cool. How it all goes together, how all this stuff goes together. It's really, really, really interesting stuff. Here's a simple but good reference for electricity. Yep. Yep, there you go. Here, I'll show those screenshots in a moment, but I want to show you guys this Dingleberg. I'll show that. It's really interesting stuff. It's a rabbit hole for sure, but pretty cool. Check this out. Yep, there you go. Yeah, that's actually a really good way to describe it. Electricity flows through wires a lot like water. You know, if you try to flow too much water through a small pipe, it'll burst. Or in electricity's case, it'll short. Too many electrons passing through it will start to heat up the metal because you're getting friction from electrons bouncing off of the metal molecules, right? That's the right way to say that. Yeah, you're just pushing electrons around. That's it. It's electrons, dude. The more I get into, like, you know, start to learn like 7th grade science class and stuff again, like, dude, electrons are strange, man. They're really weird. It's really weird stuff. Yep, you push this through. Yeah, there you go. See? Yeah, you have volts and amps, right? There you go. EEV blog on YouTube. Yep. You don't want your electrons outside the wires. Yeah, you don't want to let the freedom out. Right-hand rule memories. Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah, there you go. There's a cool ohm right there. Ohm. See, with a resistor, all it does is slow down. All it does is slow down the water flow. That's all it does. But what happens is when you're flowing electricity through a wire, you're still getting electrons that hit the metal. It still hits the molecules of the metal, and that does slow it down. Every wire that you pass electricity through has some resistance in it. And that's where you get, if I'm remembering this right, guys, don't get me wrong, still getting used, still learning this. That's where you get the inverse squared law from. And that's pain in the butt, dude. Look up Stomper. That is amps, a lot of amps. What it does, it gets through something like metal. Yeah. Yeah, see that? There you go. Average is, what is that? What's S in this? Current divided by S? What is that? No. So you have voltage, you have resistance, you have amps. Watts is amps times volts. You know, Aqualex said it a little bit ago in chat when we were talking about it before. It's almost like, what is it? So volts is horsepower, or no, watts is horsepower. Amp is what is that? Torque, and voltage is RPMs. It's almost like the exact same, which is that formula works, which is really weird. S is seconds. Current divided by seconds. There you go. Good afternoon, Orion. Happy Friday. Yep. It's why solid wire is better than strands if it isn't flexing. Interesting, God. Interesting. Yeah, because God, if you have a cable, right, like a wire, and the wire is copper strands that are wove together like a rope, right? That'll work. It'll work well. If it has to bend, it'll be strong like a rope. But yeah, there's more crap to get in the way because all those wires are kind of jumbled together. There's more junk in the way. Literally shoots two plasma balls at each other, compresses as they run down the reactor. When they collide, they nullify each other's velocity, and then the magnets further compress it until they fuse. Then somehow They take a charge directly from the magnets themselves, not heat. It's also much smaller than a tokamak, and they built a commercially designed reactor also worthy of attack fuel fusion. Cool. That's cool, Snack. That's neat. Coulombs is charges. Amperage is units of charge per second. Yep. 0.2 milliamps will kill you, but the thicker the wire, the bigger the amps. Where the voltage is the amount that the wire needs to move. Yeah, Wartang. It's cool stuff. Electrical engineering's money, dude. That's really cool. And it's super relevant for spacecraft. Yeah, because all that heat of all that current going through the wire, really hard to get rid of that in a vacuum. The NanoRacks team has changed Starlab to no longer have an inflatable module on it. The main hab is 7.4 meters in diameter, so that only leaves Starship as a possible launcher unless New Glenn gets a wider fairing option. Yeah, ask Apollo 13. Yeah, that's what Apollo 13 is. What happens when you have a short inside of an O2 tank. Fun fact: the tank didn't blow up. The tank didn't blow up because it exploded. It blew up because the short inside of that O2 tank, when they stirred the tanks because of the Teflon seal breaking, actually just heated up the oxygen to overpressurize the tank. It didn't actually explode. It just decompressed very quickly. From what I understand, I think that's how that worked. Also, don't drop it. Don't drop it. The reason why that Teflon seal cracked is because some bozo dropped the life support system on the ground and said, oh no, it's fine. Let's put it in the spacecraft. Yeah, no, that absolutely happened. Yeah, don't drop it. Yeah. Most of the time, dropping any type of spaceflight hardware on the ground is really, really not a good idea. Didn't it pop the burst discs or something? I don't think it has burp discs. No, burst discs. I don't think that design had those incorporated. Hey, Brew. Just to let you all know, KSP is on the Epic Store for free until the 12th. Yep. 2 inches. They dropped it 2 inches. That was enough to crack the seal, dude. Can you believe that, Mark? Unbelievable. All right, what's this? What's this you showing me here? Last. Man, there's a lot of you guys in here today. It's strange how the formula to calculate electromagnetic force is similar to the universal gravitational formula. Hey, there's patterns, dude. There's patterns all over the place in the universe. That's pretty cool, if you ask me. I think that's really neat. It's really interesting to plot the similarities. We live in a simulation, man. Euler would agree, indeed.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Brew. We are go at throttle up. All right, what do we have here, Thomas? So we have that's an axial CBM design there, but it's an ACBM on, and there's a NanoRacks thing. There's the NanoRacks airlock and satellite dispenser. That is a big module, dude. 7.6. So the CBM, guys, is, what's the CBM? I forget what CBM's diameter is, and I've been studying them for like the past 2 months. Is that wider than Skylab? Skylab was 6.6 meters, Pigzig. This is 7.6. But I don't think it's as big as Skylab. Yeah, S4Bs, guys, are the third stage for a Saturn V, which is what Skylab was made out of, is 6.6 meters. So that's about 20 feet. It's 20-foot diameter, give or take. Yeah, see? It's got a grapple point, and it's got an RMS on it. See, there's a reason why, guys, like, let me just show this on a side note. There's a reason why I wanted to really understand how the space station remote manipulator system works, because when I go to make transfer vehicles, that's what I'm doing. See that? What is this thing? This is NanoRacks. NanoRacks, here, I'll just read you the description. Starlab is Voyager's planned, free-flying, multifunctional commercial space station dedicated to conducting advanced research, fostering commercial industry activity, and ensuring continued U.S. presence and leadership in low Earth orbit. Starlab will host the George Washington Carver Science Park, the first in-space science park, and meet existing demand for commercial space activities. Little commercial space station, dude. I was saying Gravitic's concept is 7.6 meters. I think Thomas said that the NanoRacks is 7.4. Was wondering if Gravitics could still supply. Interesting. Did you see that the entire Chinese launch program beat Falcon launches by only a couple launches for 2022? I mean, that's great, Gah. At what cost? And you got to remember, they're doing that with like 4 or 5 different rockets. That's Long March 2, Long March 3, Long March 5, Long March 8. They did it with a bunch of single rockets. Doing it with one Falcon 9 rocket from multiple launch sites is pretty damn impressive. I mean, the fact that we're comparing SpaceX launches to the country that launches the second highest payload mass of any, like, out of anyone is unbelievable. The fact that we're just comparing SpaceX to it. If we compare country to country, we didn't kick their tail, but we did better. All those different rockets and facilities. The Chinese here's the thing, I don't talk about their space program too much because there's some serious ethical problems going on with their space program that I have a big problem with. But I don't want to get into it. Dude, I still observe from afar. I still see what they're doing. They're fixing it slowly, but they're fixing it. So their newest launch site, Wenchang on Hainan Island, is much more in line with what you'd see from safety standards from the West. It's much more in line. They're figuring it out. The reason why their launch sites are inland in the first place, like Jinquan, and I'm probably not saying them right. I apologize if I'm butchering the Mandarin, but so their rocket launch sites are up here. They're up in the Gobi Desert. They're all up here. The reason why they're all up there is because in the late 1950s, so go back to like the late 1950s. Khrushchev is in charge of the Soviet Union, and Mao is still in charge of China. In 1960, there was something called the Sino-Soviet split. The Sino-Soviet split basically was when Mao and Khrushchev basically ended up disagreeing with they ended up disagreeing with Marxist-Leninist interpretation, so how a communist state should be run. And basically they were like, frick you, no frick you, my way's better. No frick you, my way's better. No frick you, my way is better. So what China ended up doing is right around that time they were figuring out their own rockets. So like this is into the 60s. So they ended up putting all their nuclear sites really far inland up in the mountains here and out in the desert, out in the middle of nowhere. One, because it's remote, because putting stuff in remote areas is a good way to not get it found. And two, they put them on the Soviet border. Dude, they almost fought each other like in the 60s. Not a lot of people know that. Sino-Soviet split was a big deal. It was a big deal. That opened the door for the U.S.-China relations. And in 1972, we formally opened up relations with communist China. And Richard Nixon did that in 1972. Yeah, the Sino-Soviet split opened up Chinese-U.S. relations. The Sino-Soviet split to this day is a big deal why the world is the way that it is now. That's a really, really important thing to understand. And if you understand that context, where the Chinese launch sites make a lot of sense, because they were worried about that the Soviets were going to invade them, because the Soviets thought their idea of communism was better than Mao's idea of communism. In reality, both of the ways that they thought communism was going to work was not a good idea. But I'm pretty sure everybody knows that. So all their websites, all of their launch sites are up here. So, but they're figuring it out. If you go down here on Hainan is an island in the South China Sea. It's part of mainland China. It's part of People's Republic of China. It's basically near Vietnam. Hainan has like a much more westernized type of launch site. It's over here somewhere. So like, yeah, there it is right there. You see, it's kind of a closed off area right here, and you have launch pads right near the coast, etc., etc. This is where Long March 5 launches from, and that's where they launched the space station components from. So this is Wencheng. Wencheng is much more Western. They're getting it, dude. They're getting it, but that stuff takes time. But still, I really, this inland launch site, right? So if you're going up into orbit, right? If you're going up into orbit and you're launching from out here, a ballistic arc of a first stage usually is about 600 kilometers. So those launch sites are out here somewhere. Like, you're still in an arc, and there's still a lot of people here. It's remote, but there still is people, you know? Hey, Sensi, what's going on? And Erper with the 3-monther. Gravitix is supposed to be joining Axiom in building off of the ISS. Oh, interesting, Rocket. Do they even care, though? Therein, Rhino, lies my problem. I don't think they give a frick that the stages are coming down on people. They clearly don't care about Long March 5 core stages floating around unguided in low Earth orbit. Literally something that's the size of 2 Greyhound buses, like end to end, just floating around uncontrollably in space. They clearly don't give a frick, and that's my problem. You know, I love that they have a bolstering space program. That's great. That's great that they want to, you know, prove themselves on the world stage as an American. I totally understand that. I get it. You can't, rockets that go up and come back down and hurt people are not rockets. Those are missiles. I don't care if it's unguided debris. You have to be a good space steward, because if they have something like that, like, think about it, dude. Say they had a Long March 5 come down, like core stage come down. One of them, 2 launches ago, almost came down over New York City. It re-entered over New York City. It ended up crashing in Africa, in a village in Africa, and no one, because it landed in Africa, nobody cares, which is stupid. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. There's literally photos floating around on the internet of, like, African villages with, like, downcomers from the Long March 5 core stage just sitting in their village. It's messed up, dude. It is messed up stuff. And it's a little annoying that no one cared, because it came down in a populated area over Africa. No one gave a frick. But if that orbit was decaying by a couple more seconds, so literally if the stage was tumbling at a different rate, like even like 1 or 2 revolutions slower, it would have came down over Manhattan. And then people probably would have cared. But if it did, all that does is, that's bad for spaceflight. That is bad for spaceflight. It doesn't matter where the spacecraft comes from. What do you think about Europe and Arianespace? You guys need to get your act together. So, I'm super pumped that China's into it. I'm really happy. I'm really happy that they at least know that they want to prove themselves on the world stage with, like, showing off their technical prowess. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. If you want to compete, friendly competition like that is how we got to the moon. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that at all. You can't do it at the behest of human lives, though. That's not a good idea. Like, look at what Challenger did for our space program. Look at what Apollo 1 did for our space program. You can't do that. You can't just not value human life. I really, really have a problem with that. You know? That's why I don't cover what they do. But that doesn't mean I'm not watching, you know what I mean? It wasn't exactly friendly. The space race? What do you mean it wasn't exactly friendly? If you're referring to geopolitics of the 60s, yeah, of course, duh. But I would assume you guys would give me the benefit of the doubt when I say friendly competition in space. I would assume you guys know what I'm inferring, but if you don't, I mean non-violent, competition in space. So, like, not for all mankind. Yeah, Intelsat 708, Hokey. They dumped the satellite and stole our guidance systems. But seriously, some idiot thought it would be cool to go put a Intelsat compatible guidance system rocket guidance system on a Chinese rocket. Suddenly after that, all the Chinese rockets started to get a lot more pinpoint orbital insertion. I wonder why. Because they reverse engineered the guidance system. The Long March that launched Intelsat 708 probably didn't even have the original guidance system on it. They probably took it off and sent it somewhere. Who thought it was a good idea to send Intelsat on a foreign rocket? Nah, that's just more 90s penny pinching nonsense. It's 90s penny pinching nonsense. It was stupid. That was a bad idea. That was a really stupid decision. Why would we do that? Why would we do that? Nope. Try again, Nova. Is the guy who was before him. This was 1997 when Intelsat 708 went down. Yep. Wait, I'm late. What happened? Nothing. Here, look at these KSP2 screenshots. That's right, Nova. Intelsat on Ariane is better than China. Yeah. Check this out. Look at these screenshots from KSP2. They put this on the Steam store. Look at the... I just want to sit here and tell you, look at the... I can't just straight look at the... Can we... Oh, there we go. Dude, what did I tell you about the terrain scatterer? I've been saying this since 2019. Look at the terrain scattering on Kerbal. Isn't that nuts? Oh, dude, look at that. Look at the normal mapping on that nose cone. I'll bet you that's the same geometric part as the one in Kerbal. That's the same 2.5 to 1.75 or 1.25 adapter. The terrain needs a specular map. I will tell you right now that this scatterer they didn't have the tree scatterer turned on in this screenshot. That's just the terrain scatterer. I know because I've seen it with the tree scatterer. So there's like a terrain scatterer, which gives you all these really nice shapes, and then they have a surface scatterer as well. The scatterer, guys, is what puts all the foliage on the map. NDA violated. No, not really. See this? All the rocks and stuff? That's a different scattering system than the terrain. There's the terrain scatterer, and then there's like the terrain scatterer, you know what I mean? You know what Mark III cargo bays mean? Oh yeah. Oh, dude, that's wild. I love that you can... So, the interesting thing, S, is that in like 2013, 2014, I suggested to the developers putting a shader modifier on things. If you have a shader modifier, you could basically project a color on any texture. You don't need to change the texture map. You can change the shader, because shaders in Unity have a color modifier on them, right? So, you know, if you've ever shaded something in Unity, right, or if you've ever done any type of 3D modeling, you have your texture file. Your texture file is plugged into the shader, and it's usually plugged into the texture map on the shader, right? But you have a color modifier on top of that, so you can tint the texture different colors. I proposed back in the day, like this was like 8 or 9 years ago at this point, that they should put a shader modifier in the part action window, so you could change the color on these things. And they said they don't have time for it. They said, ain't nobody got time for that. That's literally what they said. That's sick, dude. That is sick. I love the combination of Soyuz and 39A. It looks like 39A and Gagarin Start had a baby right here. Also, crawler transporter, mobile launcher. Yeah. And we saw in one of the trailers, Pigzig, that if your rocket is taking up more space, the game will roll the CT back, which is actually really cool.
Go at throttle up.
Bika Nerdy 9A. Yep. Myth 43-month resub. You can also have multiple colors for one texture. Yep. And S, you know good and well that with near T involved on this thing, with near T involved in this pack, you know good and well that they'll be it'll be easy for modders to modify the shaders, because if they have a shader pack built into the game, or they have not documentation, like I don't know the right word for it. If they have an API, I guess, for coloring textures like this inside of the game, that tells me that mod content for the game is going to be really, really easy to put in. And also, we kind of knew that because Near T is on the development team. But yeah, these screenshots are. What the frick am I looking at here? Hold on. So also, there's windows, and the interior is modeled in exterior view. Also, nerds. I'm looking down here. What is this? Yeah, that Kerbal's wearing glasses. Yep. I see an interesting 6-axis node back there. And we're definitely seeing struts. Those are struts. Those are the same things. The girder segment has definitely been redone, but that's the same. That was a redone model, but that's definitely the modular girder segment. Also, yeah, double wishbone McPherson strut suspension right there. That's actually really freaking cool. Interesting thing though, fellas, you can't see through those windows, but you can see through that window. That tells me that this isn't finished. That asset is not done. It looks like Rover Dude's work. It kind of does have a Rover Dude vibe to it. I'm not sure if Rover Dude's working on oh my goodness. What is this? What do we have here? Clydesdales. Those are Clydesdales. That's the same part. They ported it from KSP1. Same part. Yeah. Also, the SRB plume looks awesome, by the way. Boosted. That looks like this vehicle here looks like an excuse to show off fairings. I don't think we've seen fairings in KSP2 yet, but that's definitely a fairing. That shape. They used it to show off fairings. This vehicle is probably for testing out fairing aerodynamics in the game, if I had to guess. Dude, that plume looks sweet, and you see how it's blowing out. The shading is blowing out right here. Like it's really bright, and it's casting. It's overexposing the camera right here. That's really, really good shading and lighting. Really good. Hey, Red Monster, what's going on? It's a very shiny fairing. Well, Hellfish, you got to remember, dude. Yeah, that one is super shiny. It has what's called high specularity. But if we can modify shaders to change the color, I'll bet you we can modify shaders to change the specularity. And if we can't in the stock game, someone will mod it in extremely quickly. You got to understand, having an API to be able to modify shaders from inside of the game means you should be able to mod any type of anything from the shader. You want it to look matte, you could do that. You want it to look like ice, you could make it do that, sure. Modifying the color opens up the door to be able to modify any shader parameter. So you want it to look bumpy. You see all those bumps in the SRB segments right there? You want to increase normal map depth, you should be able to modify that. And if you can't, you should be able to, I guarantee you there's going to be modding documentation on how to do it in the game. That's a normal map, I think, Hayes, but it could be a bump. It could be a bump map for optimization. In RP1 Recolor, you can change the metallicness and specularity of fuel tanks. So it's already something that's done in KSP1S. Any idea on if the flame trench effects are procedural and based on thrust engines and fuel types? Because I can't imagine seeing Electron having the same trench effects as a Saturn V. Well, Hokie, okay, so a couple of things. The reason why this big smoke cloud happens on the pad is because of a pad deluge. That's not the rocket plume. What that is them spraying water into the flame trench, right? And the rocket exhaust is heating up the water instead of heating up the pad, right? it also suppresses the sound a little bit because water absorbs sound really, really well. That's why submarines can hear other submarines that are thousands of nautical miles away, right? If you send out a ping, people can hear it on the other side of the ocean if it's loud enough, which is crazy. But this big plume effect here is from a pad deluge. So if they were going to do it based off of the engine, right? I'm sure you could, but that mean you'd have to have like some type of volumetric code to map the particle emitter to the thrust output of the rocket. It's doable. Sure. Yeah, I don't see why they couldn't do that. If they're taking the total thrust output of this, right? Because every rocket produces a steam cloud on the pad, even Soyuz. They spray water into the Soyuz trench like this, and it makes a big freaking cloud of steam coming out, right? If you have a total thrust output for your vehicle, that could scale the particle emitter to the total thrust of the vehicle. So that's totally possible. You could absolutely do that. I think you get my point. A deluge effect would be different for a smaller rocket. Yeah, of course. You're delivering a different amount of water for a different amount of rocket. It's correlative to thrust, right? So yeah, I think I get what you're saying. That's the same vehicle that launched off the rover, by the way, with those external tanks. Also, canards in space just is kind of cringe, bro. There's KSC over there. At least I think I recognize that terrain. Maybe not. All the shots say beta. Yeah, of course, because it's not released yet. Look at this thing. That's the thing we saw on the pad a little bit earlier. Jeez. Yeah, Mark III payload bays, dude. Those are all the same parts. Those are the same parts as KSP-1. And I would like to add, those are the same parts of KSP-1, and I don't care. I really don't care. KSP-2 could literally just be KSP-1 with better graphics and better physics and aerodynamic simulation, and I would buy it. Oh, absolutely. If KSP-2 was just prettier looking and could handle like a 4,000 part ship with like in real time, that would be good enough. But we know it's more than that, right? There's base building, there's other solar systems, there's redundant terrain scatterers, you know, there's all kinds of crazy stuff on top of a better physics simulation and better graphics, right? 4,000 parts? Yeah, it's not happening. There was a little bit of a hyperbole on my part, but yeah. Oh, yeah. Typical. Playing with canards crashed. Same landing gear as KSP-1, though. That's just a straight port, maybe with a little bit of a texture map redone on it. Yeah, there's base building, Tom. 4,000, so you'll build a 10,000 station? Hey, launching stuff into space, zombie, is about pushing the envelope, okay? It's about pushing the envelope, right? I told the developers I'm going to break their game. Also, new spacesuit. Way more high-resolution spacesuit right there. For me, I don't care about the physics simulation. I want to go interplanetary, like with proper science-based colony and orbital-based colony stuff. You know what, Hayes? I'll be honest with you. The intersolar system stuff doesn't really... And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that this is bad or anything. Like, it doesn't really do it for me. Don't get me wrong, I'm going to use those plasma drives, sure, absolutely. But that doesn't really do much for me. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because, like, we're not at that point yet. Humanity isn't at that point. And it's going to be so long before we do a crewed mission outside of our solar system. I don't think that'll happen in our lifetimes. I mean, unless... I really hope that I'm wrong, but... Really never left the orbit of Kerbal. Yeah, I don't know. It's something about me. Like I said, this is a me thing. I'm not saying that this is, my way is right. You know, you play the game the way that makes you happy. But, yeah, like going solar system to solar system is cool. Like, I dig it. Don't get me wrong. That's going to be sweet. But I really think what makes Kerbal good is the ability to do near future stuff. Not like extra solar system, but I get that that's like where the gameplay for KSP-1 kind of ends, right? It ends when you get to Elu and back, right? I like having more. That's cool. Like I said, the developers of this game. So all Nate and the Intercept crew had to do was just make a prettier looking Kerbal 1 with better physics simulation, and dude, it would sell. But they're not doing that. They're adding a lot of new stuff to the game, which dude, that shows, like I said, that shows that they give a frick. That shows they care. Because if this was a cash grab, that's all they do. That's all they do. Just better KSP 1, better graphics, better physics. Same thing, same game. Right? Right? That's all they would do. They're not doing that. They're going above and beyond, and they're trying to make KSP 2 a true successor to KSP 1. And dude, I told this to their face a little while back when I was talking to them. I'm like, dude, it is so refreshing that you give a crap. I cannot emphasize. I cannot emphasize enough that makes, like, how happy that makes me. It's very, very nice. It's very it's very good. It's a good thing. Also, look at this freaking screenshot. So check this out. Look, they put the commodity tanks in. So that's liquid fuel, that's oxidizer. And then they have the water tower and the distribution manifold. That's right out of 39A, which is cool. Better spaceships, better rockets, Papa Aegis. I really love how they're including KSP 1 parts with an art refresh and the KSP 1 solar system, plus new parts and new planets. It's a really great way to make sure KSP 2 is KSP 1 plus more. It would suck if KSP 2 lacked parts or features from KSP 1. Agreed. Did you ask them to add loot boxes and in-game market economics? Oh, God. I did not talk to them about that. I'm solely focused on the gameplay, to be honest with you. When they had an audience with me, that's all I really asked about. Sorry, guys. In a fixed service structure instead of a flagpole. Gotta go. You guys light that candle. All right, Mark. See you around, buddy. A friend believes that if they cared, they wouldn't be launching KSP 2 as an early access at all and would have all those future goals already fleshed out, even if that means another delay. Dudes, I don't really like how everything is branded early access in this day and age. But, I mean, early access once upon a time was just called 1.0. Back when I was in high school, that's just a 1.0 release. And then and then you got patches and upgrades. Early access is just release now. It just has a different name. And you pay less for the video game. You pay less for the video game, so it's definitely a more viable way to sell more units. I mean, we were talking about this yesterday, and I didn't really consider that, you know, an early access game is going to be a lesser price because you're getting lesser of a game, right? That makes sense. I mean, honestly, for the amount of development that goes into these games, the price point is even at $50 a pop. That's really, really good. Considering all the time, like, dude, I have experience in this. Like, considering all the time and effort it takes to make all these assets, all this code, I mean, video games are actually a pretty underpriced piece of software for what it is. It's kind of, they're pretty underpriced pieces of software for what it is. Guys, I paid $50 for Halo 2 and Halo 3, you know, each individual. So I've spent $100. Do you think $100 is worthy of the content of Halo 2 and 3? Think about that for a second. There's no freaking way. There's no way. Yeah, Elden Ring, for example, took 8 years to make and you paid $20 for it. Yeah, that's just, man. Depends on how many hours you put in. Well, I beat all of them on Legendary, and me and one of my moderators, Big D, got all the skulls in Halo 3. That was fun. Good times. People paid $60 for SNES games. Yeah, Electron, right? Exactly. So, like, considering what you're getting, it's actually, it's amazing. But, you know, with that being said, I have no problem if early access or 1.0 release or whatever you want to call it is a minimum viable game, because it should be good. It should be fun to play in its base version. And then every subsequent patch should add to that. And I will go so far as to say I don't mind paying for DLCs if they are supplementary to the game. If they make the game better, if they build off the game's already good foundation, I will pay for DLCs. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Sure. No problem. because you have a good game to start and you're getting better and better. The game just gets better and better for there. I'll give you a good case in point. You know what game studio and game publisher is really good at doing this? Paradox. Paradox is insanely good at doing this. Cities is great out of the box. City Skylines is a great game out of the box. The DLCs just make it better. They make the game better and better. The game's just been getting better and better and better for the last 8 years. 8 years. This game came out. How is that even possible? How is that even possible? I remember playing Cities when it came out. I remember playing Satisfactory when it came out, and I'm like, oh, this game's gonna kill Factorio. It didn't, but also Satisfactory is great in its own regard. But I mean, Satisfactory is another good example of a good early access minimum viable product. Because Satisfactory was fun as hell to play when it came out, and it's only gotten better from there. Did you guys hit the PO box this week? I haven't got a chance to. I act in because of my bull crap, dude. But we'll get to it next week, dude. I remember SimCity, Wartang, SimCity 5. I don't want to remember it, but I remember it. Minecraft? I played in the Minecraft alpha in like 2009. I remember my buddy's like, dude, you got to try this game. This game's nuts. It's open world. And I'm like, what's open world mean? Do you know if the KSP DLCs will be stock KSP 2? I don't know, Zombie. I'll be honest. With all these screenshots here, dudes, I haven't seen any robotic parts. Have you? Well, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe. But that's strutted, so it probably doesn't move. I haven't seen many robotic parts here. There's whiplashes right there, which is cool. EJ sponsored by Monster now. No, I bought this for the same reason why I was wearing Hoonigan stuff. I'll admit, as much as I don't usually let celebrity deaths bother me, Ken Block passing away really screwed with me a little bit. Like more, it didn't. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't like super distraught. It's not like I knew the guy, but I do know the Hoonigans, and they're good people. It sucks, but I don't want to get down in the dumps again. Yeah, fellas, I haven't really seen any robotic parts here. SimCity 4 was god tier. That's how I got so good at cities out of the box, Green. That's why I was so good at cities out of the box, because I played SimCity 4. SimCity 4 is a harder game to play. It's tougher to play than Cities is. Oh, dude, look at the scatter. Oh, dude. This is one of my favorite features. Guys, what can you tell me about this picture? Look. So this is obviously inside of the VAB, right? Also, the VAB has some really awesome lighting in it. Really, really nice shading and lighting going on there. There's a little bit of res problems with the shadows being cast right there, but that's because it's beta. They haven't dialed it in yet. Dialing in the shading and lighting is like the last thing that you do. So, obviously we have procedural wings, but look, see that plane over there? There's two planes. They're not connected to each other. In the new VAB, also, great nod to Scott up there. Also, so in the new VAB, you can store sub-assemblies in the scene and have them not hierarchically connected to your main craft. And if you go to launch, if you hit the launch button here, it'll launch this one. This vehicle, even though that vehicle's in scene, and if it's not hierarchically connected, it'll just stay there. Now in KSP 1, it's just a ghosted out part, right? And if you reload the scene, that ghosted out part won't be there. This is, so you could take sub-assemblies and just kind of store them in a scene, which is excellent. That is one of my favorite features that I've seen from KSP 2. That will make it so I don't have to constantly merge craft files together to the space station, for instance. I could just bring the shuttle in, right? And we could just plop stuff in the shuttle payload bay for clearance and then, go to launch the space station. I don't have to worry about bringing it in every time. That is one of the best building features. Yeah, Hal, it's great for the way I play. Yeah, I know, God, it's crazy. Does that look like robotic parts too above what they currently selected in the build menu? So we have capsules, fuel tanks, rocket engines, structural parts, decouplers, payload bay, wings, wheels, batteries, thermal, antennas, scientific equipment, and utility. That's the exact same setup as KSP1, except for the star. I don't know what that star is. That could be favorites or something. Where are the robotic parts in KSP1? I don't even remember what it's muscle memory. I don't remember what subassembly they're in. Do you know if there will be an import feature? Will we get the ability to take KSP1 craft and bring them to KSP2? They've confirmed no backwards compatibility, Hayes. Yeah, the star's got to be favorites. No robotics to start off with per the KSP2 devs. That's fine, Thomas. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it. It's fine. That photo is from pre-alpha and not beta. Oh, okay. So yeah, any of these screenshots that say... What are the ones that say beta testing? That's what they've added. They've added this one, that one, that one. Damn, that vehicle is gnarly. That's a big freaking vehicle, dude. But you know what there will be? Kraken tech. It depends on the colliders, Green. If the colliders on parts are a direct port, which I highly doubt that they are. These look like all the parts in this have had an art pass on them. Well, the Goliaths are in the game. That's cool. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Yeah, it depends, dude. It depends on how the colliders are done. Like, honestly, if I was working on KSP2, all the colliders for most of the parts, except the parts that were recently redone, they recently redid the LVT30 and the LVT45. Like I said, recently, it was last year. They recently redid those. I would just port those directly into KSP2 because the colliders were made less than a year ago. They're good, but the colliders made from parts that are from 2013, 2014, 2015, those need to be redone. Also, this is the one I wanted to show you because this is the first kind of time we've seen KSC, Kerbal Space Center, from an overview of the entire area. So I see 4 landing pads, parallel runways with taxiways. The space center is right here, and then I see 4 launch pads. Look at the trails left by the wings. Yeah, in that other shot, dude. Yeah, you're talking about the one with the airplane. Yeah, I saw the wing contrails. Yeah, they have multiple pads for multiplayer. Absolutely. So we have to hope that the RCS pod is still spherical. Yeah, maybe. And also, guys, I see a port right there. I don't know if you guys see it. There's definitely a port right there. Nice, Phantom. That's cool. Yeah, so we have pad 1, 2, 3, and 4. And it's actually kind of cool because there's a roadway to every single pad, there's a crawlerway of sorts to every pad, which I dig. That's really cool. So, it would be sick, right? Like if I was playing single player, right? I could have a shuttle launch pad here, and then an MLV launch pad here, and then like an SSTO launch pad here, and it looks like these are a good distance apart from each other. So if there's some type of render physics optimization here, having multiple pads that are nice and spaced out from each other are really good. Also, fellas, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that that's probably not the finalized... That's probably not what the final thing looks like. You could tell that... See the textures, how the lake is painted around the pads and whatnot? I'm pretty sure they're going to do an art pass on the terrain for KSC. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll do an art pass. Are you going to try out that Dakar racing game? I didn't really have any plans to. Yeah, LZ 1, 2, 3, and 4. Dude, yeah, we could... I like it, dude. We just have a flat piece of terrain. I could make... we could make our own launch pads and put them on there if we want to do that. And it looks like the whole space center is down here. What's interesting... An interesting thing is that... See those two buildings right there? Those are parking garages, from what I've been able to tell. It's interesting that they put parking garages in here. But yeah, two parallels, actually pretty cool. Yeah, the checkerboard water. There's definitely some repeating texture on this. That is a real good. That's a real good. That's kind of how I knew. Be honest, that this was. That's how I knew that this was. That's not the final detail pass. That is the final detail pass for the ocean. The ocean looks good, but you definitely see some gnarly repeating texture there. And if I know anything about 3D art, I'm sure that the 3D artists that are working on KSC right now probably looked at this and went, Yeah, green, double shuttle, T-38 chase plane. Dude, if multiplayer is implemented like that, I would absolutely do it. I would have, people that I trust, taxiing out airplanes that we made and then come and fly in formation with the shuttle when it comes down to land. I hope the base building stuff includes launch pad parts. Yeah. KSP dogfighting. I'm not really interested in doing that, Nova. All the water around the pads just doesn't work. It looks a little strange, Creeper. You see how this just looks like it was kind of crudely implemented? The reason why is they probably were just trying to come up with a minimum viable terrain around here to test out all the assets for KSC. So to test out how all the launch pads work, which would make sense. That's how I would do it. I would get the 3D modeled stuff in here before everything else. See, interesting thing. Interesting thing here to notice. If we take this screenshot and we put it back over here, you take a look at that exact same, or not the exact same space plane, but you see all the scatterers, see the trees? Look at all the trees. Look at all the different types of trees around there. And look at the terrain now. I mean, you can't really see those rivers that are around the pad. Also, those trees are a little close, to be honest with you. Those trees over there would be gone from the flames from the rocket. Yeah. Yeah, they're that powerful. Look at the launch pads. There's a reason why 39A is a detonation area. RIP. Do you think there will be a road between the top right and the bottom right pads? Yeah. Yeah, of course. So, you could tell... No rip here. No, Twitch was just buffering. Okay, cool. You could tell that they've done detail passes since this screenshot was taken. Yeah, there's definitely been detail passes here. Because if you look at this, you see how... Now, don't get me wrong. It could be level of detail. The LOD could change because this rocket is way up in the air. And that one's down at the pad. Obviously, the stuff that's near you in a 3D environment is going to be... more higher res than the stuff that's far away, obviously. That most games use an optimization like that. It could be LOD, Drummer, but I don't know, man. If I was a 3D artist looking at this, I would do a detail pass here. I would absolutely do a detail pass. In terms of that road being connected, I don't know. How about air shows or something like that? Maybe formation flights or air races? Wow, look at those trees. Also, the lightning rod and the rod, those are if the rocket is taller than the lightning rod is not really a good lightning rod. But that's me being picky. That's not like, oh my god, this is so unrealistic. That's not me saying anything. Yeah, look at the SRB plume expansion. So it's cool because in this shot right here, we could tell that there's volumetric plume expansion correlative to pressure, because look at the SRB flames. The SRB flames coming out right here are slightly underexpanded. You see how you have the angle of the nozzle, right? And then the flame coming out kind of goes outward just a little bit and then goes down. That is slight underexpansion. That's perfect. That's perfect. That's a great particle effect right there. Whoever did those VFX really knows what they're doing. Yeah, I know, Johnny, right? So that is exactly what that looks like. In fact, if I go over here and we type, there's a documentary called Ascent. I guarantee you that the 3D modeler took or the VFX artist took reference right from this. These are slow-mo shots of the shuttle launching. It's called Ascent. It's an awesome documentary from NASA. Look at the flames coming out of the SRB. See? You can see the angle of the nozzle, and then you see the flames coming out are just slightly, they go out at a slightly different angle, and then they match the angle of the nozzle. See that? That's called underexpanded plume. Why do you do this? In rocket science, the reason why you do this, the really simple way of explaining it, I could get into mass flow rate, mass flow rate, and then total impulse, and all these other things, chamber pressure and whatnot. Long story short, you need to fill the nozzle up with explosion. If you didn't fill the nozzle up with explosion, why do you have the nozzle in the first place? You fill the nozzle up completely with explosion to try and make it as efficient as possible, because your expansion ratio on a rocket engine really matters depending on what you're trying to do, right? These nozzles right here on the SRBs are slightly optimized for vacuum, very slightly. They're mostly a first stage engine though. So you have a really steep, first stage engines have a really steep expansion. So it looks like a stretched bell almost. Like it's much more straight coming off the nozzle. Upper stage engines, like that Ohms thruster, go out and they keep going out as they get more towards the end of the nozzle. See how it's really steep kind of right here, but that it keeps going out, right? Comparatively to the SRB, which is just steep and then it doesn't really keep going out. It's cut. The reason why is because rocket engines can rely on the atmosphere to keep the gases going out, but you really need to keep the gases kind of going out in a nice column. But you need to get enough explosion to fill up that nozzle. If you don't, you get flow separation and you get drag basically happening inside of the nozzle. If drag happens inside of the nozzle, the rocket engine explodes. Yeah. In fact, I can use this exact same footage to show you that phenomenon happening. So shuttle engines right here, just on a side note, shuttle engines are a combination of first stage and second stage engines. It's a combination. Why? Because the shuttle engines ignite on the ground and they fly all the way up into space. So part of what makes the shuttle engine so damn good is that it's an engine that can really perform anywhere. It's a second stage engine and a first stage engine. You could use it for both of those things. Yeah, that's called, the geometry of the nozzle is called expansion ratio, exactly. So if you look at the shuttle engines when they're firing up, watch that nozzle right there. Watch the number one engine. So the shuttle engines in this are spooling up the power heads. So the turbines are spooling up. And while the turbines are spooling up, the rocket temporarily doesn't have enough explosion to fill that nozzle because it's throttling up. So there's a period of resonant vibrations on the nozzle because you're getting flow separation inside of it. Watch. Watch this nozzle. See? You could see the flow separation happening in the form of that white line, and the nozzle, the entire nozzle. See that? Pretty cool, huh? Hey, Pembo. What's up, man? Thanks for the kind words the other day, dude, and showing me those pictures. I really appreciate it, man. You see, the explosion isn't enough to fill up the nozzle, and so it separates inside of the nozzle. Flow separation of air means that the atmosphere is coming up, and you get the flow separation inside of the nozzle means the atmosphere, the ambient pressure is creeping up inside of the nozzle, and that actually compresses the gases, and they compresses the hot gases coming out, and they actually separate off the nozzle. That flow sep right there creates drag inside of the nozzle. And because that flow separation is not really uniform, because explosions aren't generally uniform. It's kind of controlled chaos. It introduces a resonant vibration into the nozzle. This is why flow sep is bad. Look at the nozzle. The whole thing oscillates until the explosion is enough to fill up the nozzle, and then it stabilizes out. Crazy, right? Now, guys, you want to understand what kind of forces involved it takes to make that nozzle do that? I'll give you a little bit of reference. Each one of these shuttle engines is about the size of a semi-truck. That nozzle, you and I could stand inside of it, easily stand inside of it. I could stand, if the engine was on its side, I could stand on the inside of the nozzle and my head would be still inside of the nozzle. I could stand up straight inside of that nozzle. That's how big that is. And it's crazy that something that big can just weeble wobble around like that. It's like the Tacoma Narrows Bridge, but with rocket motors. But, you know, see, the number 2 engine is doing it too. See that? And then the number 3. See that? But that slight plume under expansion, great shot, Thomas. That slight plume under expansion from the SRBs, right? So how the explosion is enough to fill the nozzle and then some, right there, that's perfect. And in KSP2, you absolutely see it. Where's that screenshot? See? Same thing. I guarantee you they took reference from Ascent, which is great reference for doing this kind of thing. See that? Perfect. That's perfect. See, the interesting thing is that it looks like that center engine right there is a Rhino. That's a Rhino motor. So that in Kerbal 1, that's an upper stage engine. And if you look at it, look at what the plume is doing. That's overexpanded. That's an overexpanded plume, indicating that this is an upper stage engine. Upper stage engines have a generally bigger nozzle because you can't rely on atmospheric pressure to kind of push the gases coming out in the right direction. So upper stage engines generally have a bigger nozzle. First stage engines have a cut nozzle and a smaller expansion ratio. Like I said, it's steeper and it's cut because you can rely on the atmosphere to accelerate the gases away. The gases basically stay in a column. With an upper stage engine, they expand, so you need a bigger nozzle to keep pushing those gases in the right direction. Interesting thing on the particle effects here. See the difference? This one is out and slightly, it goes out the nozzle and then it goes up just a little bit. That one goes to the end of the nozzle and then immediately falls in on itself, indicating that whoever's doing the VFX, whoever's doing these visual effects for Kerbal 2 knows the difference between over and under expanded plumes. Pretty smart. That's cool, man. That's really cool. That's the kind of stuff I like to see. Didn't the F1 engines wobble too? Oh yeah, they shook around like crazy, Hokie. What is this fuel? Ilya methane. Methane is the Kerbal developers in an interview recently put context to what liquid fuel and oxidizer is. It's methane. They classified the Rhino as a sustainer engine in KSP2. Interesting. Didn't they get the guy who made Waterfall, the Waterfall mod, to help with this? I don't know, Sneaky. I know that NearT is working on the development team. NearT did a lot of mods for KSP1. Is it methane in KSP1? I don't know. I'd have to go back and read what they said in the interview, Hayes, but I think... So they said in Kerbal 1, it's always been liquid fuel and oxidizer. In Kerbal 2, we wanted to put a name to it. So liquid fuel and oxidizer, the developers have always intended it to be methane, you know? So in Kerbal 2, it's not going to be called just liquid fuel. It's going to be called methane, from what I understand. But they basically put name to liquid fuel. I always thought, based off of the specific impulse numbers, that the fuel in KSP1 is more correlative to hypergalls, but yeah, hypergalls and methane are yeah. It came from this. Yeah, here we go. This post right there. And fellas, I'm gonna load up KSP in the background. We should probably probably do that. Gotta go. Hope you have a great stream. All right, be honest. It's good seeing you, man. It's from, yeah, Thomas has it right here. Yeah, so this is by Nearty. That's Chris. He wrote this. So before we get into this, a bit of terminology. Let's start with talking about methane and methane accessories. Oh, methane and methane accessories, boy. KSP1 gave us an abstracted resource to run our most common workhorse engines, the well-regarded liquid fuel. For KSP2, we've decided to take this resource and name it. It's methane. For this base program, Kerbals have passed over the brutish kerosene, toxic hypergalls, and the seductive lure of liquid hydrogen to settle on this nice middle ground fuel. It's a good choice, and a number of commercial companies are currently moving engines using methane and oxygen propellants to operational readiness. Well, that was really good. Oh, thank you, sir. I pride myself on propane and methane accessories. That's not good for Strickland propane if everybody's using methane. But you're not my chat. I've seen my chat. You're definitely not the same chat that I have. Well, you're not my paper boy. I'm the new paper boy. Well, I've seen my paper boy. I'm not giving you any money. You're not my paper boy. When we talk about engines, you might recall from KSP1 that sported the liquid fuel oxidizer moniker. We were always talking about methalox engines. Yes, this nomenclature change applies to jet engines as well for simplicity, so jet engines are now methane jet engines. Yes, that's possible before anybody asks. You can make a jet engine run off methane. And yes, you will get all the efficiency increases that methane has to offer. Problem is now your jet engines are using a cryogenic fuel. So, take that for what it's worth. Is a rocket engine a methane accessory? Well, I tell you what, boy. Rocket engines are basically just big old propane fart generators. And yes, I would say that a rocket engine is definitely a propane accessory. For what it's worth, you can make rocket engines run off propane. Amateur rocketry engineers do that all the time. The 39A TE has been lowered to roll the HIF ahead of the SF-67 mission. Yeah, we're going to start off 2023 with a Falcon Heavy. That's pretty good. With how crazy the Kerbals are, I wouldn't pass them to do that for their jets. Wow, Sneaky, you... Dude, during the 50s, 60s, and 70s, they experimented with all kinds of stupid things in jet engines to get them more efficient. All kinds of stuff. In fact, T-Tab. T-Tab is something that comes from the aviation world. Yeah, the triethyl aluminum and triethyl boron, the pyrophoric igniter fluids. Yeah, that's something from airplanes. Airplanes use T-Tab. Oh, I know, it was crazy. Yeah, dude, they did all kinds of dumb stuff. It wasn't really dumb. You had to figure it out somehow. But anyway, yeah, those are the new Kerbal 2 screenshots, dudes. How about them zip fuels? Exactly, Aqualux. Zip fuel is... When you gotta get up and go, you gotta get up and go, dude. Jet engines, I like the jet engines with piston-driven compressors. That's nuts, Zeno. I'm actually not familiar with that. Can you, Peter, can you just do me a favor and just give us a little more? Oh, yeah. Let me tell you about TPS reports. Yeah, Hokie, I know. I know what you do. You give me a softball question. It's like a layup in basketball or an assist in basketball. You give me an easy layup. Hey, I appreciate it, man. I don't think I don't notice that. Question, was a nuclear-powered plane ever tested or designed? Yes. They tried it after World War II, Kuro. They never made the plane run off nuclear power. But the Convair NB-36, 6 turn and 4 burn it. It had regular jet engines on it. So you had 4 jet engines and 6 of those propeller engines. Turns out that putting propeller engines behind a big wing that makes a lot of drag is really bad for your propeller engines. B-36s were notorious for catching on fire. Yeah, your propeller engine. One side of the propeller engine has extremely high pressure air and the other one has extremely low pressure. You're literally Putting them on the back of the wing makes them work half as good. Turns out that propeller engines need laminar flow to work, and if the air going into the propeller is going faster than the propeller can move the air, then it doesn't really work too well. Funny how that works. So, what they ended up doing here, Kuro, was they installed a nuclear reactor in the back of the airplane. You can see that it has a radiation symbol, and then there's the coolers for the reactor. The idea is what they were trying to do is see if they could run a nuclear reactor on an airplane that was flying around. Turns out that, yes, you absolutely freaking can. Sure, absolutely. Problem is that airplanes need to be light. A, nuclear reactors, even to this day, not very light. B, rad shielding. You're going to need a lot of rad shielding to get to not turn the crew into ghouls. But it absolutely could work. Sure, why not? What about those organic mercury additives to densify first stage fuels and the level of fun in the environment for basically spewing industrial quantities of poison across your launch site? I'm sure it's fine. Pulsed piston compressor jet engine from Engine Abstract, an air-breathing pulsed jet engine for aircraft propulsion which employs a piston compressor rather than a much more expensive axial centrifuge compressors and turbines employed by conventional turbojet engines. I never really thought of that, Xenotech, using an internal combustion engine as a compressor, but it absolutely can. Yeah, it absolutely could do that. You have an internal combustion engine driving a turbine. That's literally a turbocharged car. It's not doing exactly what a turbocharged car should do, but yeah, that sure. I guess that could work. I mean, I don't see why not. Like, I understand what it's doing. I'm sure somebody did that somewhere. I'm positive that somebody made something like that somewhere. That thing crashing is a very scary thought. Yep. If it was nuclear powered, would that make the engines electric? Well, Katra, with the NB-36, they never got that far. The engines were still powered by regular. The jet engines are using kerosene, and the propeller engines are using gasoline. They never got that far. They operated the nuclear reactor on the back and literally irradiated the entire crew. And they said, yeah, maybe we shouldn't do this. So they never got that far. But yes, there have been nuclear reactors on airplanes before. Now, could you have the nuclear reactor attached to an electric motors, an electric jet? Sure, absolutely. Yeah, why wouldn't that work? Electric jets work all the time with RC planes. Sure, why not? You just have a ducted fan, like a turbo fan, but no turbo. So just a ducted fan driven by an electric motor that's held in place with stators. Absolutely doable. Oh yeah, very efficient. But problem is that, usually on an RC plane, they're hooked up to batteries, and the batteries don't last very long. But nuclear reactors can generate electrical power for years. So you could theoretically just make a plane that flies around for years. That's what they were trying to do. Have a plane that can just infinitely fly. And then how they would get this to work is that another plane would fly up close to it. They would dock the two planes in flight. Kind of similar to aerial refueling. And they could swap crews off the plane in flight. That's what they were trying to do. But yeah, that's all fine and dandy, but why don't you just land the plane? You know what I mean? This is why this project didn't get that far. Why don't you just land the plane? Just land it. And then, swap the crews and then have it take off again. You already have the infrastructure to do that. Why do you need a plane that can fly for 10 years up there and not come back down? Why would you need that? I mean, don't get me wrong. That's really freaking cool. But also, you irradiate your crew. Just get more global bases around the world. Yeah, that's the option that they ended up going with, Animal. Yeah. My EDF RC jet gets about 3 to 4 minute runtime if I'm lucky. Yeah, there you go. Also, we joke and say that methane is what makes up our farts, when in fact it's a small percentage. Most farts are nitrogen, O2, and CO2. Yep. Cows, though. That was all of them, S. Could nuclear-powered satellites spread radioactive contamination over a large area in contrast to a nuclear plane? Satellites are up in the vacuum, absolute, and the vacuum is already irradiated really badly with way more radiation than what the nuke would give off. That's like taking a little syringe of fresh water and shooting it into the ocean and being like, "Oh, I screwed with the salinity content of the ocean." No, it's not gonna do anything. Just I'm screwing up your ecosystem by putting fresh water in the ocean. Yeah. I don't know why he's Wario, but whatever. I would guess that prolonged flight time could be desirable for mobile command centers and recon purposes. Yeah, well, sure, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. We have satellites for that, and satellites don't need people on them. Yes, satellites, reconnaissance satellites basically killed all these crazy ideas. Why do you need a plane that flies for 24 hours when you could have a satellite that's just up there all the time that you can remote control? Way easier. How is liquid methane made? I don't know. It's not Saboteur. Saboteur separates water. Never mind. I don't know. Saltwater fish when I pour my fresh water into the ocean. This is
Discovery,
fine.
go at throttle up.
And then ICBMs got rid of the 24/7 bomber idea. Yeah. Yeah, Sneaky. Yeah, ICBMs killed a lot of crazy plane ideas that they had at the end of World War II. In fact, that plane right there, the B-36, was one of them. You know, everybody gets all bent out of shape because SLS was cost plus. This was a cost plus defense project. Cost plus nuclear bomber during the Cold War. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. And then Boeing came along and said, "Why are you using this piece of junk? Use this instead." And Boeing wasn't wrong. This was, in fact, not a piece of junk. It's a very good design. I would love to have seen a flying aircraft carrier, to be honest. Yeah, Sneaky, don't get me wrong. That would be really cool, but what's the point? Why would you need a flying aircraft carrier? We have floating aircraft carriers that can do pretty much everything that the flying one could do, minus the flying part. And building a boat is a lot easier than building an airplane. It's not cheap, but I'm sure the government will buy it. Yeah. Yeah. The flight path of satellites is predictable and I think has gaps in surveillance. Having planes to complement satellites might help in some conditions. Absolutely, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, but, I mean, that problem is easily solved with a satellite constellation. The only advantage would be quicker transport across the world. But Sneaky, yeah, no, I agree with you. So that's no doubt an advantage, but is it worth trying to make a 3,000-ton aircraft carrier fly around? Like an honest question. Why do we... Yeah, it'll get troops there quicker. Why would you do that? Like, what's the need for it? Basically, the U.S. said, wait, we already own all these military bases around the world. We have military bases in Japan. We have military bases in the Republic of China. Military bases... You know, in the Philippines, we have military bases all throughout Europe, in Germany and Italy, right? Why do we need this? So as I said, just build up the bases there because Cold War proxy and kind of roll with it, and that's exactly what they did. Much smart, like that's a much simpler idea because that uses stuff that you already have. That's the idea. So the point is that you know we don't need to strike from mainland soil. We already have people there. Like the Navy has the 7th Fleet in Yokosuka. Like there's no need for that. There's already an aircraft carrier there. Yeah, there's no doubt that it would be cool. Yeah, no doubt. Sure, absolutely. Methane is most commonly drilled for. That's what the oil companies rebranded as natural gas. Most methane is refined gas captured from wellheads, if not flared off, or cracked from oil with high heat using steam reforming. Yeah, there you go, Aqualix, yeah. Do you know if they ever said the cause of the NS-23 failure? No, rerolls. Never heard about it. Yeah, they went silent. Not good. Not good. Really not good. We haven't heard anything from Blue or from the NTSB or the FAA or anything. I don't know if the NTSB is involved, to be honest with you. I forget. But here, let's jump in. Excuse me, what is that? Yeah, we've heard nothing, which means it's still under investigation, which means it's a weird one. The longer it takes to figure out what went wrong, the bigger the fault tree, which means it's a very weird problem. So basically it's going to be grounded for a long time. I mean, when did NS-23 happen again? September? It's already been grounded for a long time, dude. We watched that live, dude. Can you believe that? We watched that freaking live. Yeah. Quick recap. Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket on the NS-23 mission aborted. They had a problem. There's something we don't know. They had something went very, very wrong. Here you go. A quick recap. Let me show you. So we don't know exactly what went wrong, but the good thing is that the launch escape system on New Shepard worked as intended. Lil, get rated. Okay. Urban, 39 months. Yeah, so something, if you look right there, you look closely, you see something like this. Remember how I was saying, if you were here a second ago, rerolls, remember how I was saying, like, non-uniform flames coming out of the nozzle, really not a good thing? Watch, yeah, see that? Yeah, that's not good. Something not good happened there. But the abort system did work as intended, which proves that, you know, the New Shepard engineers did their homework. Which actually tells me that New Shepard is an extremely safe system. Rerolls, I had to work on the hydrogen fuel cell that went on in NS-23 as an experiment. Thankfully, our stuff survived. Oh, really? Damn, dude. Yeah, because this was a science mission. Yeah, something went weird with that nozzle. You could see it has a little bit of a hiccup. So, you get a little bit of a hiccup and you start to see orange flames come out the side. Orange flames is unburnt hydrogen. Watch right there. Ready? You see it kind of burps up something. Wait for it. Right there. See it? See it? Something, yeah, something went wrong there. Yeah, something wasn't right. Thank you for the recap. Sure, absolutely. Like I said, we watched that live. I saw the engine burp up something, and I was like, it could just be so like kerosene engines, guys, burp up stuff like that all the time. That happens all the time. It's just because hydrocarbons, it's really hard to, if you're spraying hydrocarbons and atomizing it with oxygen, right? It's really hard to get it to burn up the entire hydrocarbon, so you do get unburnt fuel coming out the bottom. So Parallax engines do burp from time to time. That shouldn't happen with a hydrogen engine, because those burps that happen with the kerosene engine is unburnt hydrocarbons, because kerosene engines aren't very efficient, but they're very energetic. They make a really, really healthy explosion. Healthy explosion? Yeah, I guess that's the right way to say that. So if you see a hydrogen engine burping up stuff like that, that's not good. That's not a good thing. It's very clearly a propulsion problem. So something with that BE-3, which sucks because the BE-3 is a really great rocket engine. The fact that we've never seen any other rocket do this kind of tells me that it could be a reuse thing. But most of the time, if you have a lot of successful missions in succession like that, and then one has a hiccup like this, that tells me, it is a reused core. So that tells me that either A, their reuse analysis was not good enough, and this was a failure mode that obviously wasn't predicted in the reuse analysis, right? So with rockets, you engineer them out, and if they work how you basically got to do all the math first. You do all the math out, and that gives you a baseline for what you think the rocket engine is going to do, and then you qualify it. That's why it's called qualifying testing, because qual testing is basically having the rocket engine, if we're talking propulsion testing, correlate exactly what the math says. The closer you can get your test criteria to your analysis, the better understanding of the system that you implemented, in this case the rocket motor, right? Now, that's just getting the rocket motor to work. Now you're moving into a different analytical data set here, or analytical analysis and data set from reuse. You have to kind of think like, oh, after every flight, this is how much this rocket engine wears. Because components do wear down. It's a rocket engine. There's an explosion happening inside. It does wear down over time. It happens. You could get cracks in the turbines. That happens. Components wear out. It's just material science. They wear out. Rocket engines, even now, really aren't designed to be fired over and over again like a jet engine. Raptor is trying to buck that trend, but that's what happens, right? So this tells me that their analysis on reuse was not correct, because they clearly had a propulsion problem, but that is not, I wouldn't call that like a design flaw or anything. I hate the term design flaw. Design flaw is a catch-all term, basically, to say that your analysis wasn't good enough and you don't understand what you made. And when you launch something and you don't understand what it does and how it's working, that opens up the door for people to get hurt, or the rocket engine to fail. Best case scenario, no one gets hurt. So this tells me that either A, they have a problem with their analysis of reuse on that B3, or they were pushing the envelope on purpose to expand New Shepard's flight envelope. But doing that with NASA payloads and a bunch of science payloads that people paid you for is not necessarily the best idea. Nuclear jet engine cycle a coolant loop through a heat exchanger where the combustion chamber would have been. Oh, that's cool, Aqualux. Neat. Project Pluto was the United States government project to develop a nuclear-powered ramjet. Okay. Wow. That is very interesting. I'll read about that later. So, yeah, either way, this was obviously unknown behavior. And don't get me wrong, when you push the envelope every time, the math, sometimes the math could check out and then it does something that you don't understand. Which, once again, that tells me that your math wasn't good enough. Because the interesting thing about this, guys, and it's something that I've learned over time by, studying rockets all these years. The interesting thing is that, dude, physics is fairly predictable. It's pretty damn predictable, actually. You kind of think like when you go to fire off a rocket, it might be windy enough, it might not be windy enough, it might be too windy enough. And don't get me wrong, we're not going to be able to do mathematical calculations to the level of like mole or whatever. You could do that, I suppose. But trying to predict like weather, for instance, gets really difficult when, it gets really difficult. You're never going to be able to predict it to a T. You're going to get close, but you never can predict a specific atmospheric condition at a specific time. But the thing is that physics is fairly quantifiable. If you do the math and your hardware correlates what your math is doing, it will do exactly what the math says, which is actually pretty damn cool. I always thought that's like, when I first got into this, I thought that they would just put the rocket on the pad and then it's just guesswork from there. That's really not how this works. It's fairly quantifiable. If your math is extensive enough and you can get a reasonable enough prediction, you can predict exactly what a rocket is going to do. I'll give you an example. The engineering for SLS. Everybody harps on SLS. Oh, it's a piece of junk. Oh, it's using these old engines. Dude, SLS on the Artemis 1 launch was accurate in its orbital insertion to the 99.9th percentile. which is absurd for a rocket that big. That's ridiculous. Like, if you think about it, that whole big honkin' rocket, combined with the dynamic weather conditions that it flew through, it was off in orbital insertion by like maybe a mile. And I know that sounds like, well, miles, a lot of distance there, EJ. 1.6 kilometers for everybody else. That is absurdly accurate for a spacecraft. That's really, really, because think about it. You know, being accurate within a mile, like within a mile of your orbital or your planned orbital insertion. Think about miles in terms of distance in space flight, or kilometers, whatever. Pick your poison. I don't care. The moon, for instance, is 250,000 miles away, and it was accurate to the mile. 1 out of 250,000 miles is pretty frigging accurate. I did Aqualux. Yeah, the Tori reactor. That's cool. To be somewhat fair, we were inventing the math in the 50s. I don't know who we're being fair to, Vulcan, but yeah, sure. I mean, but the fact that you can quantify, that's not really the point that I'm trying to get, so I'm not sure who we're being fair to, the early NASA engineers. The math was there before the rockets even flew. Tsiolkovsky came up with the ideal rocket equation in like the 1800s. That's what I'm talking about. He was able to quantify stuff with math that didn't even exist yet. I understand what you're trying to say, but that's not really the gist of what I'm getting at. The point is that you can use mathematical analysis and you can calculate to a certain margin of error without even launching anything. And that's what NASA does, and that's what they're really freaking good at. And they proved it with Artemis 1. So in the case of Blue, guys, there's something they missed. Somebody missed something. Somebody missed something. That's what that tells me. Somebody's analytical model was not correct. Whatever their reuse model. I don't think there's anything wrong with New Shepard's hardware. I will go out and say that right away. I don't think there's anything wrong with New Shepard. I think it's a great design. I think somebody was doing reuse. They were doing reuse analysis and they didn't get their analysis right. That means they missed something. And that's not, guys, honestly, that's not a reflection. That doesn't reflect poorly of Blue. You are trying to quantify every conceivable scenario with math that a rocket engine can do. Now, don't get me wrong. You can do it. That's a lot of math. It's really easy to Michael Bolton the math. You know what I'm saying? I always do that. I always screw up some mundane detail. Like that time Falcon 9 failed to land because of the cleaner that they were using. That's more of a processing problem than anything, Wisp. That's a processing problem. That's not necessarily non-correlative analytics, but maybe it's that. It could have been that with New Shepard too. And that brings me to, you actually segued right into the second part. So either A, their analytical model for reuse is off, or B, somebody didn't remove a plug, like a remove before flight plug. It could be a processing problem on the ground. In fact, because the math is fairly quantifiable and Blue Origin does have a pretty good budget for these projects, I'm going to go ahead and say that it's probably some kind of processing thing on the ground. Somebody used the wrong cleaner or they didn't clean out a part completely, you know. I bet you it's the same, Wisp. That's where I was going with that, dude. That's the second one. I remember this. You said SLS destroyed the final exam and completed every bit of extra credit and then some. Yeah, exactly. SLS performed excellent. It doesn't get better than that on a first test flight, guys. NASA, frankly, made Artemis 1 look simple. They made it look easy. It's not easy. No. You want to know how difficult it is? Look at all the other people that have tried to land on the moon or tried to send anything to the moon. All of SLS, the lunar lander that was on SLS as a secondary payload, that didn't work. That broke. Missed the moon. It's floating around in solar orbit somewhere. Look at Bereshit from the Israeli space industry. I think it's ISI. That didn't work. They're going to try again, but it didn't work. U2 and the Chang landers from China, those work. But it's taken a while, but they work. Like, it's really hard to get something out there. There's a lot of conditions that you have to take into account. Literally more math to do. Looks at Apollo 6. Yeah. So you think the reason for the failure will be released publicly, or how does that stuff work with the FAA? Rerolls, I think, I'm not 100% sure how that works, but as we move into this new era of commercial spaceflight and commercial space transportation with people involved, it should be like the NTSB. Frankly, what the Transportation Safety Board does in the United States with the FAA doing investigations into even the smallest of airplane crashes makes the industry safer and saves lives. Like, you know, usually I'm not like a big fan of the bureaucratic process, right? That's a real pain in the butt. There's rules and regulations all over the place, but that's part of the reason why flying on a plane is safer than flying on a bus. If you're flying in a bus, you got a big problem than taking the bus. You know what I'm saying? It is literally safer to fly in an airplane than it is to drive your car around. That just driven by straight statistics. You're more likely to get into a car accident than an airplane accident. And part of the reason why that is all these investigations and these constant implementations to make the industry safer. Commercial space needs to go in that direction. And that's the reason why I think it was Space Policy Directive 2 or 3 or something. I forget where it exactly was. It could have been the 2017 Transitional NASA Authorization Act. It could be one of those. But a little while back, like 5 or 6 years ago, they basically brought in the FAA to oversee commercial space flight like they do airplanes. So applying for a license for a spaceport is like applying for a license to build an airport. You know what I mean? There has to be EIRs done. In the case of SpaceX, there has to be licensing fees. Like, and don't get me wrong, you know, you could say that, all that is, it's just a racket for government to get more money. Nah, with rockets, I kind of think we should do that. You don't want some moron launching from the middle of the country and having a first stage come down and blow somebody up. That would be bad for commercial space flight. So it's kind of good that it's nice and well regulated, and I think it needs to be that way. So I think it would be in Blue and frankly commercial space flight in general, I think it would be in their best interest to tell us exactly what happened. There needs to be a degree of transparency, especially when you're moving people around. I assume that it is safer per passenger mile. Absolutely. Me and the boys about to drop spent stages on NYC. Nice try, China. Anyway. It's like construction codes. It's annoying to deal with, but they're there for a reason. Yeah, wiser. I said that with SpaceX, dude. Like people were like, oh my gosh, why is there an EIR? It's intentional obstruction. You know, you're stopping SpaceX, blah, blah. All right. EIRs are there for a very good reason. It's not just there to appease tree huggers. It's there to make sure that you understand where you're building your structure. Like, I don't know, for instance, if you, build something in an area that's prone to mudslides, and you don't do the EIR to understand that mudslides can happen in this area, you build the house on the area that has a mudslide, and then a mudslide happens, and now you have no more house. Well, guess what? You should have taken that into account. It's like that guy on Monty Python. They said you couldn't build a castle in a swamp, but I built it anyway. Fell into the swamp. So I built a second one. That fell into the swamp. So I built a third one, lad. That burned down, fell over, then fell into the swamp. But the fourth one, lad, that stayed up. That stayed up. But father, I don't want to do any of that. I'd rather sit down. You're not playing the song in here. Why, you don't like her? What's wrong with her? She's rich. She got huge tracts of land. That's why you do an EIR, so that stuff like that doesn't happen. Yeah, that's why you do that. That's important. It's important to understand what the building you made does, just like it's important to understand what your rocket is doing. That lack of understanding is how environmental disasters happen. Like, yeah, and we don't need to give the damn hippies more to complain about. That was a joke. This was a joke. Protecting the environment is probably a good idea. We should probably do that. But father, I'm your father. Sierra just casually dropped this. Okay. You do an EIR so you don't build Millennium Tower in San Francisco. You know what the funny thing about that, Hellfish? They were following the codes. The building is built to code. Problem is the code wasn't good enough. What the frick is that? Yeah, Hellfish, the building codes were never updated to build a building that big in that area. Funny story. Why they weren't updated? I don't know. Anyone's guess. Is that... What is that? DC 200 can carry crew. That... Yeah. How... That looks like Dart. It looks like Dart, Lava. You noticed it too, huh? That looks like Dart with 2 wings. That... Do we have X37 at home? X37 at home. It looks... Yeah. That looks like an X33. What does the tweet say? Aerospace Dream Chaser Tenacity is on track to become the first operational commercial space plane with a lifting body. Read more. That's... Hope it flies better than Dart. You shut up. That's... Why 4 or why 8 ohms engines? I have questions. Yeah, I have a lot of questions. How is that gonna fit in a fairing? Fellas, honest question. How does that fit in a fairing? The wings. How does that... How's it gonna do that? It doesn't need to. The wings poke out of the fairing. Nice. The need part, it doesn't. Doesn't look like it's designed to go in a fairing. So if it's not designed to go in a fairing, why have all this? Vulcan dynamic control envelope doesn't need it to be in a fairing. Maybe get a 63 XLT to have gimbal. The DC-200 is for crew. The engines on the back are part of the escape system. Wenchang is the one def, yeah. Not to get into all the orbits, no. They don't, they're making progress. They're getting there, but... Interesting. The DC-200, yeah. It's a simple bow tail with blowout panels. Dude, it looks like Dart. That's exactly how I set up Dart, interestingly enough. Only I didn't put the docking port on the back because there was a propulsion section in the way. My docking port was an axial docking port. But that's an IDSS, so that's a NASA, that's a crew docking port right there. That's the NDS. Differential body flap control. Outside elevon control for pitch and roll. Wouldn't be surprised if they split that control surface. It looks like the vertical stabilizers are static. They're static stabilizers. Meaning they don't have a control surface. They're not capable of deflection, which makes sense because the body flap can control your yaw because you have a differential body flap. So it works kind of like the X-37s that stay static. Huh. DC-200 is supposed to be the crew version of the vehicle. DC-100 is the cargo, and DC-300 is the one with an unpressurized payload bay. Another flying shoe. It's almost as if you're very familiar with this vehicle. No. I don't know what you're talking about. Definitely didn't meet a bunch of Sierra Nevada guys at the Spaceport America Cup and talk to them about space planes. Definitely didn't do that. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea. I've never seen this thing before in my life. No, seriously, this is the first time I've ever seen this. They did not tell me about that. But it does look like Dart. It's kind of funny. That looks exactly like Dart. Very interesting. I'm looking at something. There may be a forced perspective in this render. Tenacity looks much closer to the camera than DC-201. It is. That's what... See, Vulcan, that's what I'm saying. This is a lot bigger than Dream Chaser. Look at the wheels. The wheel diameter is a really easy way to tell. That's a lot bigger. It uses similar landing gear, at least in this render. That's a much bigger system. Interesting. Have you heard anything from that startup that was in hot water for the less than... Python? No, haven't heard anything from them. In fact, serious, I think they got investigated by the FAA. If they're building Dart, I hope they watch the end of the Dart program and accounted for those problems. Venture Star? Aqualex, this... I'm going to go out and say it. That's X33 sized. Yeah, it's X33 sized. Abso-freaking-lutely. That's absolutely X33 sized. It's very close. The X33, if I know you know, but just in case anybody else doesn't know, the X33 was a small-scale suborbital test article. This thing over here on the right. It was a small-scale suborbital test article. I don't... Maybe it's a tiny bit smaller than the X33, but it looks to be about the same shape. How much you want to bet Sierra Space got their hands on some linear aero spikes? Dude, if they did, I would lose my mind. The thing you never really got to work in KSP. Shut your freaking mouth. I could, uncapping, you know what the messed up part is? And this is what I always say. I could remake the SSTO program, and it could be 1,000 times more reliable this time around. It would take me a couple of months to get everything fixed, but I could fix it. Hybrid Tech could fix it. It could fix the entire program. And I proved it with the small SSTO. Like right before I kind of stopped playing KSP for a little bit, we took the X33. I took my Jebstar, the small one, the one with the little the Mark II payload bay on the top. I took that thing, and I modified the pad for Hybrid Tech, and was able to make the pad easily more reliable than previous. If I used Hybrid Tech hold down points, like what I did with the MLV, which we proved work correctly. So basically, having your entire rocket sit on physicsless parts with same vessel collision, the parts don't bend, they don't sag, they're extremely strong. I could literally get rid of all the sagging problems, i.e. the main problem that caused the big SSTO to blow up on the pad. And I know that it would fix it, because I tested it with the MLV. We tested it in Kerbal. I held up a fully fueled MLV on its hold down points, no docking port, and it just kind of sat there. You should do it in KSP2 as your first build, because it did have promise and was awesome to see it when it worked. The problem is it didn't always work. Dude, the vehicles were great on capping, which kind of sucks. The X33 and the Jebstar work amazing. They were very, very well designed. The only problem is I didn't have a way to make stuff strong enough for the reaction frame. But we can change that now. I can combat hinge drift with same vessel collision parts. We can combat all that stuff. Problem is, the big problem with the SSTO program is that everything's sagged. Because it turns out in Kerbal, when you try to take a 1,000-ton payload and put it on the pad, the dynamic conditions there involved with differential mass, Kerbal doesn't understand. Kerbal doesn't know how to process 1,000 tons of something sitting on some parts. Hybrid Tech can fix that problem by removing the physics from the equation with physicsless parts. I could design this. I could redesign this and I could make it work. I did with this pad, with the small SSTO's pad. Those two vehicles would work now really well since you aren't building launch pads. Yeah, Hellfish, I'll be 100% with you. I could the X-33 Jebstar with its revamped pad, I could use it. We could use it. We could launch it from anywhere. I could launch it from any ground station if we really wanted to. Yeah. With the pad, it would work just fine. Once again, I was able to eliminate the float point error that happens from hinge drift. Yeah. Easily fixable. Yeah, we're not building pads exactly. Yeah, that's what I got away from. I'm not going to lie to you, though. I made this so it could be launched on a pad. You could build this on a pad. It's doable. The only problem that I didn't solve is how to hang the ET on the SRBs, because Kerbal hierarchy doesn't like when you do stuff like that. That's the only thing I wasn't able to solve. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure I could figure it out if I sat here and looked at this hard enough. I'm sure we could figure out a way. We would just have to build it and test it. Because it's really hard to quantify, do the math quantification that I was talking about in Kerbal, because you don't have a consistent physics simulation because of float point error, which is why I don't, which is part of the reason why I don't revert quick saves. Even when we're in engineering mode, not a good idea to revert quick saves. That's not smart. That's not a good idea. Did you finish the solars? No, we got to do that now. Bro, I can't even escape orbit. I feel like Plankton watching this. Zaberman, here's the thing, dude. I have like 15,000 hours in KSP, man. I know what makes KSP tick. I know what makes KSP not tick. I know what causes problems. Apparently not good enough because my station has a problem with its stupid solar panels, but that's another story. Yeah, my goal with showing this stuff is to not deter you. Like, oh my gosh, he's building that. I'll never be able to build something like that. Dude, I'm self-taught when it comes to rockets, man. Everything. I'm self-taught with everything when it comes to rockets. All of it. And I've taught myself how to build this stuff. You know? Zaberman, I want people to look at this and be like, oh man, look, that guy's an idiot. I can do this. He's a moron and he figured it out. That's my intention. And because it's kind of true. Just don't tell anybody. Don't tell nobody. Yeah. It's for Ken, RJ. It's for Ken. Skill issue. I call you a moron every day, EJ. Every day. Yeah, well, you can be wrong. You're a Vikings fan. You can be wrong about that. That's fine. On top of that, look at Sierra's recent Twitter posts, for instance. I'm Doogie Howser. I'm not a rocket scientist, but I play one on TV. Interesting, Aqualux. Interesting. Ooh, EJ, I'm learning soon how to do the fire magic with metals the humans on this planet call welding. Yeah, a controlled short circuit. Everyone's better than the Vikings. Yes, Demo. Something we can agree on. Gotta be smart enough to know how dumb you are. Yeah, Urban. Being a nerd is kind of annoying because you never really win. The more you learn about things, the more you realize you know dick about said subject matter. It's really freaking annoying. It's like that scene in Men in Black, like the end of the first Men in Black movie, where Will Smith's like, yeah, I got this figured out, and Tommy Lee Jones is like, no, you don't. You have no idea. And he shows them that, like, the entire universe is like a game that a intergalactic octopus is playing marbles with. Yeah, it's like that. Yeah, very much like that. Very annoying. Don't disrespect my Viking ancestors. I'm talking about the football team. Do we know Eric Daler? Let me see. Sierra Space is proud to announce Eric Daler as the Vice President of Orbital Systems and Services. As a former Lockheed Martin and Boeing executive, Daler brings more than 2 decades of aerospace and defense experience. No. Don't know the guy. Said the guy's name was Eric Daler. I've never met the man, though. What is engineering mode? That's kind of a rule set. First of all, that's the stream overlay. That's not a mod for KSP or anything. that is indicating what save I'm in. I have 2 different saves for my main Kerbal gameplay. We have our engineering save, which is where we test things, and we have our mission save, where we actually do the missions. In the mission save, there's no reverts. No reverts allowed. So you can't revert a save. If you put a rocket out on the pad and it blows up on the pad and it kills Jeb, that sucks. You probably should have engineered that better. And that's why the engineering mode save exists. It's just kind of more how I play the game. It's just rule sets. In engineering mode, it's just a straight sandbox save where you could just test whatever you want. Like, I could put this sideways on the pad right now on the SPH and fly it, and it'll just blow up. Don't make me do that. And it'd be fine. No, I don't want to do that. What I want to do is this here. That's the other thing I did over break, fellas. I remade the flag for the shuttle. Do it, please? Please? Nah, dude, I got bigger fish to fry. I think that's the spot where it is on the shuttle. So, Space Shuttle. Let's see, where's the name? So the name is up there, and then I believe it's on the wing as well, next to the flag. Okay, so the name is bigger than the flag. How unfortunate. Yeah. Oh, but this is an older picture of Discovery. They had USA and the American flag port side, and then the logo and the name of the orbiter on starboard. I'd say Viking fans are the ultimate masochists, but Bears fans exist, yeah. The day you landed that first 1.0 shuttle on the runway and then the 747 behind it, you won everything from me. The rest has just been progression and improvement. Thanks, man. Yeah, that was hard to do, but I do appreciate it, dude. Guys, once again, I consider the stream successful when you learn something from the stream, albeit how to be better at Kerbal, or something cool about the space shuttle, or some fun fact about like electrical engineering or mechanical engineering, whatever. As long as you get something from the stream and I'm not just like brainless entertainment, that's my criteria for a successful stream. It's not necessarily view count, even though usually the more interesting stuff, you know, that you can learn from gives you a higher view count, right? But yeah, that's where I'm at. The flags seem to have changed. Yeah, they definitely changed. Well, they changed the signage. That happens. Whoa, that's a B-52 with 905 and Discovery in the background. Well, that's pretty neat. That's a really nice picture, too. Yeah, and then flag United States, NASA. Okay. So we'll go ahead and make the flag just... I hate doing that. We'll make it a little bit smaller. And then we'll move the Pathfinder logo up here a little ways. Do structural panels on the wings cause drag? Absolutely, dude. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Vizen. Yeah, absolutely. That's by design. You don't think the tiles on the shuttle cause insane amounts of drag? Oh, they do. Oh, yeah. Like I said, the thing is engineered to fly like the real one. And we're pretty damn close. Showed what was possible for KSP. The journey has been unreal. I'm glad I could help, Urban, and I'm glad that you stick to it, dude. You stick to consistently streaming it, man. That you have no idea how happy that makes me. I don't know, RJ. We don't have really much on how KSP2 multiplayer is going to go. Didn't someone post the documentation on the shuttle external tank markings in here at least a week or two ago? The ET? External tank doesn't have any markings, dude. You can't paint on the self. Well, you can, but they decided not to do that. I'm wondering if this surface over here is flat enough to put the logo on. I don't think it And it was lame for not doing that, white ET gang. Vulcan, I'm a fan of the orange tank. I think the orange tank looks amazing. It's great contrast to the lighter colors of the orbiter and the SRBs. Dude, it's such a nice look. But with that being said, the checkerboard look, Saturn V aesthetic, definitely is. It's a vibe, dude. It is definitely a vibe for the shuttle. Like STS-1, that's definitely a vibe. Check Thomas's link. Shuttle external tank markings. I don't see anything about an external tank in there. That's just an external marking, unless I misread what you said. Any clue about KSP2's minimum specs? No, nothing. I haven't heard anything regarding that, dudes. Yeah, see, it already says Pathfinder right there. Yeah, they've been pretty quiet about that stuff. Yeah, that's too low. Yeah, Vulcan, I think that would have been something. Enterprise had the logo on the payload bay. I can't put logos on the payload bays because it animates and it doesn't understand the flag being attached to an animatable part, so we can't do that. Let's go down all the way to the bottom. Yeah, see, they moved the logo off of the payload bay for some reason. Yeah, and then they switched it from USA flag NASA Endeavor. They switched that in the late 90s to the meatball flag and logo. We'll use this. Yeah, well, there you go. Are you going to lift off today, or is it just prep for the takeoff? Zaburman, I think we should be in line for a launch, but in order to do that, I kind of need to shut up. Let me... Let me get the logo on there. I redid this. So I redid this over the weekend, on break. Problem is that. I think the logo is actually straight. It's not curved. Is the station finished? For the most part. You shut up, man. Remember, if chat's more talkative, I'm more talkative. So, I'm not saying it's your fault, but it's your fault. That doesn't look too bad, but I'm worried about the flag like potentially colliding into things. Let me just move it up to make sure that it's completely out of the way. Now that's cool. So I redid Pathfinder's flag because some of my shuttle flags weren't working correctly. I redid Pathfinder, and as we introduce more shuttles into our space program, we'll make more. Take some personal responsibility, would you? Yeah, you're still doing that thing from yesterday, huh? Yeah, we blame Yarg. Yeah, it's Yarg's, probably Yarg's fault anyway. From now on, no more talking. I think we'll put our head down. That looks awesome. I should probably go get my EJSA meatball logo, but it's okay. And the Aquarius flag works for whatever reason. Boom. Oh, yeah, that's a vibe. I like that. That is a vibe, as the children would say. Huh. It's red text, though. Yeah, we did that for the Saturn V. Oh, we have the Phoenix flag, too. That's cool. That was the name of a dart, if I'm remembering correctly. No, we gotta go with NASA standards. Give me the meatball logo. Boom. Oh, vibin'. Worm logo. I have both, actually. And it looks like they did put a small meatball logo on the back, but I chose to put the worm logo there. Because worm logo. Just stick the license plate on there. Yeah, it'll be fine. This looks good, man. Really good. Yeah, I forgot to do that addition to this the other day, but yeah, this is the upgraded orbiter with the servo hinges. Yep, servo power amplifier is good. So yeah, the shuttle's still good to go. Let's go over to the station file and figure out what we need to do. First big thing is I need to fix the solar panels on the station. Those SPMs, I think I found the problem with them. They like to crack and strike after a certain amount of time up on orbit. If you leave the scene a couple of times, they start wobbling out of control, which tells me that there is some kind of hierarchical problem with it. If I'm understanding this correctly, it's a float point error with the small hinges being so far down the hierarchical tree. So who you calling Pinhead? The solar setups were a tad overcomplicated. They're just the real ones, dude. Or at least similar to the real ones. I can fix it. It's no problem. So let's enable the controllers and get this all kind of... Let's get them in the extended position, and we'll fix them from there. They're easier to work on in the extended position. So the solar panels need to be kind of folded up to be able to fit inside of the payload bay of the shuttle. And that one needs to be set to 120. Is the other one, the solar panel cal controller, set to the right one? Open editor. Yeah, these both need to be set to deploy slower. No, I was really asking, is that what the NASA logo is called? I used to work for GE, and that's what employees called the GE logo. Yeah, Daryl, yeah. That one right there, the slang term for that, the classic NASA logo, is called the meatball. And then the slang for that text right there, that NASA logo, which would be from the late 70s all the way into the mid 90s, that's the worm logo. Yeah, worm and the meatball. I like both of them. I think both of them are cool. Personally, because I'm a shuttle fanboy, like a bad shuttle fanboy, I like this. I like 80s NASA. 80s NASA was an aesthetic, man. It was very cool, very futuristic stuff. I really dig it. I mean, but I can appreciate both of the logos. Both of the logos are cool. The meatball logo is fantastic. That's a little much for me, though. I really like the minimalism. I really think that represents the culture of the times. You know, like that's very 80s sci-fi futuristic stuff. And I love 80s sci-fi stuff, you know what I'm saying? Personally, I love how they tied the worm to human spaceflight. Yep. I like that NASA logo, man. The NASA design standards from the 70s are so cool. KSP2 developers talking about the new game being more friendly to newcomers. Do you think this is real or just shenanigans? No, it's real. Zaburman. So Zaburman, here's the thing, dude. I know them. I know the developers. I know them personally. I know Nate, the creative director, and a couple of other guys that work for Private Division. I do talk to them from time to time. You know, it's not every day, obviously, but, you know, if they have a question about the, you know, or something, or they want my opinion on something, they will call me. So, I don't think it's bullcrap. I think they're going to implement better tutorials. I just hope that one of the Kerbals in the tutorial that's teaching is named EJ Kerman. That would be pretty sweet. I'd be pretty flattered if that was the case. You know, this is EJ Kerman, and EJ Kerman is going to teach you how to build stuff in the SPH. You know, using the building tools. That would make my day. You know, and then there's Das Kerman and Scott Kerman, and you know, that would be cool. That would be cool, Water, yeah. Yeah, Pythos, I'm with you. Eric Johnson Kerman. Yep. Matt Kerman, yeah, exactly. That would be a cool thing, because we were all... the whole part of the reason why the KSP community is so strong is because there wasn't any documentation on how to do this. There wasn't any documentation on how to play KSP 1. You either knew the rocket science or you didn't. So, the people that got enamored with the game, you know, had to figure it out. And then, you know, that made the stream pretty successful because I could build stuff that the average player couldn't make, right? And that kind of, you know, from there it spirals out of control into, you know, teaching about rocket science, and that's kind of where the stream went, dude. My incessant need to know more about rocket science. The need to know more intensifies. My incessant need to learn more about rockets, even to this day, and how they work is what makes the stream so successful. At least part of the reason. That's a big one. February 24th, 2023 reroll. So we're about 2 months out. A little less than 2 months. Kurt J. Kerman, yeah. Would EJ Kerman have aviators? Man, I hope so. Would you like to know more? Desire to know more intensifies. Alright, so... these, that hinge is the culprit. I'm like 75% sure. From the testing that we saw yesterday. So we gotta mess with this. Also, trying to click on this up on the station, the SPM controllers, is a real big pain in the butt, so... I'm moving that solar panel controller to a spot where we can click on it easier. And I'm doing that on both of them. Oh, that actually can't go there. It can't go there because the shuttle payload bay is going to be there when this thing rides inside of the space shuttle, so... Mounting it back here on the truss is going to be fine. But yeah, I can teach you guys how to play KSP. If there are newcomers that are coming in from the Epic Games Store, I'm really doing a lot of building right now. But guys, ask questions, please. Please, for the love of God. I've spent more time playing this damn video game, and I know tons about it at this point, that it would be a shame to get rid of all that kind of knowledge, you know what I mean? Like, to have it go to waste. I know tons about how this game works. I could fix your craft files, I could do whatever, you know? Like, it would be a damn shame to not, you know, help people with their rockets and whatnot. Is there an easy way to practice orbital rendezvous? Okay, Loken, the key to doing rendezvous in space... So if we're talking about the simplest type of transfers, low Earth, low Kerbal orbit rendezvous, make sure the thing that you're trying to get to is in a nice circular orbit. Now, don't get me wrong. Everything that you rendezvous with doesn't have to be in a circular orbit. This is the easy way to do it. Make sure something is in as circular of an orbit as you can get in. 100 kilometers by 100 kilometers, okay? And then get what you're trying to get to that also into a circular orbit, but lower. Okay? Say you have your target payload in 100 kilometers by 100 kilometers, and then your spacecraft that's supposed to dock with it is at 80 by 80. Okay? Now, the spacecraft that's further into the grav well, that's closer to the ground, is going to be going faster. Think of track runners running around a corner on a track and field. The inside line is staggered on a track because if they all started at the same spot, that person has to go has less distance to cover, right? Kind of like that. You use differential, it's called differential semi-major axis, right? so SMA is kind of one of the the variables for a parameter for an orbit. So get your target payload into a nice circular orbit and get your payload into a nice circular orbit. The other thing you got to take into account, dude, is that, so if you're in a nice circular orbit right here around your planet, right? Looks like a freaking Pokeball. If you're in a nice circular orbit around the planet, and then, here, actually, we'll draw the planet, right? And then we'll draw your target's orbit in blue, right? And then we'll draw your orbit here. If you're circularized and the payload is circularized, it is way easier. Okay, so in this particular view, this is a top-down view. So this is Earth. Welcome to Earth. And then, okay, so we have a side view over here, okay? With your side view, you have Earth again. So now we're looking at it from the side. Earths do have tilts to them. Orbits have tilts. They can tilt. You can have an orbit, a target orbit that's like this. How far an orbit tilts, right, relative to the planet that's under it is called inclination, okay? So if we drew a line where the equator is, where Earth's equator is, it's basically in the center, right? You drew a line, the angle right here, represented by that symbol, which is called theta, your angle between the equator and the orbit is called inclination, or just basically how much the orbit is tilted, right? So this type of orbit here, that target orbit right there, has an inclination of 90 degrees. Now, okay, why is this important? Well, you want to make it simple. You want the simplest way to do it. The simplest way to do it is to have your target orbit follow the equator. So right here, you have your orbital tilt relative to the equator is 0. So your inclination, or your tilt, equals 0 degrees, right? Have both of your target orbit and your orbit have matching inclinations, and then back over here, the shape of the orbit is called eccentricity, or ECC for short. Your eccentricity, going back over here, is measured from 0 to 1. If your orbit is 0, that means you're circular. You're circularized, like your orbit is close to a perfect circle. If it's 1, that means your escape velocity. So you want your eccentricity between your two target orbits to be 0, and you want your inclination to be 0 as well. This is the easiest way to practice. Now, you could, if you go and hit Alt F12 in Kerbal, ignore the white text. That's just, in fact, or the yellow text. I think the yellow text is the reason why this thing is being weird. You could put stuff out on the runway, and if you hit Control Alt F12, you can open up the debug menu. The debug menu has a set orbit option. If you go here and you set orbit around Kerbin and you set this number right here to 700,000, the semi-major axis, right? Eccentricity, inclination, ignore all this other stuff for now. Just these are the other orbital parameters. Don't worry about that. SMA, eccentricity, and inclination is what you need to learn. 70,000 is 100 kilometer perfectly circularized. Your orbit semi-major axis is measured, the altitude of the orbit is measured from the center of the celestial body to, well, if your eccentricity is 0, it's to apogee and perigee, but that's another story. So go in here and put something into a perfect target orbit and then try to launch something up to it. But you need your eccentricity and inclination to equal 0. If it doesn't, it becomes a little more difficult. That's the best way to practice. Now, here's the thing. You want to dock two things together, right? So there's two big phases of docking. NASA calls it RPOD. Rendezvous, proximity, operations, and docking. So, RPOD represents those two phases that I'm talking about. Rendezvous is the first one. The rendezvous will get you close proximity. And then from there, you can work on docking. RPOD is the name for basically getting two spacecraft near each other. So like a spacecraft going to the ISS. It performs a rendezvous burn and then proximity operations, getting lined up with the station's docking port and then docking to it. Okay? So rendezvous and proximity and docking are kind of the same thing. So that's one phase. The rendezvous is a big one. So how do you do that? Okay? How do you do this? Well, because your spacecraft is going faster, you can't have your spacecraft here and your target spacecraft right here and then try to go towards it. Earth will pull you away. In fact, burning here, all that's going to do is deorbit you, believe it or not. If you burn in this direction, when you're going this way, this part of your orbit is affected, and that part of your orbit will go down, and you'll actually end up deorbiting. It'll put you into an orbit that looks like this. Crazy, right? So that doesn't work. Don't do that. The ideal way to rendezvous here is to have your spacecraft a little bit below. So you're in an 80-kilometer orbit. 80 kilometers circularized, and it's 100. The target is in a 100-kilometer orbit. So you want to be a little bit lower and a little bit behind. Remember how I said burning here is going to move another part of the orbit? If you burn on the track in the direction that you're going, in Kerbal, it's an icon that's represented like this. That's called a, I don't know why I drew the R first. A prograde orbit, or just, you could call it posigrade, you could call it prograde. The opposite one of that is the retrograde orbit. This is the direction that you came from. That's the direction that you're going. You can burn retrograde when you're deorbiting. You burn posigrade or prograde when you're trying to boost your orbit, when you're trying to go up. So you need to be a little bit below and a little bit behind your payload here. Okay? When you're a little bit below and a little bit behind it, now this is where you got to practice. There's no kind of set way to do this. You know, because rocket science, right? You can get it down to the numbers if you really want to. A real easy way to understand this is the right time to burn. Take the distance between your the two orbits right here. Take the distance. That's 20 kilometers, right? And then approximate 40 kilometers behind. Take it and double it, right? And literally make kind of a right triangle almost between you and the target. If you're 40 kilometers kind of behind here and you have a 20 kilometer differential, that's usually good enough to get you a good rendezvous. What you do from there, okay, is burn posigrade. Find this thing on the nav ball right here. It looks like that. It's a yellow circle with 3 lines. Find that on the nav ball that's down here and burn on it. Not a lot. What it's going to do is it's going to change your eccentricity. Your orbit's going to become egg-shaped, and it's going to look something like this. Note that if you do this right, the highest point in your orbit will be the point of intersection between this thing, your target, and your spacecraft. Okie dokie? Now, you completed the first part of rendezvous. Now, when you get near, so you did your transfer burn here, right? And now you're here. Now you're near the thing. You did the first part of rendezvous. Now, if you kept going, you would start accelerating, right? And you'd go back down because you didn't change this part of your orbit. You boosted one side of your orbit up. The highest point in your orbit right here is called your apoapsis, or AP for short. The lowest point in your orbit, if your orbital eccentricity is greater than 0, the lowest point is called PE, okay? So if your eccentricity is somewhere between 1 and 0, your AP and your PE will be different. The AP is the highest, P is the lowest point. Simple as that, because your orbit is now an egg shape, right? It's elliptical. Okay? You changed your eccentricity here by doing that prograde burn. Okay? And your spacecraft's going to go out here, right? It's going to go out here and you're going to rendezvous. Now, but you're going to get near it, but you have to do something else here. If you stay in this eccentric orbit, if you stay in the eccentric orbit, you're gonna fly past it and you're just gonna keep going back down. You're gonna accelerate. Because at AP, and this is an important thing to understand here. I love refrigerators. Your AP is also the slowest point in your orbit. When your orbital velocity is the slowest is when you're at AP. And when it's the fastest, it means you're at PE. Your AP is when kinetic energy is minimized and potential energy is maximized. Your PE is when kinetic energy is maximized and potential energy is minimized. Right? So you're basically going faster here and you're going slower here. Now, in 100 kilometers, your spacecraft is going, let's say, 2,300 meters a second. Because you're in an eccentric orbit, when you get near your target, your speed and the speed of the object is going to be matched, but it's only going to be for a second, because then you'll fall back down. So, Loken, what do you do? What do you do here? If your target is coming up on the blue line and you're coming up on the red and you get near your target, if you don't do anything, you'll fall away from it. What do? Do you slow down? Do you speed up? Which one is it? Match its speed. You got it, dude. Bingo. You have to do another home and transfer here. You have to do another prograde burn at AP. You have to do another posigrade burn. Posigrade burn at AP will boost your periapsis or your perigee up. And you match its speed to get into the same orbit. That's rendezvous. That's how you do it. That's how you get close. Kerbal is actually super useful in this regard because your nav ball that's down here, the thing with the artificial horizon on it and, 10, 20, 30, 40, looks like a sniper scope in this picture. The nav ball right there will switch targeting modes. It'll switch to a targeting mode called TGT, or target. That's that ball that's in Kerbal that's right here when you're flying. It'll switch to targeting mode. And what target mode is going to do, if you double click in map view, double click on your target here, if you double click it, it'll select it, and the target and the map view will turn yellow, and then your nav ball will switch to targeting mode. When it's in targeting mode, it'll show your different velocity. It'll show what you need to do to match the speed. So, when you're in target mode, you want to find this symbol right here. You want to find that one. You want to find the retrograde symbol because you want to match its speed. So find this on the nav ball and burn till your target indicator equals 0. Now you're matching its speed. But if you're like a kilometer away from it or something, you're still in two different orbits, okay? The next thing once you do, when your target indicator equals 0, and now this is the proximity operations of this. You got to get in the right spot. You can't just rendezvous and just crash into the thing. It doesn't work that way. You got to get near it, and then you got to orient yourself to the docking port. But that starts with getting close. On your nav ball, when your target equals 0, you're not in the right orbit. If you were in the same orbit as it, you'd be docked to it. So you're still in a slightly different orbit than it, but you're close enough to match its speed, right? Now what you're going to look for is a target indicator on your nav ball. The target indicator it's like this color right here, and it'll look like that. See that right there? You're looking for that on the nav ball when you're in targeting mode. Take that and take your retrograde or your posigrade indicator and make your posigrade indicator burn the rockets on the spacecraft till your posigrade indicator is over the target. That means you're going towards it. Simple as that. Now keep in mind, you're going towards it, but you're still in a different orbit. So going towards it, the target indicator, the prograde indicator might deviate because you're still orbiting around the planet, right? It might deviate. If it deviates, find that retrograde marker, burn till target says 0, and then burn towards the target again. Rinse and repeat until you're close. If you're good at this, you can do it in one burn. Because remember, burning towards the target is kind of the brute force way. Remember, you don't want to go right to target because it's gonna fall away. You're gonna miss. You have to kind of burn to where the thing's gonna be, right? Like very similar to doing the rendezvous burn. This initial transfer burn here. You're not looking at the target when you're burning. You're looking over here somewhere, and your target is over there. You're burning in this direction because you want to be. If you do that prograde burn, you want to be. You're putting your orbit to where the target is going to be, and you're trying to match it. So, target indicator, make your target indicator 0 by finding the retrograde icon, and then find your target icon, right? And then burn towards the target, put the prograde indicator on target, rinse and repeat until you're close. Once you're close, you've completed the proximity part of this. So, rendezvous and proximity I kind of rope into one, but yeah, it technically is 3 phases here. In Kerbal, I call it 2 because there's getting near the spacecraft and then docking to it. So I rope rendezvous and proximity in Kerbal to teach it better as one thing. But it's kind of a separate thing with NASA. So now you got to line up. Now you're near it. Now you got to line up with whatever docking port you're trying to get to. So orient your craft so your ship is more or less pointed at that docking port, and then burn towards it. Remember, your target indicator and your prograde indicator are going to deviate because even though you're right next to this thing, you're still in a slightly different orbit, so you're going to move. You're going to drift around a little bit. This is where a reaction control system, RCS, really comes into play. So, what's RCS? RCS is this stuff here. And if you know this already, Loken, like if you know what reaction control systems are, I'm just going to explain it because I'm sure there are people watching that this is useful information for. See these little thrusters right there? See how they go in every direction? That is used for rendezvous, for proximity and docking operations. Any spacecraft that has something like this on it, like the Apollo CSM, did that have to dock to things? Oh yeah, absolutely. It has to dock to the Lunar Ascent Module. This thing doesn't go down to the surface. That's a totally different spacecraft, but it has to dock with said spacecraft. So this is where you want RCS on your vehicle. That's really important because that lets you fine-tune and get lined up with a docking port. So at this point, when we're doing our docking operations, I would not even be using my main engine. Shut that off and just use the RCS to get close. And then, you know, if you rinse and repeat, target indicator 0, burn towards the target, target indicator 0, burn towards the target indicator 0, burn towards the target. You keep rinsing and repeating, and eventually you're going to dock. It takes practice. It takes time. In real life, they have a computer do it for them. In Kerbal, unless you feel like sitting here and coding a damn guidance system, there are mods for KSP. I have this one called kRPC. kRPC lets you write scripts in Python, so you could code a guidance system for Kerbal. It's just a mod, but you could do it. And I have coded guidance systems. I'm not very good at it. I'm not that good of a coder, to be honest with you, but don't tell nobody. But I know orbital mechanics pretty good. So just do that. Rinse and repeat. Rendezvous, proximity, operations, dock. RPOD. That's what NASA does. And the less burns that you can do to get near, the more efficient. NASA's gotten it down to where they can basically get right. They can get the spacecraft lined up with the docking port with like a 1 second burn. They do it in one shot. They get the spacecraft out in front. So they do rendezvous and proximity in one shot with one burn, which is skills, man. That's really difficult to do. I mean, but it's NASA. They're pretty good at this.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, Savvy, I have kRPC for coding stuff, and then I have a bunch of visual mods, and that's it. So, Loken, that's what you got to do. It's a little bit of a long explanation, but you want the simplest way? That's the simplest way. Get your target and your spacecraft into completely circular orbits. Make sure their tilt isn't different, because then it complicates things, right? and then go from there. The funny thing is that you're looking for a simple way to practice. That's the way to practice. Crazy thing is that that's what NASA does. It's what NASA does. The most efficient way to dock to something is to have zero eccentricity in the exact same inclination. In fact, NASA is so good at this, and don't get me wrong, it's not just NASA. Everyone does this way. NASA's so good at this that some missions that go out of Cape Canaveral go in different directions. ISS missions out of 39A, so like if they're sending Dragon, they go this way. They fly northeast. They insert directly into the tilt of the ISS because the International Space Station is 51.6 degrees inclined. It's in an orbit that goes this way. Because when that goes over the equator right here, the angle between the equator and the ISS's orbit is 51.6 degrees. Why? Why do they do that? Well, the International Space Station is in this type of orbit because, well, it's the namesake, international. It's in that weird type of tilt so the Russians can get at it, and the Japanese can get at it, and the Europeans from their launch site in South America can get at it. All the international partners can get to it from their respective launch sites. That's why it's in that weird tilted orbit. But yeah, what NASA does is they wait for the ISS's orbit to kind of cross over Florida, and then they launch. They launch directly in to match the inclination, because it's easier to rendezvous to something when you have your inclination matched out of the box. And because Kerbal is really damn good at representing physics, it's pretty damn good for orbital mechanics. It's not the highest fidelity simulation, but it's good enough to get the point across. Having matched inclination out of the box is huge. That's really important. Is there a way to make swing-wing aircrafts without making the wings flap like a bird? Yep, use a bigger... Yeah, Viz, use a bigger hinge or a bigger servo. Or use that hybrid tech thing, those thermometers with RCS balls to make an axle for the robotics so it doesn't move. Good game, thanks man. Yeah, no problem. Like I said guys, 15,000 hours in Kerbal. If you have questions, if you just bought it on Epic, Kerbal is a game about rocket science, okay? It's rocket science. It's difficult, okay? Rocket science is difficult. But here's the thing. Learning rocket science is not difficult. Rocket science, knowing and understanding how it works, easy. That's the easy part. Doing rocket science is the hard part. I know how a rocket engine works. It's pretty straightforward. You just make an explosion, fill up a Venturi. It's that simple. You take an explosion and you squeeze it through a funnel. That's it. It's that simple. Do you see me going and making a Falcon 9 in real life? No. Doing rocket science is the hard part. But rocket science is really easy to learn. It's a kind of a misconception. It's really easy to understand the subject matter. It's not difficult. It's physics at its purest. You know? Also check your notifier. Hey, Just Space had a 31-month resub. Oh, you gifted a sub to Zaburer, man. Right on. Thanks. Isn't Baikonur at 51 north latitude? It's actually above 51 north latitude, Green. Yeah. Every Russian launch, I think it's either... It might be. But every Russian launch doesn't launch due east. They launch northeast if they're launching a Soyuz because they have to go around China. Nice dish. What's that, Phil? We know a few details about Blue Origin's secretive Blue Ring project. There's a critical need for rideshare and hosting solutions for small satellites. Ah, interesting, Phil. Neat. Do you know a tutorial for swing-wing aircrafts in KSP, if you know of any? Bizen, I don't think there's particularly a tutorial around it, dude. Yeah, all rockets do, guys, is just accelerate hot gases out of a funnel. That's it. It's that simple. Yeah, I mean, you guys said it in chat. If you take a balloon and blow up a balloon, let it go, that's a rocket. That's exactly what it does. It does that. That's it. That is a pressure-fed monopropellant rocket. But that's not very efficient. You don't see us filling up a blimp, right, and then letting it go off of a launch pad, right? Like, you need a pretty big balloon. There are easier ways to do it. Most of it involves taking a liquid fuel and oxidizer, exploding them, and then forcing them out of nozzle. Because gases, when they get hot, per the ideal gas law, right? When gases get warm, they expand. You can create better pressure if you blow something up inside of said combustion chamber instead of just filling it up with pressure and letting it go. It's not, it's that simple. Hey Baron, what's going on? When is the station going into space? I want to try to get it done, get ready to put up the first payload today, Stormy. If not, it'll be on Monday. I can say that with high confidence. I have to fix a problem here with the solar panel arrays. Weren't they going to use a pressure-fed engine on Sea Dragon? Yes, Baron. I would have been pretty surprised if a pressure-fed engine that big would work. But yeah, they were trying to use pressure-fed because there's no turbo pump that could deliver enough propellant to an injector plate for a rocket that big. Not a chance. No turbo. There's no turbo pump that could be that. You'd need to make a jet engine the size of a Saturn V. No, not the Saturn V's engine. I'm talking about the size of the Saturn V to move that much propellant. Only way to do it with a rocket engine that big is pressure fed. Similar to the idea of like an SRB. An SRB works kind of similar. An SRB is just a pipe that blows up stuff, commodities inside of it, and then forces it out of a funnel at the end. It's that simple. Like 2 moving parts at best. Pascal's law? It's the ideal gas law. Bravo. Yeah, I don't know if that's Pascal's law. PV equals nRT. It's the ideal gas law. If you understand what happens to gases when you heat them up and when you cool them, you can understand how a rocket engine works. It's pretty straightforward stuff. Like I said, very straightforward, hard to do because you're literally containing an explosion inside of a tube. Tube. Usually, like the military takes explosions and they put them inside of tubes that don't sustain the explosion, and it just it's easy to make it do that. That's easy to do. To contain it inside of that tube and then force it out the bottom, that's difficult. That's the hard part. Tube. You know that gif where the meme tries to absorb the knowledge from the book using his hands? Yeah, guys, if you bought KSP on Epic and you have no idea, stick with the stream, dude. I can answer questions all day, but I also got to get my space program going. This is a space station that I built for my program. I'm using a space shuttle to assemble it, and it's going to be built in kind of the same manner as the ISS. It looks, bears some passing resemblance. But I have a problem. These solar panels don't play well here, and my space station turns into wild, wacky, inflatable arm flailing tube man up in space. So, yeah, we don't want that. Does the airlock impact the radiators? Just space, I actually made the radiator a singular, smaller radiator because of that. Check it out. We turned the Apollo Ascent module into the airlock because I wanted a two-person airlock. So I made it kind of look like the Quest airlock that's up on the ISS, but I made it out of an Apollo Ascent vehicle. Beautiful station. Thanks, guys. Yeah, what I try to do is if I'm working on a station project and I'm trying to assemble, like, if we're not sending it up in one shot like Skylab, I like to build out the entire station first and then break it down into components and then launch it. Sick. Oh, by the way, you're feeling a little bit better. Okay, cool. Tube. Oh, that's my job. You'd be surprised how easily stuff can be blown up. Oh, it's easy. It's easy to make something atomize and make it explode, Baron. Doing that in a contained environment, that's the difficult part. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You can make stuff pop, no problem. You have a freedom poster in your room. I like it. Anyway, so we got a problem with these solar panels here. So what I'll do is, because we have a port and starboard solar panel, I'll modify these ones and we'll use that to compare. Is it possible to make a rocket with a spaceplane on top without a fairing not flip? Sure, Erudite. You got to lower your center of pressure enough. Von Braun wanted to put a spaceplane on top of a rocket in the 50s. This concept eventually became the Saturn V, believe it or not. You want to know the real quick and dirty solution? Look at whatever wing is on your rocket and put a bigger wing on the bottom. That'll do it. Sure. Oh, it's done today after a medication allergy. Oh, well, that's good. Not. I'm happy you're okay, Zebur. Yep. Yeah, see? You really want the quick and easy way to do it? Put a bigger wing on the bottom of your spacecraft. That'll stabilize it out. Yeah, that'll work. That's the... Erudite, there are other ways to do this. But, yeah. Sorry for your off-topic question. I like to build stations like the one you did. When I try to move it to space, it's unstable and twitching all over the place. I need to attach every module and part with struts so it stops switching. Any idea how to fix that? Baron, that is my meal ticket. The hierarchy. Okay, when you go to make something in KSP, KSP uses a single part hierarchical system. What does that mean? So how the way spacecraft are coded is, think of it like a tree. What does a tree look like? You have your stump down at the bottom, and then, you know, the stump gets smaller and smaller as you go up, and then you have more branches going off. And the branches of the tree, right? As you get further and further in the tree, the branches get smaller and smaller, right? The branches get smaller and smaller, right? The diameter, like the wood, is actually smaller than it is at the stump. The stump is the strongest part. Build spacecraft like that in KSP. Now, KSP has part connections, right? You have part connections, so you have something like this, like, you know, see the green and black ball? That's a node attach, or you can radially attach, or surface attach, where you just can kind of attach it to something like that. Surface attach, node attach I've found is a little bit stronger than surface attaching something, but yeah. This created a connection here, but that's a big honkin' fuel tank. That big honkin' fuel tank is connected to a small I-beam. Small I-beam. And that small I-beam is connected to a girder, which is connected to docking ports, which is connected to my tree stump, so to speak, which is this girder segment right here. See how when I put my mouse over this girder segment, it highlights the entire space station? That's my tree stump, okay? If you have another tree stump far away from the tree stump at the front, you're gonna have a problem, right? Now with Kerbal, how you should do this, that should be the top of your rocket. That should be the command capsule, right? The capsule that you make like this. That should be your root. That's called a root part. The reason why it's called a root part is because it's the root. It's the basis of the thing, right? The only way, if I wanted a big fuel tank that was way far down in the hierarchy, the only way to do that is to make a strong tree branch, so to speak, to get to that bigger part. Think something like the Saturn V. That's a good example. You know, your rocket's going to get bigger and bigger as you go first stage, second stage, third stage, right? But you have to build like this. If you try to put a big tree stump out here, you're going to snap this branch. And that's the game telling you that you snapped a branch when your spacecraft starts doing this up in space. When it just starts gyrating around. That means there's a connection in here that it doesn't like. So you got to go back and look at how you attached your parts correctly. I have a building rule that I go by called the Kevin Bacon rule. I call it 6 degrees of separation. Anybody that knows a little bit about kind of internet fun folk memes, I guess, knows that you can connect Kevin Bacon. He's been in so many different movies. You can literally connect him through 6 degrees to any actor, right? If you need to have a tree stump somewhere else in the hierarchy of your great big Kerbal tree, right? Try to make as little amounts of degrees of separation between the tree stumps, between you and the other heavy part. The less degrees of separation between a big piece and your root part, the better. So basically, the shorter you can make these branches, the better. You would want to opt for a design that looks like this, right? Every intersection of a line is down the hierarchy, right? Something like this, you know, say there's 3 parts at the end of one part here, like that. Your tree looking like that, looking more like an evergreen, if you were trying to make it into a hierarchy, like a hierarchical thing. If it looks more like an evergreen and less like a big maple tree, you're better. You're better off. This is stronger than this, way stronger. Because if I needed a big heavy part out here on the end, right, you're less degrees of separation from your root part. The Kevin Bacon rule. Use it. Trust me, it works. Now, you guys want to see what a hierarchy looks like? I'll show you the station. So CTS5 station prototype. There's a website that one of the viewers of the stream called Theix made. Theix.co.uk, hierarchy visualizer. Check this out. Choose file. Let's go into here, CTS5 station. I will literally show you what the hierarchy looks like for the craft file that we're working on here. Now, I've only covered here, I've only covered mainline connections. I haven't covered struts. Struts basically are a temporary or secondary type of connection, right? If you see blue right here, the blue are my struts. Now, with the struts, you can connect branches together, but the struts aren't the end-all be-all solution to your problems, okay? Think about it like if you're trimming a hedge, right? You can kind of wire 2 tree branches together to kind of make it more like stronger or whatever. I don't know too much about landscaping, right? Whatever. Those secondary connections can bridge branches, right? You can connect stuff together, but that isn't your end-all be-all, right? Because you can't run a strut from a branch all the way up on the top of the tree to the tree stump, which is right there. But you see how if you look at the station in hierarchical view, see what I'm talking about? Look at the station in hierarchy view and look at how each module is made. The branches are very small on each part of the tree. See? Very small. They don't go more than 2 to 3 degrees of separation away from the main stump or the main line. See? Looks cool, doesn't it? Build like this. Keep the branches short. And if you have to attach 2 things together, 6 degrees of separation from your root part. It doesn't have to be 6. Just make it as little as you can. Because having 6 or 7 parts between the top and bottom of your rocket and having 130 parts between the top and your bottom of your rocket is the difference between it noodling out and it being nice and strong. You got to simplify. Simplify how you build. That's rocket science, man. Kevin Bacon is an alien. Hey, maybe. If you keep the branches small on your hierarchy, when you build in Kerbal, craft stays stronger. That absolutely is a thing. Hey, Floating, what's going on? Yeah, Floating Disk has the link. You can anybody can load their craft files into that visualizer. Like, even if I sit here and I showed you guys the shuttle, I'll show you the shuttle stack. My space shuttle stack is a fair amount of parts. Even then, if we look at I'm using panels as tiles for my thermal protection system, right? See how short the branches are? They're not very long. They're never more than 4 or 5 parts. Keep the branches short, but stick to a stronger main line. So see, that's the crew compartment up at the front of the shuttle. That's the shuttle's payload bay. All the branches for all the stuff that's in the payload bay is very short. Okay, this is the aft orbiter segment. Small branches. Those are the engines. those are my the space shuttle main engines. 1, 2, and 3. See? Keep the branches short. Very important to understand. Even the SRBs. Look. Now, these branches right here are a long distance away, right? The physical distance between parts doesn't matter. I'm talking about the relationship between parts, which is a difference. See all these parts, the separator motors for the SRB, they're all connected to the main SRB shape. You can have a longer distance physically between parts, but you don't want to have like 20 parts attached to this piece going in that direction. That's not very strong. It'll noodle out of control. What does Venture Star look like in this? LV5B. This is the big SSTO. Yeah. So cool you can easily tell what vehicle it is from the auto strut lines. Ian, the way I build, if we keep the branches short and use auto struts, it works. It basically makes bulkheads for you. It makes stringers, just like what you'd see on a real spacecraft. That's what I'm talking about. When Ian, I know you know this, but for the newer viewers, if you understand, like, okay, I know this looks like a freaking mess. It is because it is. Because it's a freaking mess. It's a freaking mess. If you're looking at this going, I don't know what the frick this guy is saying. Basically, I'm talking about the relationship between the parts. Now, you can use secondary connections like auto strut and regular strut. Auto strut is the secondary connections that aren't blue. Blue is regular struts, like the strut part. If you use auto strut and regular strut all together, you can make something that's absurdly strong, and you can structurally make it work like its real-life counterpart if you really know what you're doing. Now, don't get me wrong. If you're a new Kerbal player, you bought it on Epic, do not even attempt to try and build something like this. Just build a rocket that gets into orbit. Keep it simple. So, fuel tank, engine at the bottom, send it. Don't try to do this. This is advanced building. But yeah, in the short branches combined with symmetry nodes and auto strut symmetry nodes basically make stringers. That's why the SSTO was so strong. You guys want to know what's messed up? I missed one strut in this entire design. I missed one. I missed one connection. One of my branches was 1 degree too long, and that's what caused the SSTO to explode. Like the landing gear problems that we were having when you landed it and it just blew up into a bajillion pieces. I missed one freaking branch. Turns out it was the most important branch. It was the tree stump, but whatever. If you can get it into space and it doesn't explode, you are A-okay. Bingo. Yep, that's the large SSTO in hierarchical view. But even then, you can see I keep my branches short. That's done on purpose. I kept the branches for my fuel tanks, for the bilobe fuel tank design, Ian, that I did, were just a little bit too long. It couldn't hold the connection. So what I attempted to do was literally build this like a rocket. So I have the main stack. The main stack was the structural backbone. So think like the Kerbal 10 rocket in the game that comes with the game. You have a main stack and you have a bunch of boosters on the side. Short branches. I made the bilobe tanks basically asparagus-fed tanks that are off of the mainline hierarchy. Problem is that the connection for these 5-meter tanks I ended up using a node-attached connection, which in this particular scenario was node attached to a big fairing right here. And that fairing, the connection between the fairing here and the mainline stack wasn't strong enough. Literally, I missed one branch. I did not make the tree stump strong enough. You attach a couple of struts in the right spots here, and you put this on a radial connection to pick up on the symmetry nodes better. It fixes the entire thing. Yarg is the one that actually helped me fix this thing. Yeah. I missed one branch. That was the only problem I had, Ian. Consider this. I built this whole dang thing, and missing one strut connection was the only reason it didn't work perfectly on the first try. That's right, JustSpace, yeah. Yeah, JustSpace, me too, man. Kerbal changed my life, dude. Whole thing is only as strong as the weakest link. Yeah, Floating. Out of all of this, I missed one. On the first try, I missed one. One damn thing. And that's what caused the thing to blow up on landing all those times. Ian, if I redo that to a radial connection out of the box instead of node attached to a fairing and then strut it off the main line, it works perfectly. And then we spend more time fixing the pad and fixing all those problems, and I probably am still flying in the mission mode save with this to this day. I missed one goddamn strut out of the box, dude. So freaking annoying. Do you think the space shuttle would survive a water landing in case of a failed landing attempt? No. The space shuttle hitting the water would be like dropping an egg and hoping it stays in one piece. Remember, in order for the space shuttle to hit 0 degrees of climb, so not nosedive into the ground, it needs to have a surface velocity above whatever you're trying to land on of about 200 miles an hour. Hitting water at 200 miles an hour, even if you're skimming off of it, is a real good way to not have a vehicle anymore. Watch any airplane that's trying to land in water. Now, don't get me wrong, I know what people are going to say. Sully is the exception of this. You know, the Miracle on the Hudson. That's why it's called the Miracle on the Hudson, because most planes that aren't designed to land in water, that land in water, are not discernible when they go to try and find them. You just see a bunch of pieces of airplane floating on the top if it hasn't sunk. That's the reason why what happened with Sully is absurd, because he straight up landed a plane intact in water that wasn't a seaplane. That is a freaking miracle. That should not have happened. The only thing that the plane lost was an engine. The engine fell off, which is that's impressive, dude. Then what would the shuttle do if they failed to reach the landing strip? Well, see, Viz, I'm gonna get back into Kerbal. I'm gonna work on my solar panels. I'll talk about this in work. Isn't that plane in a museum? It's in a museum in North Carolina. Yeah, exactly. Basically stalled the plane right on the water. It's perfect landing. Dude, like a computer couldn't do it better, Tessa, which is kind of absurd when you think about it. Better than the front falling off. Well, the front fell off. Yep. So what would the shuttle do if they either reached the landing? So, Viz, that's a really bad way of looking at things. Now, why? Why is it a bad way of looking at things? What does that mean? It's a bad way of looking at things because, dude, you don't plan to fail. Remember how I said a second ago, if you do your space flight correctly, you should, like, if you do your math out right and you're prepared for it, that shouldn't happen. If you intended to land on this runway and all the systems work as intended, right? You should land on the runway. You should get there every time. That's not how NASA and not how space, like anybody that's working on space flights, it's not how you deal with risk. You maximize your chances of success. And that's a logic flaw, right? With engineering. You engineer something to maximize its potential of working. Okay? You don't sit there and say, "Oh, what if a wing falls off when we're going through re-entry?" Why would the wing fall off during re-entry? If the wing is falling off during re-entry and that's something that can just happen, your wing wasn't built right. You didn't build your wing good enough. You don't sit there and say, oh, yeah, the wing might come off during re-entry. That's not a good idea. That's not a good way to do things. You don't think about that when you're engineering it. So, you know, oh, how would the shuttle land if, you know, how would the shuttle land in water if it, you know, if an engine failed and they landed in water? Well, the best way to go about trying to figure out what would happen if that happened is to basically make sure that it doesn't. And that's what they did with the shuttle. They make sure that it doesn't. Because if the shuttle lands in the water, you're pretty much dead. Just like if it, and that, don't get me wrong, that's not like, oh, well, the shuttle can't land in the water. It's pretty much a piece of junk. It's the same case for any airplane, except if it's a seaplane. Any airplane that's not designed, or any aerospace vehicle that's not designed to land in water, landing in water usually means a loss of crew and aircraft. Not to be morbid, but yeah. So the best way to go about preventing that problem, what would happen if that problem? The best way to go about it is to make sure that that doesn't happen. Yeah, green. Or because a piece of foam hit the leading edge. Yes. Yeah, the best way to prevent that problem is to redesign the part that came off the vehicle, because parts flying off of your rocket that aren't intended to fly off your rocket is usually a bad thing. You really don't want that to happen. With hindsight, was there really any type of launch escape system that could have been implemented on the shuttle and make sense? Or was the design too set in stone to make any usable launch escape system? Ian, I will just go out right and say it. The shuttle with any type of launch escape system would actually probably get more people killed than not having one. Think about it, dude. You design a separator system that's going to get the shuttle away from the external tank in the event of a RUD. How are you going to move 62 tons of mass tangentially away from a stack going like Mach 5? How are you going to do that? Honestly, that would get more people killed. That's why people are like, oh, EJ, Shuttle 2 fixes all of the Space Shuttle's problems. No, it doesn't. If Shuttle 2 ever flew, more people would have died on that than the Space Shuttle. Because you're trading simplicity and risk aversion for higher complexity. Higher complexity is more risk in spaceflight, Ian, right? That's why launch escape systems, for the longest time, were just literally a solid rocket that tows the rocket away. It's as simple as it possibly can be. Think about it. The best way to get that shuttle to work, the best thing that they could have done, which they didn't, best way to do it would have been to put those RS-25s, put the boosters on the test stand every freaking day for like 5 years straight until the shuttle was ready to fly. Not do 1 test, 2 tests, 3 tests. No. Aerojet Rocketdyne built those engines to work 55 times without being refurbished. And then somehow, they started flying the shuttle without proving that. Remember what I said about building something and flying it when you don't understand what you made? It usually gets people killed. Like, that's what happened during Apollo 1. That's what happened during Challenger. That's what happened during Columbia. That's what happened during Soyuz 11, Soyuz 1. Every single spaceflight failure can be attributed to that problem alone. And it sucks. But, yeah, that's what happened. Dude, Ian, if the shuttle had a SpaceX-style testing regime where they had a shuttle engine on the stand every freaking day, and they mass-produced shuttle engines, made 100 of those things, and, dude, heck, if you make it 100 of those things and 50 of them ended up blowing up on the test stand, well, you pay for that reliability later down the road. Because the best way to prevent a failure in space from happening is to anticipate, understand, and prevent that problem from happening in the first place. That's just spaceflight, dude. And it doesn't matter if it's SpaceX or NASA. All of them use that mentality. SpaceX does all the time. They do it in a little more forward-falling way, so to speak. Yeah, you need. Okay, Savvy, you want to nitpick at it? There's failsafe and there's safe life. Failsafe is exactly what you're describing, when it fails in a safe way. Best example is the A-10 landing gear. When the hydraulics fail, the failure mode still allows for a partial landing. There are critical parts that fall into the safe life situation. They are designed to work for an entire life without fail. The shuttle wings would fit in that situation. Yeah, I mean, if we want to get a little more complex into it, Savvy, sure, absolutely. The shuttle only failed because they ignored the engineering. They didn't follow, they didn't trust, they didn't verify the data. They just said, frick it, it's fine. And then sent it, and then it wasn't fine because it's doing something that you don't understand. Columbia was the same way. It's a shame. It's a damn shame, but that's the way it is, man. Anyway, let's finish this. So I'm gonna redo one of the solar panels, and we'll compare it to we'll compare old design to new by zipping this station up into space with the debug. So what I'm gonna do is get rid of this, and we need to redo our node connections here. I'm fairly confident radial attaching to this is the problem. We need something concrete here. Hey Andrew, I haven't been able to catch a recent streams of video school and baseball. It's not a bad thing, dude. Just curious, have you read Challenger and Columbia accident investigation reports? Yeah, both of them. The Rogers Commission and CABE multiple times, Just Space. Absolutely. It's a very serious thing that you got to teach people, especially if people want to get into aerospace. The ethics of space flight are a very, 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 very important thing to learn and understand. I don't need to tell you that. You know that. Guys, every aerospace engineer, part of getting an aerospace engineering degree is part of passing an engineering ethics class. And those engineering ethics class talk about Challenger and Columbia. Starship will always fail re-entry if it keeps losing tiles on static fires. Just look at the shuttle disaster that was caused by tile loss. Yeah, Erudite, it's a little more complicated than what you're letting on, to be honest with you. Yeah, that's a little more complex than what you're saying. The regime in which they're testing tiles for engine static fires has to deal with sound reverberation, something that you're not necessarily getting during re-entry. So yes, you're right, and no. If it can't survive a static fire, it probably can't survive, like, entry. But you got to understand that those are two different testing regimes. That's an entirely different mode for the vehicle. Like, entirely different. It actually wasn't required when it actually should be. What? Most useful lessons I had were safety, human systems, and actual fault tracking.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That's interesting. I know all about normalization in Deviant 643. Yep. Not smart. There were so many, yeah, it's fine, going on. There's so much of that going on with the shuttle program, it's kind of alarming. When you sit there, you're like, you thought that was okay to do. Okay. And don't get me wrong, there were people that recognized it and said, this is a really dumb idea, we probably shouldn't do this, and then, yeah, it did it anyway. And yeah, lo and behold, it sucks, and I don't like talking about this stuff, guys. It really is sad. But it's a vital thing to understand. It's very important. Set traverse rate to 10, no damping on this. And we want to set angle 90 to 180. And then what I want to do, yeah, 643. It's annoying when that takes precedent, but yep, hey. Failure is the best teacher, as they say. I just really wish we didn't fail like that, because that single-handedly doomed the shuttle to basically irrelevancy, which is annoying because I will still say to this day, I will still say to this day that the shuttle is a very, very, very good design. It's really well thought out for what it is, dudes. Shame. Shame that. Alright, I'm just fixing up my solar panels here. So I have that grip pad there just as a way to bridge that gap. My biggest concern with Starship is the G-forces of the flip and how they're going to keep all 100 crew safe inside. Erudite, yeah, I suppose, I mean, that's a problem that needs to be solved, but I honestly don't think it's going to be as bad as you think it is. You know why? Because where does Starship pivot around when it goes to do that flip and burn maneuver? Think about it. Where is it pivoting? Just an interesting thought exercise here. Where is Starship pivoting around? The front wings are open. The rear wings are compressed. Where does it pivot? It pivots right around where the crew would be. Believe it or not, the rotation from that wouldn't be as bad as you might think. Interesting, right? No, it doesn't necessarily move around its COM, but it moves the center of mass into a position, or it moves the center of lift into a position where it's basically the moment that's induced from that flip and burn maneuver basically makes it so where the crew would be riding doesn't rotate that much. Watch. See? Now, if you were riding down here at the bottom of Starship, oh yeah, you'd throw up. Oh yeah, that's like being on a thrill ride. But where the payload bay is, look at where it's rotating. Where the payload bay is, it doesn't rotate that bad. And, you know, obviously it's still rotating like 90 to 180 degrees. Well, 90 because you're going like this to this, right? But that point of rotation is literally where the crew would be. I don't think people would get sick from that because it would just be like being in a recliner, like a lazy boy, you know? I don't think people would get sick because the moment of you relative to rotation is not, or the moment of where basically the rotational forces from where the crew is relative to where the center of mass is not that much. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think SpaceX already took that into account, dude. Believe it or not. My engineering ethics taught me the ring engineers get to wear in Quebec at least were made for a long time from the steel from a famous Quebec bridge that collapsed and killed many people as a reminder. Oh, yeah, Case. Yeah, you gotta remind, yeah, people, there's lives at stake here. You really can't screw around with that. If you think you can, you're an idiot. And that's why analysis and math is so freaking important. See last, okay? New beta pics from KSP were posted on Steam. We actually looked at them, Ian, right before you came in. I looked at them for like the first 45 minutes of stream. You hype? I'm hype. Rip my GPA. Yeah, I know what you mean. Will SpaceX have to man-rate Starship for a launch through NASA or do it themselves? So they'll have to man-rate HLS for landings on the moon, Sam. You know, and people say, you know, oh, well, if you're going to human rate it, why don't they just human rate Starship? Why only human rate the lander? Human rating the lander is a really weird thing to do. Why would you human rate a lander that's designed to land on the moon for launch on Earth? Why would you do that? It's not like the astronauts during Apollo were riding up into space on the lander. Different set of criteria. Remember, for NASA's HLS design, Starship human landing system, so the lunar lander version of Starship doesn't launch with anybody aboard. The only part that you have to human rate is the part where you land on the moon. Getting into space is not you don't necessarily need to abide by human rating for that. Because, like I said, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin didn't ride up into space on the LEM, right? Why would someone do that? So yeah, I mean they have human rating requirements for HLS Starship. And you know that SpaceX is going to... SpaceX knows the human rating requirements for a capsule that launches into space because of Dragon. If I had to guess, if I was a betting man, I would say that SpaceX is engineering the regular version of Starship and HLS for human rating, if I had to guess. Maybe not HLS for low Earth orbit ascent, for the ride uphill, but definitely for the ride down and uphill on the moon. They are human rating, both of them, but they're different human rating certifications. I'm pretty sure Starship Prime, so like the one that's supposed to carry people on it, I'm sure they're engineering it to be human rated. At least certified for human rating. I'm pretty damn sure, actually. I would never land on Earth in a Starship. Okay? Everybody's skeptical of something new. Everybody thought that, you know, cars were stupid. Why would you buy a car? Your horse does everything that a car does. You don't see many people commuting to work on a horse nowadays, do you? 100 years ago, pretty much the opposite. How the big Starship that is supposedly going to launch with people will work. I'm thinking they will launch them empty and then supply cruise starships through Dragons in low Earth orbit. I figured HLS would be all by the book in that sense and rated. Why do I find this darkly funny? The guy that intentionally drove his car off of a cliff is being covered by the... So the news report about the guy that intentionally drove his car off a cliff is... The news is officially reporting credit to Tesla's design for it not being a fatal accident. Huh. Okay. I mean, Teslas are really strong, dude. They're overbuilt on purpose because they got to protect that battery pack. That's yeah, that's kind of important. Yeah, it lines up better if we flip that grip pad. All right, guys, I gotta put my head down and get to work here. Good conversations, though. News credits Tesla designed to his survival. 250 to 300 foot drop, and everyone survived. That's a stout car. It's good engineering, man. It's good engineering. Like, why, oh, why would Tesla engineers even bother to rate the car for flying off of a cliff? But Franz von Holhausen and Elon definitely took that into account for whatever freaking stupid reason. They definitely took it into account. And yeah, see, that's what I mean about doing your homework. It pays off. It definitely pays off. Don't get me wrong. I'm pretty dang sure they didn't rate it to be cliff proof. You know what I mean? They were probably trying to get a better crash test rating. To have like the Institute for Highway Safety give it like a 5-star rating or something. That's most likely why they did that. But still, over-engineering in that regard is not a bad idea. Society is dumb, that's why. Yeah, those things sticking out is going to be an issue. We won't have clearance inside of the shuttle's payload bay. It's a shame because I like this hinge design. It's a sick deployment? Thanks, Wiser. Yeah, don't mind me just drooling over your solar deployment. It doesn't work. You can drool over it all you want. It's junk, Audrey. It doesn't work. Maybe we'll opt for a smaller hinge. We might be able to go back and use these here. But we have the Rocco Max micro node here. It's 15 kilos. That is a lot of kilos to be this far out on the solar panel array. Set the traverse rate to 10. And set us 0 to 90. Oop. Oh, hang on. Flip that thing around. There we go. So these things, when we went to put them up in testing the other day, they started freaking out and they started going wild, wacky, inflatable arm flailing tube, man. It's because this hierarchically, this tree branch is a little long, but there's not much I can do to get around that, so we need to find a way to optimize this. First pick of the DC-200. It looks like a Mark II spaceplane. I think it looks like Dart, to be honest with you. It's literally Dart, demo. That's strange. So there's a fellow Kerbal streaming buddy of mine, guys, just on a side note. On a side note. Freaking Canadians. There's a viewer in chat that a guy also streams. His name's Snackless Kerbal. Snackless is a good builder, and I trust his judgment when it comes to this. He said that grandparent strutting solar panels usually fixes them. So what I'm going to do is, in the old hierarchy, with a grandparent strut, this was strutting to the hinge because they were attached to an I-beam. So if you tried to grandparent strut the solar panel, it would strut it to a very weak robotic. We don't want that, necessarily. So I'm going to attach the solar panel directly to the robotic part, and then the thing that bridges the gap here is just a grip pad. And the grip pad is literally there just to look nice, just to look like it's not just floating in 3D space. So let me copy this, flip it around like that, and then absolute snap that into position. Two of these are facing the wrong way. Now don't get me wrong, they do rotate, but I like all of them facing the right way because I'm weird. No, the DC-201 Sam is the crew-rated one. DC Dream Chaser 100 series is the cargo version. Snackless is a good hierarchical builder, Loopy. He does a good job. This design is actually more lightweight than that design. So with that Rocco Max micro node there, we get a good node attached, and these things will grandparent strut not to the hinge but to the micro node. I'm still a little bit worried about the moment. Basically, this is a heavy part on the end of these hydraulics. It has more moment. It'll be able to move them around easier because it's a long fulcrum right there. Long fulcrum. Fulcrum. Anyway. When launching it if it doesn't work is probably not a good idea, Kyron. Yeah, Sam, I guess I understand. Launch. So, I think what we'll do this is the one that was constantly screwing up yesterday. Let me check something. Are these struts are disabled on these out of the box? Yeah, okay. So I'm going to take this, right? I'm going to copy it. And I'm going to make the forward solar panel arrays here have the newer system, and I'll put the ones in the back. The ones in the back will have the older attachment system. And we'll see which one works better. Now, like I said, we are in our engineering and debugging save, so we can get away with it. It doesn't work in mission mode, Civex. It works in engineering mode. Like if somebody redeemed just launch it now, well, I'm pretty much ready to go. So, is this based off of the ISS? Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. It's ISS inspired, but it's not an exact copy. My main thing with this station for the save, the main thing with the station is to learn how to use the robotic arms to build bigger vehicles, bigger transfer vehicles. That's the whole idea. O-Force Redeem, just launch it. All right, let me configure these cal controllers and we'll do it. All right. I'm going to start building one of my own out now. Can I ask, the struts underneath, lower down, do they act as guides? That is a tooling jig, Kyron. That is not part of the space station. This is part of my workspace. These are, if you take the 2 cubic octags and you connect them with a strut, you make a ruler. A viewer, one of my mods, Quintessa is the one that came up with this, making rulers. I use these to sculpt out the fairings. If you notice, every single one of these modules has the exact same angle right there. It has the exact same angle. They're all uniform. You can't, copying fairings in Kerbal is kind of weird at times, so I manufactured every one. It's a tooling jig for building modules. So for instance, this one right here marks your inner fairing diameter. The inner diameter is a 1.5 meter radius off the center line, which is right here. This one right here is your outer diameter. That basically represents the edge of the shuttle's payload bay. Or it's not the exact edge of the payload bay. The payload bay is right here because we need room for the longeron pins to put it inside of the shuttle. My longeron pins are Kraken Tech RCS because raisins. This one out here is an outer diameter for something else. I forget what I was using that for. This one right here represents the back of the CBM. So see how there's that little lip right there? That represents the gap right there, because see how the silver panel comes down and it has that little extension piece? That strut is measuring the point of that. These struts measure the angle of the fairing. And the cool thing about it is that that's configurable. I can just use a gizmo and move it back and forth and move the jig around to make a longer module if I want to. It's totally modular. You can make whatever. Yeah, Kyron. How many modules are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 modules. What are your sub-assemblies? Oh, I have all kinds of stuff for sub-assemblies. There's just miscellaneous parts. But yeah, this is a building space right here. This thing right here is used for precision. It's used for precision alignment. Yeah, precision alignment of parts. I basically mount something on this and set the difference. And if I want something to be, 50 centimeters off center, you change the throw on the piston, to 50 centimeters, and now it's 50 centimeters off. Basically, that's a caliper. Yeah, hydraulic with a cal controller. It's a caliper for measuring things. Oh yeah, very useful. The coolest bit of tooling that I've built for KSP is the panel tessellator. I basically can build complicated geometric shapes with a tooling piece, Chiron, that will allow you to basically place the panels in a certain way to make like a helical. I could make complicated geometric shapes. It basically works on the same operating principle as a CNC milling machine or a CNC plasma cutter, for instance, but it's additive because I have to place new parts where I'm not cutting it out of a plate. You know what I mean? Yeah, the panel tessellator, Haji. You got it. 15. You didn't count the cupola. Oh, yeah. Thank you. 15. This is the animation cycle for it. I'm showing that I have this thing called a cal controller. If you're newer to Kerbal, a cal controller allows you to basically do a bunch of things all at once. It's semi-automation for things. You don't have like a computer unless you have a mod and code your flight computer, but this is very simple sequencing. It's a very simple sequencer. So I could, with all these robotic parts that we have here, I can change it so, I can sequence events at certain times. Like, for instance, I don't want these things to start deploying until they get to the very end. With this curve down here, it starts rotating outward when this thing is still moving out into position. I want the rotation to start out. Oh, this rotation starts at 60 on the other side, so we'll make it start at and then copy that animation curve down to here. So now the animation for the front and the back deployment mechanism should be exactly the same. And then if we play it right here, it should boop. Sometimes rekeying this fixes it. I want all my solar panels at the bottom here. So if we do this and hit play, let's see if it extends them. There we go. So we have the old way right here, and then the new system up here. Let's see if they work. So set these all to the retracted position. The ISS has 16 modules. Yeah, this is not meant to be an exact copy of the ISS, but yeah, that's good to know. Okay. Now over here, yeah, we just gotta add these pieces here. So let's go into the port side, the P2 truss segment deployment, and then we want to add that one right there, target angle, add that one with its target angle, right? Oh, crap. Wrong cal controller. I added it to the other one. We need to zap those out. We don't want those there. You're droids. We don't want them here. So, if I go in here, set that to 90, and then we move it out here, we plus in a point at 60, which also reads 90 degrees of rotation, and then we plus in another point at 80, and have that read 0, like this. That's the curve. Copy that curve, put it down here, send that. And then the 4 solar panels need to be deployed as well. So we got to go here. We want extend, 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 and then literally copy the curve and then paste that exact same thing from the other solar panels. Let's just play the cal controller real quick. Make sure that that's... Make sure that this also works. It's also picking up the deploy, because when I built this, when I did it on the other side, it didn't pick up all the extensions, which is weird. And they should all pop open. Score. Okay. We're pretty much good to go here. We can X out of that cal controller. So first of all, these are upside down. I mean, okay. They're, yep. That's good. Just rip it off, whatever. They're upside down. I don't want them to. I want all my solar panels facing in the same direction. And I know they all track, right? Like, I know the thing will rotate, but let's just make sure that it's still picking up on the hey, you got to close the panels before it picks up on the extension, moron. Oh, what, really? When did they start doing this? Okay, cool. I think we're good. So disable that cal controller and then close up all this stuff. And now we have the upgraded assembly up here on the front with that this cube right there, and then that's the old assembly with no cube. The one with no cube was giving us some problems, so we should be able to tell, we should be able to see if it's going to give us problems this time or not, because I have the old one, we have the old one that gives us problems, and then we have a new one which I think solves said problems. So let's just go back here like this. That needs to be rotated 90 degrees. Let me just watch the deployment again. Yep. Okay, that works. Sweet. Station's looking good. I'm troubleshooting some things with the solar panel array banana time, and honestly, fellas, after that, I want to look over the ARM one more time, because it didn't look right when we were using it yesterday. It wasn't doing things that that I thought were correct to do. And sometimes I do things that are not correct to do. I am strong man with happy feelings. First a joke you get when you cross an owl with a bungee cord. My butt. Ha 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 ha! Ah! Ah! I am a great magician. Your chat color is red! Oh, how does he do it? But isn't Betty a woman's name? The fact that multiple people in chat replied with that just makes me very, very happy. Okay, Giesen, you had a bonk the hyonk in there. What is this? What is this link? That's a... The tip that was there while I was explaining something had this as the link. It's a bobby pin. Okay. I'll tell you what, boy. Something ain't right with that boy. That boy ain't right. Oh, damn it, Bobby. Pin. Yeah, Giesen is here, by the way. That pin ain't right, I tell you what. Oh, there's water in the exhaust. Oh boy. Yeah, after we test this out, we should be good to go on we should be good to go on... Oh, dang it, Bobby. On just doing a little more tests with the arm, and then we should start packing down the modules. Can you do a Bobby impression? No. What are you building? Hey, banana hands. Space station. I'm about to send it up here in my debug save to make sure that everything that I built doesn't freak out. So, I know what you're thinking, man. He's gonna freak out, man. All I'm gonna say is, who's coming with me, man? Who's coming with me? Who's coming with me, man? You are freaking out. Man. Jan, will you be my girlfriend? I would, but no. Oh, what's that like? Bananas unite. We are fans of the hand banana here. Alright, so that needs to be locked out and grandparents strutted. And that needs to be locked out and grandparents strutted. And then I got to do the same on the other assembly here so these things don't freak out, man. Okay. It's custodian, man. I am myself am a master of the custodial arts. Or a janitor if you want to be a dick about it. Appa Zappa, you my only friend. Love that movie. Alright, so I put us into a test file here. This is separate from the Mastercraft file because I took my tooling away. We don't need to launch that into space. And we're going to bring this baby up on orbit and see what happens. Slaps roof of space station. You can do so many activities in this bad boy. So I put the clamps on to hold the thing up because the space station is not very structural. Doesn't work very well down here. Really kind of needs to be up in space. It's called space station, not Earth station. I mean, just you know, for the people that were curious. Okay. That should be good to roll. You gonna teleport it? Yeah. Ah, he said ice cream. Ah! Oh, he said ice cream. I thought it was a train station. No. That's different. That's different. All right, so watch. We're going to save. We're going to just launch it as Force Redeemed. Hey, Nevio. I'm great. How are you? Yeah, Gabo, in my mission mode save, see how it says engineering mode? I'm in debug mode. It's really difficult to build it and get it right on the first time, even for me, because the things that I build are pretty damn complicated, right? So I debug and test in my engineering mode save. If that thing over there says mission mode, there's no going back. There's no fix it, don't oh. Looks like we didn't strut the arm in position. That's fine. We'll just zip zap zoobity bop this thing up into space. Moi. That's probably not a good thing. All right, we'll wait for that to settle down there, and yeah, we will fix it. Control from here. Once again, we have Jeb on board to test the EVA systems. We still got to put the lights on the station. That's where we left off yesterday. I mean, Hokie, launching it in the state that it was in is not going to do us any good. Okay, we need to hit one right now. Train didn't lock into the rails there, so go here. Disable same vessel collision. Disable same vessel collision. Bind it temporary to action group 3. There we go. Okay. Yeah, the arm was still floating around a little bit. All right, so let's do this. Tunage. Tunage. All right. So, EJ, you sort of look like the food inspector from Ratatouille if he dressed up more like Tomato from Cars. The food inspector? Are you talking about the critic that's like, how can it be popular? Are you talking about that guy? I look like that guy? I look like a combination of that guy and Mater? The Mater one I'll take. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, but I have a truck that's like Mater in my garage. I don't have the garage views loaded up. Yeah, I have a truck that looks like Mater. It's a 59 Ford. Now, Mater's a 59 Chevy, but it's close enough. They look similar. How can it be popular? Dude, Gaba, I'm a 3D artist by trade, if you really want to know. The ending of Ratatouille, where he tastes the ratatouille and it does that kind of flashback, that's like that's some of the best 3D cinematography ever. That's like one of my favorite scenes in any Pixar movie. Do you know Scranton, the Electric City? Scranton, Pennsylvania, Nevio? I do, Jim, but OBS isn't loaded up on the other computer. I'd have to go load it up on the garage computer. New NSF video. It's great.
It's actually the entire single-take launch of the Transporter 6 mission, the mission that launched carrying 114 different payloads into space. Now, it's awesome because it's a single take of this rocket taking off and...
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, Scranton from The Office. Yeah, I know of Scranton, Nevio. I've never been there, though. Pennsylvania. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Have you guys checked the mail since Christmas? it was on my list of things to do, and then I had kind of that little, I want to say partial psychotic break, but yeah, I had that little kind of hiccup up here. I haven't checked it. I'll do it this weekend, buddy. Gabba, I'll admit, I've gotten you look like a lot of different things. I've never gotten the food critic from Ratatouille. That's kind of cool. Yeah. What happened? Stormy, right when we turned over to the new year, just a lot of stuff didn't go right for me over the past couple of days. But yeah, I mean, I'm not scared to tell you guys about the rough patches that happen, you know? Everybody goes through rough patches. Everybody goes through hard times. It happens. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna sit here and say that, you know, some people don't have an easier hand than others. Like, look at me. Look at my job. It's like I get it, but yeah, problems are still problems nonetheless. So, yeah, I had to sort that stuff out, and I got a little overwhelmed, dude. Yeah, I have a lot on my plate, man. I'm doing more. Like I don't want to say too much more, but I'm doing more stuff than just streaming nowadays. And I'm not going to say what. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff to balance. And I put too much on my plate. That's all. So like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday from this stream have just not been good. I really wasn't doing things that are correct to do. So, yeah, it is nothing bad. It's just whenever I get overwhelmed like that and there's too much going on, I kind of just have to reset. So that's why I shaved, and that's why I went back to the low coefficient of drag haircut. Not at full Scott Manley, but close. Do you work at NASA? No, I don't, Nevio. That would be cool. So, yeah, when I get overwhelmed, I kind of have to take a step back, and I'm like, my brain goes into overdrive. I'm thinking about 1,000 different things going on all at once, and I end up basically just tiring myself out. I'm just like, I mean, I'm sure you've seen me once or twice go into overdrive about something on stream, and yeah, it's a lot of information that comes at you really quickly. My brain's doing that constantly. Like, oh yeah, great, you're special, EJ. Everyone's brain does it. I know. So yeah, your boy got a little overwhelmed. That's all. It's just, yeah, it's been a rough couple of days. Scruffy looking nerf herder. Who's scruffy looking? What kind of school did you do? I have a bachelor's of arts degree, Haji, in computer animation. I can do 3D art, CAD systems, video games, whatever. Anything in 3D on a computer. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm way out of practice. I'm way out of practice. I got my degree in 2008. I graduated college when I was 20. I'm 34. It was a long time ago. No, Pythos. But, I coded the garage with rodent repellent. It smells like a winter wonderland in here. Peppermint spray. Yeah, not pepper spray, peppermint spray. And there was no droppings around in the garage, so I sprayed it on all the most important things. Like, this room is coated. It smells like freaking double mint gum commercial in here. Like how you'd think a double mint gum commercial would sound. Hello, Charlie. I'm Marlene. Hello, Marlene. I'm Charlie. Chew your gum. You graduated in 2 years. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got a bachelor's when I was 20. The relentless march of time is unyielding. Yeah, potato, it happens. I try not to focus on it, dude. For what it's worth, I don't feel 34. I would say mentally I'm probably 28. 26, 27, 28, somewhere in there. You know. I'm a late bloomer. And in Double Jeopardy, I'm gonna bloom. Hey, Anth, how's it going? Is it fixed? Well, I have the new design right here and the old design here, so Everything should be unlocked and ready to go, so let's deploy this one. I set my Cal controllers to 120. Let's do this. Play it. Yeah, Willie, I know what you mean. Fart jokes. How much time do you have in KSP? 15,000 plus hours. Easily, Nevio. I've been playing KSP for my job since September of 2015. That means minimum 40 hours a week. Since 2015. I've been streaming for a decade, dude. I started streaming December 23rd, 2012. A decade. It's ridiculous. Oh, so you're in denial. Shh. So we really weren't having many problems during deploy. So that one looks to be deployed. I'll get the port side one ready here. So we need to disable the auto strut, unlock. Disable, unlock. Disable, unlock. Unlock, disable. Let's go down here for this. The array here. And something that I'm thinking about is I wonder if the procedure, I wonder if you disable the auto strut before you unlock it. I wonder if that makes a difference. Right now, I was non-uniform on every part. I was uniform except for one part there. So I'm just gonna go with the procedure of disabling auto strut first. If I know anything about Kerbal, I like to think I know a little bit. That probably makes a difference. What difference it makes, don't know. Okay, this side's ready to go. So remember, once again, one side has the redesigned version, and the other design is the other side is the old version. The big thing to tell between this is that this side has that Rockomax node there, the cube, and the other side is cubeless. The cubeless one is the one that had problems. Now don't get me wrong, we didn't have any problems when we first deployed it. It was just fine. Did we do anything special on the 10th? Nah. For the 10-year anniversary? No, Jordis, I didn't really dwell on it, to be honest with you. I honestly forgot. I don't really keep track of stuff like that. I only mention it as a matter of fact, you know, like if people ask. I noticed that the docking port acquisition signal on this needs to be tweaked. It needs to be brought to 0. All right. So this side is deployed. So I did move the solar panel rotational controllers here. Set the SPM rotational controller to the orbital period. Orbital period is 32 minutes, 38 seconds, so that's 1958 second orbital period total. And now we need to... I'm turning the solar panels to get at the sun. We'll set that to 90 degrees. It's a good place to start. Because by the time this and the other panel get deployed, we should be good to go. Alright, so let's go into our action groups. We want to find solar rotational controller. We're on the S2 truss segment. So here, target angle, and we are at minus 90 right now. So this one needs to go like this. And then minus 90 is over here somewhere. There we go. Other one is almost done. I find that if you go slower with this, less deliberate maneuvering, it prevents wobble everywhere, which is pretty much the case in real life. What happens when you time warp and all that's thrown off? S, what do you mean? There's no possible way that you don't know what happens here. Are you talking about what I do? Just scrub the cal controller, increase traverse rate on this, scrub the cal controller, and correct it. Like, there's no possible way you didn't know that. How do you get the solar panels always facing the sun? Well, I have a cal controller that I'm setting to loop mode, so it's going to repeat over and over and over again. And if you go into you're over here, you go into the maneuver node indicator, you can get your orbital period in seconds. If you set the cal controller to the total number of seconds here, so 32 minutes, 38 seconds is 1958 seconds. And then you rotate these so they're facing towards the sun, and then move the cal controller to match the rotation and hit the play button. They will rotate. They will do 1 RPM every 1958 seconds, or basically track. They'll track the sun for the most part. Now this one right here, needs to be set to 90, so I will increase the traverse rate on that solar panel just to quickly move it into position. And then what we can do is go in here like this, and because one is on port side and the other starboard, they'll be inversely proportional. So this one would go like this, because this one would be positive 90 when the other's at negative 90. So now get out of our action group menu. Wait till this one rotates to 90 degrees. So every time you time warp, you got to manually fix it. I was wondering if you had a way to work around that. Oh, okay. Yes. So now they're both in the right spot. Let me go back here and screw with the traverse rate again to make sure that both of these are working correctly. Set the rate of movement there and hit the play button. Now they'll follow. Now, S, I don't know if it... The cal controller... Here, let me check something, dude. I don't know. I've never really encountered this before. Let's select this, right? And see. Does the cal controller keep playing? Nah. It'll slightly desync, dude. I don't know if I have a fix for that, per se. Other than to just correct every time I'm up at the station. It's obviously not going to rotate with it when we're time warping and when we're out of scene, right? Like, that's not going to happen. What we could do is set our traverse rate to be a little bit higher. We could set the traverse rate to 5 on both of these out of the box, right? This would be my way of compensating, I suppose. We could set the traverse rate to 5. Both of them are bound to one cal controller. So open this up, and if we wanted to adjust, like, see, our solar panels are pointed over here. We don't have the solar angle figured out. If I rotate this a little bit more forward, right, these will move at a faster rate than the cal controller. So we can adjust alignment pretty quickly. and then just play it again. And when we play, it plays at the rate of speed of the cow controller. And if it's playing at the rate of speed of the cow controller, regardless of traverse rate, these will go back to auto tracking, so to speak. That's probably the best way to do it. I'm sure with kRPC you could do it automatically. Well, yeah, of course you could. I would need some reference for solar angle, but yeah, sure you could. Alright. So, like I said, the cube side... Now, the first time I put the station up here, we really had no problems. It's when we reloaded the scene. That's when we had problems. So, I'm just going to do another test here, just to be sure. And what we'll end up doing is just... I want to move the mobile base out a little ways just to see what happens. This is a little tram system that can move on these rails right here. Have you done an egress test on the airlock? The airlock does work. Just add an operation for station OPS, reset clocks. That's basically the first thing I'll do if we have any station operations. Now, twitching, I'm not gonna lie to you. For something like this, for these solar panels, for a station like this, you're not gonna need 16 Gigantor solar arrays for just a regular space station. But since I'm using the arms do draw a lot of power. They absolutely do. So, actually, we're a little bit off S. What we can do is select our rotational controller. That's the one that we're using. Open the editor. Pause it for a second. Lag backwards just a little bit. Now hit play. Cool. That comes a little bit later. I mean, what I did was or at least what I want to do is make it so we could berth an external tank from the shuttle right here. We could berth the ET and then fill it up with fuel. But also, I might just make the external tank its own floating space station and have it in the exact same orbit as this space station. So we could build the vehicles here with the arm and then send them over to the ET station. You know what I'm saying? And the shuttle could fuel up the external tank by just carrying fuel into space. Or we could put another thing is that we could put an ISRU on an aft cargo carrier, or bring up an ISRU with the shuttle and attach it to a modular external tank space station. And then we could make that external tank space station into we could make the ET into a transfer vehicle if we really wanted to. What's generating the heat for the radiators? With this, Anthony, you really don't need the radiators. I have them there just in case. You don't need radiators with a station like this. The radiators in Kerbal are really only useful if you go near the sun or something. But in real life, you would absolutely need radiators on a vehicle this big. You need radiators. Radiators on vehicles are just as important as batteries. You don't have radiators, the craft melts from the inside out because you can't convect heat in a vacuum. You can only radiate it through fluid on the infrared spectrum, which is how the radiators work. They circulate fluid through these cooling vanes and they use infrared to cool it. Yeah. They radiate the heat through on the infrared spectrum, which is actually some really, really insane physics. Like, insanely cool physics. It's really smart. If I was to start a rocket company that makes orbital rockets in 10 to 15 years, would it be too late due to competition in the industry? I'm inspired by spaceflight. Well, Erudite, let me answer your question with a question, if you don't mind. And this is kind of a thought-provoking exercise. I usually don't like answering questions with questions because it usually come off as a jerk when you do that. But okay, you are inspired by spaceflight and you want to build, you want to start a company that launches things into space. There's nothing wrong with that. That's cool. I would love to do the same thing, right? The only thing that's holding me back is money. I'd like to think I could organize a project like that, but I don't know. Maybe not. I don't make the big bucks for that. It's above my pay grade, but I digress. What does your rocket do that, say, Falcon 9 doesn't do? You want to bring a rocket into the industry in 10 to 15 years. Well, one, you got to think about what the industry is going to look like, or what you think the industry is going to look like in 10 to 15 years, right? You got to think about that. What is the industry going to look like? Two, what does your rocket bring to the table? And does it match the needs and demands of an industry in 10 years? Because 10 years is about how long it's going to take you. Even if you have a good couple $1 million. Like, look at Elon. Elon founded SpaceX in 2002. They really didn't get Falcon 9 ready to go and operational until 2010, 2011, 2012, somewhere around there. It takes a while. And don't get me wrong, Falcon 1, I understand. I know SpaceX's history. I get it. What does your rocket do that other rockets don't? What's your selling point? Why would somebody use your rocket over another? How did the Apollo CSM, Ilium, and Skylab radiate heat? They have radiators on them, Novus. Or not Novus, Nova, excuse me. Novus is here, I think. Do they just use water as a transfer fluid for the heat? No, you don't want to use water for coolant, CKAN. Water has oxygen in it. Oxygen oxidizes things. You don't want your space station to rust, do you? No. They use a specialized coolant that prevents crap from getting clogged up in the cooling system because it's non-reactive. Yeah, those radiators are getting hot, aren't they? Huh. See? So, interesting. That's a really strange thing that's going on there. So, weird thing that's happening here, fellas. My new design is freaking out now. But the old design, which was freaking out in the past, is now working just fine. Wonder how this change in scene is causing problems. Yeah, it's quite peculiar. And Snackless was telling me that the fix is to just grandparent strut it. If you turn on and then off on SVI, could it be turning on without you knowing? No, I don't think so. Also, the mobile base is working just fine, which is good. Yeah, that's right, Nova. Yeah, passing, that's a strange one. So, what's the constant between the cube and the cubeless design? The constant is that the solar panel. The constant is the solar panel, and it clearly causes problems on both sides. I noticed it's interesting that my radiators are in fact getting hot. They're in fact radiating. I'm wondering why that one's radiating heat and these ones aren't. Because you see how it's a slightly, it's more yellowish? That means it's working. This is the thermal view, or F11 in Kerbal. It shows you your thermals. It shows what parts are getting hot. It's on a scale from red to white, which really doesn't make a lot of sense. If a part goes white hot, you're screwed. It's got to be the batteries. Are the batteries? Do robotics generate heat? I don't know. This is all uncharted territory for me. Looks like the A1 Orion is back at the multi-purpose processing facility. Yeah. Yeah, Novus, I saw it. Oh, cool. Imagine being these guys. Yeah, I'm just gonna get underneath the hood here, just make sure that she's working just fine. Bro. Burn that damn jersey. For real. Gross. I hate Orion. Orion sucks now. You should fly on Dragon. Burn that damn jersey. What doesn't matter with you? I'm just kidding. I don't care. I'm a Patriots fan. Of course I hate the Packers. Like, they probably hate me too. Whatever. Sorry. Tom Brady's a better quarterback than Aaron Rodgers. What can I say? Statistically. Yeah, give me Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. What is this? It's a hierarchical view trunks of one of my vehicles. I have a visualizer that shows the relationship between all the different parts. That was coded by a viewer on stream named Theix. Yeah, you can see how the hierarchical view, you can see how your vehicle's put together. It's like an X-ray almost. Too advanced for your tiny brain. Too advanced? No. Joshua, I'll sit here and I'll explain it to you. Demonstrate to me your leadership capabilities. Now, don't worry about that. You want to look over here. That's probably not what I want this to do. Why are we getting hung up here? Sounded like Toto Wolff, yeah. Valtteri, it's Toto. I'm sorry you had to surrender the position. I'm sorry you had to surrender the position to Lewis. It was good, Valtteri. We did what was good for the team. I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you. By the way, you're fired. Yeah, you're laughing, but that's exactly what happened. Valtteri, I'm sorry we had to do what's going for the team. Lewis, I'm sorry the car is not working to your world champion sensibilities. I'm sorry. Even though your teammate George Russell came in 3rd place, I know you came in 12th. The car is not set up for you. I'm sorry. George, good job, by the way. Bono, my dignity is gone, mate. You ain't wrong. Valtteri, I'm sorry. We had to do what's right for the team. I'll make it up to you. You're fired, by the way. What? That's what happened, and you know it. That's what happened. That is exactly how that played out, and you know it. I mean, that's pretty bad, but it's not the circus like my favorite team. I can't find the radiators on the LEM. The LEM may have used like an ammonia cooling system, Nova, because radiators would have been too heavy for its design. That's my guess. If they're not, so like, Nova, if I'm looking at a spacecraft, it was me, and I was trying to figure this out, and I was looking at a spacecraft, right? I'm just going to do another scene reload here. If it was me, looking at a spacecraft, trying to figure it out, you know that every spacecraft needs a cooling system. If you look at the LEM, and it doesn't have a cooling system, it doesn't have an apparent cooling system, that means it's using something else.
Discovery,
Because
go at throttle up.
every spacecraft has to have a cooling system. If it doesn't, it'll melt from the inside out. So that tells me that the LEM, and this is a guess, I have no idea, I'd have to go look. That tells me that the LEM is probably using a closed loop ammonia system for cooling, similar to the Apollo capsule, the CSM, or Soyuz, or any capsule for that matter. Good fella, 10-month resub. See you last. By the way, you fired. You think we'll get a caddy driven by Herta in a few years? Maybe. On the radiators, could you rotate the station along the axis of the truss? I am, Novus. Yeah, we're doing prograde alignment, R-bar, V-bar alignment, just like the real ISS. Yeah, that's how I have it flying around. Now, don't get me wrong, it's not gonna, we don't have persistent rotation, so it's not gonna do that when I'm not there, right? But I can easily use the station's CMGs to pitch the vehicle into the right position. All we got to do is just hit prograde lock on the SAS and we're good to go. Right, and given what the LEM is supposed to do, a heavy cooling system with radiators wouldn't make sense. The LEM couldn't afford the weight. So, Nova, see, I used some reasonable logic there. You know it has to have a cooling system, and it doesn't have a radiator panel. So they used another way to cool it. What else is cold on the LEM? The life support systems. Or fuel cells. It doesn't have solar panels, so you know it's a fuel cell, so it's carrying cryogenics on it. But they could have a hypergolic fuel cell as well for electrical power, in which case that wouldn't really work. I wanted to see the radiators while the station is oriented differently. Oh, okay. Okay. Here, Novus, here, you check this out. This is something I don't really do too much, but display thermal data. We have a thermal UI right here, and then we have a thermal data in action menus. I could use this to figure out exactly what my thermal protection system is doing. But if you go in here and go into the debug menu, you can see the internal temperature, skin temperature. You can see the thermal mass, which is 14.9 kilojoules per kilo, right? Conditional flux, condition flux, convection flux, radiation flux. Yeah, you could see all the thermal properties of said things. So like I could show you the radiator, and I could tell you right now that radiator is actually doing something. If we compared a truss radiator to the solar panel radiator, let's see, are there differences? 625,000, 111, 110, 110, 110, 110, 11, 110, 110, 11. They're working. They're working similarly, which is weird. Different parts flux heat differently. I know that. And I know that how it moves the heat around has a lot to do with hierarchy. This thing will take the heat from parts that are a certain degree of separation away from it. Or no, that's the static panels. These parts pull from everything. These radiators are more expensive in game because they pull from the entire vehicle. We'll see what happens when we go around into the sun, dude. I think the solar panels are giving off heat. Your solar panels are picking up more heat from the parts around them. Look at the condition flux. That's the... Oh, conduction. I said condition. Yeah, the solar panels are picking up a little bit of heat. It's not a lot. It's 0.91 kilowatts. But the radiators can flux... They're shedding off about 7 kilowatts right now. That one, the one that's mounted out on the solar panels, is pulling a lot more heat. So flux is how quickly the heat can pass through it. The heat can radiate away. It's how quickly it gets rid of the heat. Yeah. See, Kerbal has this really complicated system that frankly could be used. Like, this is really good for understanding how, like, thermodynamics, but yeah, you kind of have to, like, all this information the game is processing, you might as well just find a way to display it. I don't know how the heat leaves the radiators. They actually radiate the heat on the infrared spectrum. They use infrared for heating and cooling. Blew my mind, because I was just like, oh yeah, they're just moving coolant through the radiators and it's exposed to vacuum and you're good to go. No, that's not really how that works. No. The radiators radiate heat on the infrared spectrum. Yeah, they use infrared light to cool, which is really, that's wild stuff. The heat leaves through radiation heat transfer. Yep. Yeah, black body radiation. Bingo. It's really, really cool. That's really freaking smart, man. Every spacecraft needs a radiation system. If we're going to make a big vehicle that goes out to Mars, it's going to need one heck of a radiator. It glows infrared hot. Yep. Really cool. Oh, that's hot. So the good news is that grandparent strutting, like what Snackless said, regardless of how the SPMs are designed, is actually working pretty well. It doesn't really matter the design. Nice, Sebi. Objection. It's not really cool. In fact, it's really hot. Yeah, you're not wrong. Is there any way you could upload the flags that you made for the trusses? Yeah. Yeah. Please hold. Let me just make sure that this works. And there you have it. Dunzo. I don't need the visualizer right now. I don't need that right now. We don't need the flag markings. Frickin' dart, man. I can't believe that. I want to kind of ride this thing around on one more rotation here, fellas, to see what this does in the light. If the radiators rotate to be parallel to the sun, then don't you chance reheating your station by accident as they change direction? The radiators... yeah, I suppose, Willie. I would guess that that's why the radiators are bent a little bit, to not have that kind of stuff happen, but I don't know for sure. Radiators, how the radiators work is something I recently recently kind of looked into, because in the past I just said that it basically, they flow coolant through a radiator and that's it. But yeah, somebody actually asked me about it a little while back and I didn't really have the answer, so I went and read about them. They use infrared. They cool on the infrared spectrum, which is that's actually really smart. 39 ATEs in Falcon Heavy configuration. It is. Start on page 8. The Apollo Environmental Control Cooling Subsystem. So, Aqualex, I'm kind of in the middle of this. What does it do? Is it... does the Apollo, is it ammonia based? That's how it would actually work, but in KSP, I don't know. How far are we from... Okay, we're getting back into the sun here. All right, so once again, this is the radiator that's on the outside. This is the radiator that's on the truss. This one rotates, this one doesn't. I'm kind of interested now just to do a quick thermal test here to see check the data. Okay, these numbers, now that we're in sunlight, should start really going up. Here, I'll open up one solar panel as well. So the solar panels are conducting heat, and the radiators are removing that heat. It's been 165 days, but I finally got my R8 back today. Too bad I won't drive it until spring. Yeah. Nice cars, what do you want? I don't think the station radiators are covered in this, but really high emissivity radiator application, you can use silver Teflon. A panel covered in that will still cool, even if pointed at the sun, seriously, which makes sense when you consider it's still mostly seeing 2.3K space. Interesting. The radiative flux is dropping as you go into the sun. See, Novus, I don't really mess with thermal control systems in Kerbal too much, but it's super interesting to me that all this data is in there. Oh. The cubeless design does have some problems. The cube design does not, interestingly enough. Yeah, that one is freaking out a little bit, but it seems to be held in check here. Interesting. Is the other one doing that? It is. Yeah, the cube design is better. Yeah, just as I thought. It's a little bit higher. It's hierarchically stronger. The orientation does matter. Look at the different rates of the radiators. Oh, wow. Yeah, it does, dude. Whoa. Look at the... Dude. Yeah, look at that. See, they programmed all this stuff in, man. Actually, Rover Dude is the one that did the thermal control systems in Kerbal. Rover Dude's not stupid. Yeah, I'm pretty dang sure he was the one that worked out the thermal control systems. Dude, look at that. That's really freaking cool, man. The micronode is being very, very poggers right now, Loopy. Yeah. So, okay, if you're looking at this and going, That's a lot of numbers. So what you got to look at is right here. So conduction, the conduction flux. Basically, how well is it conducting? If this number's higher, you're conducting more heat. So like my solar panels are conducting 0.31 kilowatts worth of energy right now. The radiator's job is to get rid of that. Get rid of the heat. And see how they're negative? See how the conduction flux is negative? But if you look at the one that's fixed, if you look at the panel that's fixed on the truss segment, and then if you look at the panel that's rotating with the solar panel array, because that's more optimum, it's basically always parallel to the sun rays because it rotates with the solar panels. It is actually more efficiently cooling. It's more efficiently cooling than the fixed one. See, look, it's literally bleeding off more heat than the other one because it's a more efficient solar angle. Cube ones are not behaving, Loopy. Or the lack of cube. Locking out that stuff seems to fix it. But the cube side things, an auto strut basically fixed it. Those things have not been working at all. Bottom of page 16 on the last PDF. Water ethylene glycol solution circulated through 2 cooling loops carrying heat to a water sublimation loop. Yep. Yep. Use what you have aboard to figure out a way to cool it. Because there's no mass for radiators. Smart. Yeah, Glux, I got it. Yeah, see. And, yeah, see, right there. We're shedding off, the radiators are shedding off the heat that the solar panels are absorbing. And there's some thermal radiation, too. But these things, look at the thermal radiation that this thing's kicking off. Look at the comparison. The one that's rotating versus, dude, it's, the ones that are rotating with the solar panels are, like, 2-fold more efficient. That's kind of nuts, dude. Thanks for help about the earlier part hierarchy. I used to fast forward a craft just to find pieces. Now they're working. You have to build craft nice and strong. Make sure you build close to stump. Has to be nice and bullshoy. Strong. That's kind of nuts that it figures that stuff out, Novus. Now, once again, I don't think my space station is anywhere near absorbing enough heat to overheat any parts. I think we would be fine without the radiators, but it's still cool to know that they do make a difference. That actually is really neat. So, this test taught me that this design down here is a much better design. I'm going to do one more reload, fellas, if you don't mind. We're going to go down into the tracking station again real quick. And I'm going to... See, I locked out the robotics here. I want to see if those panels freak out again. Other than that, this thing is working great. Do you know what they're going to do about the Soyuz leak? Dragon, they don't have a solution. They're figuring out... They said they were going to figure out what they're going to try to do on the other side of Christmas. So, yeah, they're trying to figure it out. They're trying to figure it all out right now. What I can tell you is this. Crew isn't threatened. The crew isn't threatened because if there was a problem that could threaten the life of the station, they would have jettisoned that Soyuz a long time ago. The MS-22 Soyuz is sitting there, and it looks like its primary coolant systems are working just fine. I don't know if anybody said, but so if they're leaking ammonia out of the main crew capsule, that's the secondary cooling system. The secondary cooling system. It's not the primary one. Yeah, from what I'm understanding, the secondary cooling system is what caused the problem. Now I know that seems, just use the primary system. The primary system's in the service module, the one that you jettison during re-entry. That's the problem. Soyuz has 3 main components. You have your service module, your crew capsule, and then your orbital module. there's 3 sections to it instead of like a more Western conventional things where you have like a service module and a crew capsule. They split the crew module into an orbital module that has like the toilet and stuff on it, and the crew module, which is the flight deck, so to speak. Why did they do that? I don't know. Sergei Korolev wanted to do it that way. I'm watching those solar panels. That secondary cooling system is inside of the crew module, and you need that for descent and landing, because during descent, Soyuz jettisons the service module. So the primary cooling system gets jettisoned during re-entry. I don't think I need to tell you why not having a cooling system during re-entry is a bad idea. So I can tell you this: they're either going to try to bring more coolant up, fix that Soyuz, which it's an expendable vehicle. Who cares? Like, it's a one-time use thing. It's one and done. So trying to fix one doesn't really make sense. Or they're going to try to send up another Soyuz, or you could have a Dragon. A Dragon could do it. SpaceX could send up another Dragon to go and rescue people. Yeah, Aqualex, the CSM has a secondary cooling loop. The CSM has an ammonia cooling loop, just like Soyuz does. Yeah, you guys got to remember, if you have a service module in a capsule, you need 2 sets of life support and 2 sets of cooling systems. Now, the service module will have power generation systems on it, so like a solar panel, or in the case of Apollo, a fuel cell, right? It'll have those. But you won't be able to generate power on the capsule. The capsule just has batteries. So the service module, before it jettisons, it charges the capsule's batteries and it separates, and the capsule only needs to be coming down from reentry for about 10 to 15 minutes, right? So the battery systems on the capsule don't need to last nearly as long as the ones on the service module. So the service module has batteries, but the batteries are small. And they usually doesn't even have batteries. Usually it just has a fuel cell, and the fuel cell is the battery. That's the battery cell. Fuel cell is your battery cell. They do that to save mass, right? But the capsule has batteries on it, and those batteries, amongst powering, the computers, they have a secondary cooling system, a secondary life support system, because you don't want to separate from your life support system and have no life support system when you're going through reentry, nor cooling system. You need a cooling system during reentry. Reentry gets a little bit warm. Yeah. No, the CSM evaporated water out of the primary loop. No to what you said or no to what I said? Because I'm not wrong. It has an ammonia cooling system in it. Yes, I know that it does. In the context of what we were talking about, Aqualex, yeah, probably. But it does have a secondary cooling system and life support. I know, because it has to. Because if it doesn't, you get Soyuz 11. Go look up Soyuz 11 if you want to. If you're in a particularly morbid mood. I face you have so many games to play, but no desire to play any of them. Yeah, that happens. Alright. I did another scene reload. I'm going to switch all of these to this cube design, and then, yeah, we're good. Let me just do one more test here with the mobile base. I just got back here. Did we fix the floppy solar panels? Yeah, believe it or not, Toothless, I found a fix for the old design, but I also redesigned them, and it turns out that the redesigned ones are less susceptible to wild, wacky, inflatable tube man wild, wacky, inflatable arm flailing tube man syndrome. These ones get fixed, but if you look, that one's kind of bent. There is a way to fix this. The fix is grandparent strutting the solar panels, believe it or not. That worked on both applications. But even grandparent strutting the solar panels up here, it did start to freak out, just not as much. So this is a much better design, the redesigned system. I call it the cubed system, because there's a cube that holds this whole top array together. And hierarchically, if I grandparent strut the solar panels, they'll grandparent strut to the cube, making this thing extremely strong. Now, right now, I have grandparent strut with an open robotic. So let's just test out one more system here. And then we'll go straight grandparent strut, and we'll strut right to the cube, mate. Sometimes you got to refresh the struts. But it seems like the culprit is these solar panels. Having these solar panels far out on the hierarchy really does mess them up, interestingly enough. All right, so the last test I want to do is over here. Let me just go make sure I set the other panel the same way. Okay, now I need to do one last scene reload and then we should be good. Scene reload is just going back down to the tracking station and coming back up. It simulates the conditions that we would have during a mission where we would launch up in the shuttle, get to the station, leave the station, come back down, go back up again. That's what I mean when I say scene reload. You're simulating kind of the criteria for having vehicles come to the space station and leave the space station and come to the space station and leave the space station. Hey Gabriel, ciao, come stai? Oh boy, I hope this works. If this works, we're gonna be good to go. Excuse me. We were much better off actually having these unlocked. Interesting. That's strange, dude. So if we do this, that means if we did this, that means it's gonna be fine. But now those ones are freaking out. Whoa. Savvy, you're going to change jobs in a few weeks. You're going to be working as a mechanical systems design and analysis engineer too for Boeing. That's cool, man. Same area that you're in? That's cool, Savvy. That's cool. Right on, dude. None of those parts picked up on same vessel collision, which is interesting. I think if they're clipping with another part, it doesn't pick up on it. No mention of ammonia. Yeah, Aqualex, I don't need to read the PDF. I'll take your word for it. You've told me, I've been counting. You told me 4 times now that it doesn't use ammonia. I heard you the first time, homie. Do you want? I don't know. Like, do you want me to acknowledge you more, or like I don't know what do you want? I'm confused. You're sending mixed signals. Okay, gotta fix that. That most likely is happening because of because I didn't strut this thing and secure it in position. Sorry, I'm in and out of work. It's all good, man. It's all good. Okay, so we got to switch this all to the cube system, but cube system with no locked robotics. Just straight grandparent strut on this fixes it. Honestly, it really doesn't matter. We can go with either system. I saw the cube system, the one that we redesigned, seems to be a little bit more efficient. Like, these ones didn't move nearly as much as those guys up there. Okay, cool. Let's reload. Simulation complete. You ghost me, Kyron? Why would you do that? That's messed up, man. You don't need this. See, Novus, now, if you're still here, now I want to watch the thermals on the shuttle when we re-enter. I want to see if visually the tile, the panel thermal protection system looks like it's fluxing the heat correctly, but I actually kind of want to see. Yeah, see, I didn't strut this all together correctly. All right, recover that. So Savvy, what was your job title there? Mechanical Systems Design and Analysis. Cool. Cool, man. Can you say the thing? What thing? No. It's not time. It's not the right time right now. I'm not saying the thing. There's no Falcon 9 launches today. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know if we are Hell Hydra. That's really up to Das. Dude, I will tell you this, man. I might opt out of Kids Week just because KSP2. I've been waiting for that moment for a long time. I might actually just stay home. Would you guys hate me? Would you guys hate me if that happened? I'm actually asking. Like, I kind of want to. Kind of just want to play KSP2 as soon as it becomes available. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably what's going to be happening. But yeah, Hell Hydra, you gotta talk to Das. Yeah, there you go. You do what you want. You don't owe anybody anything. I'm so mad. Wait, what am I mad about? All right, so I'll switch the design to the cube design, and we'll roll from there. Let me. Oh, that's the solar rotational period. We don't need to put controller in there. It's implied that it's a controller. I just wanted to differentiate between these. Honestly, we don't need 2 cal controllers, but I'll just put them here just in case. S2. What is all this KSP2 talk? Yes. Yeah, Pop Bear. Yeah. I usually don't make decisions based off of that, but dude, I'm not missing KSP2's release. I'm sorry, I'm just not doing that. Alright, so let's get rid of this. Get rid of that. And then we'll take one of these bad boys. Then we got to modify the cal controller. Yeah, the copied hinge doesn't like that. P2, SPM deploy. Target angle. Target angle. So what I want to do now, guys, is I want to test and see what happens when you have these things grandparent part strutted right out of the box. I want to see if it basically fixes the problem right away. If you're wondering what I'm working on, the solar panels from yesterday, we narrowed it down. It actually is the solar panel problems from yesterday. It actually is the solar panels. The actual solar panel piece. It's not the robotics, believe it or not. The solar panel piece. Yeah, my only guess is that it doesn't like being this far down. It doesn't like being this far down the hierarchy, especially with robotic parts that are susceptible to kind of moving. It doesn't like being that far down. Because I know that if you attach a solar panel to like the side of a fuel tank on like a kind of run-of-the-mill KSP rocket, it never does stuff like this. But putting it on the end of a robotic arm like this, yeah, could cause problems. Can your shuttle launch spy satellites? If there were spy satellites in the game, sure. The grandparent strut fixed it. Yes. It fixed the old ones too, but the new ones seem to be working a little bit better. Okay. It shook itself to pieces when I tested it. Yours had a much better response from the get-go. Yeah, robotical. All right, this cal controller, and we got to do another test here, but we can lock these out. Those should be locked out from the start. Okay. P2 solar panel deploy is ready to go. Now let's go over here to the S2 side of things. We are going to open up the Cal controller. Just close that debug menu. Go here, and then we're going to copy this. It's this stuff that we need to copy. Copy that curve. Now what we need to do is get rid of that, get rid of that, and then copy this piece, flip it around, and flip it over. That does bork up the Cal controller a little bit. Yeah, all those just got deleted. Okay, well, that's cool. Did we break something? Yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. Copying a Cal-controlled part, yeah, the game does not like that. It was a Cal controller. I noticed it deleted. I told it to get rid of one solar panel in the action window here, and it got rid of 8 of them. So yeah, there's something wrong with copying a part like that. That's okay though. It doesn't break the craft file. That's just the Cal controller burping, so to speak. So we need to grab that hinge, apply target angle. That needs to go target angle, and then those need this curve right here, and then target angle. That one needs that curve as well. Let's just look at the animation. Yep, that's what it should be doing. Cool. Now we need to go in here and we need to extend, 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 extend. Technique. 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 Okay, good. Save. And now we should lock that one out. Lock that one out. Lock 1, lock 2, lock 3, lock low, man. I'm sorry, sir. There must have been a microconverter malfunction. Sorry, we'll try and replace the beam. Sorry. I won't do that again. Red October standing by. Save. All right. Oh, yeah, we also need this piece here. You guys wanted to add this. We added this in the prototype the other day. The Z1 nadir attachment. Yeah, that needs to be built right there. That's so we can anchor stuff up at the top. If we want to build a transfer vehicle, we can put it up here. Kajira, what's up, man? So that's good to go. Okay. Yeah, this also needs to be fixed. That doesn't work correctly. The ladders on the module here. What we could do to kind of make up for it is we could use Kerbal construction, make the ladders in the right spot if we wanted to. Just basically need a way for Kerbals to be able to get at the truss. I hate how mouse over fairings is the default state. Really wish you could change that. We could put some on later. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that one, the Kerbals didn't take too well to it, which is fine. That's okay. All right, dudes. There is one more thing that I wanted to check with the arm. Yeah. Joshua, it's kind of like my own design, my own version of the ISS, but yeah. Jeb, Gabriel. Jeb. In Sandbox, it doesn't make a difference, to be honest, though. Yeah, I'm fine, contraption there, sir. Thank you. I just need to check one more thing on the space station remote manipulator system. So there's a pivot here, there's a pivot there, and then there's a pivot there. See, my arm is, that's what I thought. The pivot point is right here. See that? And then there's a pivot point that goes this way and a pivot point that goes that way. Mine aren't exactly like that. This piece right here is in the wrong spot. It needs to be up there. So the docking port can rotate. That's why it didn't look right when we monkey barred it around the station yesterday. One last change here on that arm, and then one last test, and I think we're good to roll. I'll start packing down modules. So basically, we got to start plucking these things apart, and I got to start sub-assembling them and putting them inside of and figuring out ways to get them inside of the shuttle payload bay. Oh, we still need to add the lights. I forgot about that. We're gonna do that. Here, let's go down to utility. Give me need a light. Want to turn up the heat. Slam in naturally. KSP2 YouTube short bridge antics in plane. Is the official Kerbal Space Program 3678? Huh. Where'd you find that? That's interesting. That's not the official Kerbal account. It's from TikTok. No. We figured that one out. It's posted from TikTok and from their Twitter account. So Kerbal's TikTok account is Kerbal3678. That's funny to me. I don't know why, but it's funny to me. And then again, my email is EJSA154. It's not that EJSA at Gmail was or wasn't taken. It's 154 is my number. I got a number. How do you like them apples?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You may want to claim that one. It's because it's private division and Intercept Games IP. It's not my job to claim it, dude. You know what I mean? Not my IP. You might want to claim the J_SA1. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, it's the first thing we looked at, Pop Bear. You were splitting attention between two conversations. Yeah, I got you. All good, man. So yeah, that piece is in the wrong spot. This piece needs to be up there, so we're gonna have to take the arm apart for a moment. Well, we need to dump this piece, get rid of it. We need to take this. There we go. Yeah, that's how this arm goes together. Yeah, I messed it up a little bit, but that's okay. So the other side, we got to get rid of this first. Get rid of that. I'm just doing some final cleanup with the arm here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
No, that's not how I want that to work. So this piece needs to be reattached right here, and then it needs to go down here because I want this moving with the arm. Same with that one. Hey Reagan, 27-month resub. Thanks, buddy. There we go. And now we just gotta separate this. Where's that last robotic piece? I think I may have gotten rid of it. Whoops. So yeah, this piece needs to go back here, and the reason why I need it sticking out is so I can see the dang thing. Can we still click on it? Cool. And then we need to attach the docking port to the front like this, and then gizmo that into position. I want to add the locker pieces. Crap. So the real arm, guys, you see how there's kind of a gap right here? The real arm had one-time use hinges that pivoted right here, and this part flips over and it tucks into there so they could move the arm around in a very closed space inside of the shuttle's payload bay. Shuttle for the SES-100 mission had to carry the shuttle's robotic arm and this robotic arm, but it had this thing stowed on a pallet. And Gabriel, if you're going to narrate what your spacecraft is doing, the least you can do is give us some pictures of what's going on. In Kerbal, if you hit F1, it takes a screenshot. F1, up on the top of the keyboard. Take some pictures and post what you're narrating, dude. I don't mind if people narrate what they're doing in KSP, but you got to do me a solid and give me pictures so I can see what you're doing. F1, that's a race car series. Yeah, I'll do the double over. Why not? We gotta test. We're gonna have to test the arm again a little bit. So 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So get rid of that. 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 Now give me a alligator hinge. Okay, so now this piece right here Yeah, okay, we gotta attach right there. And then let me move these out of position. Gotta put the rotational hinge back into position here. This is the elbow socket right there. There we go. Now we can move that piece back down. And now we gotta build that same mechanism again. Okay. The reason I have to redo it and why I can't just copy this is because this hierarchy is going this way and this one's going this way. It doesn't like it when you do that. So we gotta get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Copy this, flip this sucker around, right? And then this one needs to go right there. And then we just need to move these pieces to be in the parallel positions. And then I need another alligator hinge. Just use the same one. We need to attach it like that. And then we need to flip this thing over. You see how the stripes on the alligator hinge, one of them is going one way and the other one's going the other way? That's representing direction of hierarchy. And that's what I was worried about reversing with the arm, but it seems to not be a big problem, so. Can I have some pudding with that? I don't know. Maybe. I'll think about it. Think about you getting the pudding. The proof is in the pudding, Sun Temple. Remember that. Don't you ever forget that. Alright, so that needs to be slightly redone. Just one tick forward on everything. And then take the other part of the arm, this last bit of kit right here. Just remember, pudding proposes and Bill disposes of the pudding. Just launch it. Freaking bite me. Let me finish this arm and then I'll launch it, you jerk. Oh, you're the worst. Freaking bite me, dude. Oh, I gotta fit it. You really suck. The arm, that's fine. That's fine. I'm done making the arm anyway. Ready? And oh, maybe because you're so fat. Too much pudding. It's too much pudding for me, boys. It's too much. I can't take all the pudding. There we go. And that right there is exactly how they flat packed that thing. So let me lock this out. Okay. Let me lock that piece out. Lock our... Lock those pieces out there. That's good. That one isn't locked. Okay. Test the arm before you launch it. Frightco, I agree. I very much agree with you. So I'm going to just put this into like a temporary stowable position here by running a little old strut from there to there. And then I'm going to do the same with the mobile base so it doesn't weeble wobble around. Save that. There we go. All right. Let's test the arm unfolding and then test monkey barring the arm around when the station is in full deployed solar panel configuration. So let's set this to prototype T, overwrite. We need to reroute right there and then get rid of my tooling mechanism down there for our testcraft file. Now we just got to put the clamps in place. I propose that you eat pudding. Test launch, you mean? Yeah, you guys can redeem test launch if you want. It doesn't matter. Yeah, you could totally do that when we're in engineering mode. Like, I would like to just, if you retrieve just launch it, I would like to be able to finish what I'm working on. But yeah, we should be good, dudes. Okay, the arm is in position. I hate pudding. Oh, come on, there's always room for pudding, man. All right. All the modules are secured. Okay, if everything goes well, this should be the final test. So we're gonna zip this up there. I'm gonna use debug. We'll get it up into space. We'll deploy the solar panels and we'll see if the grandparent strut on the solar arrays works. So we'll deploy the solar panels, unlock everything, deploy them, reload the scene, and then start messing with the robotic arm. How long is the Canadarm on the ISS? It's pretty long, Ozzy. I think at full extension, like if it just goes straight out like this, it's got to be 50 feet. I mean, the shuttle, it's about the same length as the shuttle's robotic arm. The shuttle's robotic arm is... Actually, it's probably not 50 feet. It's probably a little shorter than that. The shuttle's robotic arm, the payload bay is 45 feet. It's about 40 feet long. So I would assume that the space station RMS is about the same, which is actually pretty ridiculous when you think about it. Convert 50 feet to meters. 15. 15 meter. Dude, the shuttle's payload bay, fellas, is 15 by 5. It's huge. 15 meter by 5 meter. That's a gigantic payload bay. I mean, you know, I could sit here and say it's 45 by 15, right? 45 feet by 15 feet, but most people are like, hands, feet. 15 meter by 5 meter. That's a big payload bay. It's huge. The ISS can wiggle. Yeah. It's actually wiggling its arms, so. But this is not why we are here. Are you not into trains? Boop. I didn't realize the size until I stood under Atlantis. Yeah. It's a bit crazy, bit big there, isn't it? The Soviets couldn't understand why we would make the Saturn V and then switch to the space shuttle. They literally have a rocket that goes to moon. Why build this? This is flying boxcar. Why build that? You have a rocket that goes to moon. Why? Что? That actually is what happened. They got really confused. They looked at during the Cold War when the US rolled out the space shuttle, the Soviet space program looked at it and went, why would you make this? Why would you? Okay, I'm a little confused by your tactics. I'm gonna keep acting tough until I figure out what's going on. Show us the cool stuff one by one. Oh, you got it, Ren. Okay. That's seriously what they did, Blacklist. They got so confused. They were like, I don't know what that is, and I don't know what weapon systems it's designed to deliver, but whatever weapon systems it's designed to deliver, we will figure out. We're just going to build it to make sure we know that capability. Railgun to space when? Nah, that's gonna be, it's difficult to do, Sock Cutter. There's this whole atmosphere thing that's in the way. Okay, let's go to, I forgot to change the docking port forces on those. Remind me to do that, fellas. Docking, port side, solar panel module docking ports need to be changed. And so Space Ural was born. The. Okay, unlock. Undo the auto strut, unlock. Undo the auto strut, unlock. These last couple of pieces were not auto-strutted out of the box. We should fix that. This, you know, the good thing about doing all these tests, it's basically practice for me. It's practice for when we actually go to deploy this stuff. Okay, we are go for hamster solar panel deploy. Go for hamsters. Yep, I missed one. This is why you practice. Honestly, I'm still confused about that whole thing, unless Nixon really hated Kennedy that much. Who was the one that moved the defunding of Apollo and the Saturn V forward? The executive branch. Hellfish. I'm fairly confident that you know this. Like, I'm pretty sure you know this, but I'll say it just in case. You probably already knew this, but Nixon ran on a ticket of reducing government spending. So the space program, it's you know, we saw it as, oh, we won the space race, so why aren't the hydraulics extending? Oh, okay, that was the next thing. Who in his administration hated Apollo? I don't know. I'd have to go look. Like I said, I'm not gonna sit here and say that he didn't like JFK from 1960. The 1960 election was very, very close. For people that don't know their history, it was close, like 2000's election close. And the 1960 presidential election was Kennedy versus Nixon. He lost the presidential candidacy in 1960. And then he won in 1968. And he ran on a ticket. Nixon ran on a ticket of reducing costs and ending the Vietnam War. That's what he ran on. So, I don't know. I mean, you can say whatever you want about Nixon. He's a pretty damn good politician. Like, he knew how to play the game. Let me put it to you like that. Especially when it came to foreign policy. His foreign policy was pretty good. Basically, bomb back to the Stone Age. That'll bring those guys to the negotiating table. So, I don't know. Can I make a recommendation? You should see if adding a storage containers on the base of the arms track, it would let you move parts around to the ends of the truss without needing storage containers everywhere. It's still cool to have the localized ones there demo, but yeah, we could add more. No problem. So, just end this war by ramping it up. I mean, RJ, it really comes down to kind of, I guess, how you look at it, but the auto strut is disabled. Why is the auto strut disabled on these panels? Maybe, did I only do that on one side? Am I that stupid? I am. Oh boy. So, you know, he ran on a ticket of reducing, basically ending the escalation that Kennedy started and Johnson escalated like crazy. Yeah, interesting. So, I don't know, man. I think NASA basically just got caught up in the strife. That coupled with a recession, a big recession in 1971, and then the oil crisis in 1973. Yeah, that basically stuck a fork in it, man. But I've talked about this before, Hellfish. I do not think that cancellation of projects is there from party. Cancellation of space flight programs comes from bad economic times. It's more intrinsically linked to economics than anything. I.e., NASA does better when the economy does better. But yeah, I don't know. I've never really looked into... I looked into it a long time ago. I don't remember why they didn't like the Apollo program so much. Because, and it's a fair argument to make, dude. I think it's a fair argument to make because the crazy price tag from the Apollo program wasn't from launching the rockets. Everybody says, oh, the Saturn V was too expensive. The Saturn V was too expensive. No, it wasn't too expensive. It was expensive to make, not expensive to produce. It was expensive to design and test it and build out all the infrastructure that it needed. Launch pads, test facilities, space centers. That's what carried the price tag. And that's why the Saturn V was so expensive. If they had kept running the Saturn V, I bet you they could have operated the Saturn V and gone to the moon for a less expensive cost than operating the space shuttle, if you really want to know. So we got to auto strut the starboard solar panel array. All right, so let's play the editor. Robert Mayo and Lee Duvridge played a major role in previous reading. Yeah, man, honestly, the USA lost interest. We got too good at things, and things got routine. People got bored. I think that has a lot to do with it. I think the economy going in the toilet and the US being weary of proximity wars had a lot to do with it, dude. Because, like, guys, if I look back in history and I see something that really doesn't make sense, I make sure that I'm not applying, like, my current knowledge. You don't look at history through a lens of modern day interpretation. Understand? To really figure out what people were doing and why they did it at the time, you have to kind of go and understand where they were, like where their mind was at, you know? The context of why stuff was done is important to understand, even if you don't agree with it. You know what I mean? I'll give you an example. Like an example, Kiranov, I know you asked for an example. So, okay, an example was when the Soviet Union was first established, they were trying to establish a Marxist-Leninist state, right? They were trying to build the communistic utopia that Marx talked about in the manifesto, right? So what they did was they collectivized all the farms. They basically went to all the private farms, right, and said, your farm is now state property, and the state is going to be in charge of agricultural resource distribution. So the state took control of all the farms, and started trying to distribute the resources throughout the Soviet Union to make sure that everybody had food. It was a disaster. It ended up killing more people than helping, like way more. It started a famine, a human-induced famine in the Ukraine, and literally killed millions of people. There you go. But you got to understand at the time what they were trying to do. They were trying to help, and it ended up not helping. It ended up making it way worse, and they ended up killing a bunch of people. It's called the, what's it called? Holodomor in the Ukraine. Dude, millions of Ukrainians died in the 20s. Millions. Like entire villages gone. They all starved. Rimworld style. Like it's messed up. But there you go. You know, you can sit there and look at it and say it's bad, and it is bad. But you got to understand where they were coming from. Why would someone do that? Why would you do that? That makes no sense. Well, in their mind, that's what would have worked. It didn't. It didn't work at all. It was a terrible idea. That and Russia-Ukraine relations are, the more I look into it, those are a little complicated. I'd say that's a fair thing to say given current events. Exactly. You guys know. Yeah, Admana, there you go. Yeah, you know, it's important to understand context, even if you don't agree with it. I think that collectivization of farms is an extremely stupid idea. You shouldn't, no, don't do that. That is a very bad idea. Toying around with people's food and water. That's a stupid idea. But it's important to understand context, why they did it, etc., etc. And yeah, you got to go from there. That's what I mean. I get what they were trying to do. I see it, but that was a stupid idea. In fact, I'm willing to bet that that's probably not the best example, but there you go. Really, Ewok? Interesting. That's an example. Like they tried to collectivize farming and it failed miserably. Like very bad. I can give another example from the Soviet Union if you want. So the Soviet Union worked on these crazy infrastructure projects in the 1960s. The Soviet Union wanted to become an exporter of resources. You know, we export resources, you know, oh, these goods came from us. We can make the best stuff. They wanted to make shirts. So they started trying to figure out a way to produce more cotton. And what they did was they ended up diverting rivers in Kazakhstan by building crazy hydroelectric dams and irrigation control dams and flowed the water into Uzbekistan so the farmers could produce more cotton. Right? Okay, that seems like a fair idea. That is one of the worst man-made climate disasters in the world by a long shot. You want climate change? Guess what? They obliterated an entire inland ocean. You think I'm kidding? It's called the Aral Sea. The Aral Sea is between Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, and them diverting all that water for cotton export literally destroyed. We're talking an ocean that's the size of Lake Superior. Yeah, you could see where it was. And you could see all the farmland got diverted into, see? They diverted all the canals with irrigation dams into Uzbekistan and wiped out the Aral Sea. Crazy, huh? You can look at parts of, like if you look at Uralsk right here, you could see that they tried to dig a canal for the receding sea and it failed miserably. So, because they dried up this freshwater lake, the entire area, which was once lush and green, literally turned to the desert. So it's one of the only places in the world where you can literally find boats sitting in the middle of the desert, abandoned. They didn't sink. They just beached themselves. See what I mean? Crazy, huh? This used to be an inland port right here. You could see where the shipping dock was. Nope, gone. And what did I say about screwing with people's food supply? Where do you think the people of Uralsk got their food from? Because they didn't get it from farmland, it's the desert. Got it from fishing. They literally, yeah. See what I mean? Those people had nothing to eat. Not a good idea. Oh yeah, also the Soviet Union had a biochemical weapons lag here. Yeah, that's great. That's genuinely idiotic of them. You got to understand what they were trying to do. At the time, it makes sense, but it's a really stupid idea. Really stupid. And that's what I mean about going, you have to look in the past. Like, do I agree with that? No. Is that a really stupid idea, Kibby? Abso-freaking-lutely. This is why you do environmental impact surveys, by the way. Just, that's kind of important. So you don't bleed dry an entire ocean. It's probably a good idea. Probably a good idea to do that. But you got to go and understand context. I see what they were trying to do. They were trying to give people jobs. They're trying to put people to work. I get it. But also, the road to hell is paved in good intentions. And even if you don't agree with those decisions, like, in hindsight, it's easy to say that that was a stupid idea, But we have the benefit of hindsight. That's what I mean. You got to go back at the time and try to see what they were trying to do. And that makes more sense when you look at it how I explained it. Oh, let's divert some canals and stuff and increase our cotton exports. That's a fair idea. Nope, that ended very poorly. Dude, there's stuff like this all over the place. You can go back and find stuff you don't agree with. And don't get me wrong, you don't have to agree with it. It's just important to understand what they were trying to do. Just like engineering. You gotta understand, what were you trying to do? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to get done? I mean, to be fair, we did the same thing. We did something dumb like that in the, I think it was the 1800s. So if you go back over into Google Earth real quick, see this inland body of water right there? That's artificial, believe it or not. That's the Salton Sea. The Salton Sea came from efforts to divert the Colorado River. It came from efforts to divert the Colorado River. You guys ever played City Skylines and put a dam in the wrong spot and ended up flooding somewhere else by accident? Yeah. Yeah, that's what the Salton Sea is. The Salton Sea was there because they tried to dam up the Colorado River and they ended up flooding this entire valley, and they ended up flooding. The Salton Sea is man-made, but it's not man-made for the right reasons. This discussion makes you want to play Timberborn. You did it in Timberborn. There you go. That's what the Salton Sea is. True story. And the Salton Sea at first was a freshwater oasis. They were like, oh, we screwed up over here, but that's fine. Now we have this really awesome inland ocean. It's really great, and they started building cities on the coast as like resorts, right? Notice how there's all this zoned area with all these grids, but there's nobody living there. What happened eventually with the Salton Sea, because it wasn't supposed to be there, what happened is, because there was a river in its place, instead of a lake, the lake turned into a collection pool for farming runoff, for irrigation runoff from the farms. Spoiler alert, farms pollute water badly because of pesticides and chemicals that they put to make sure the plants don't get killed, right? All that crap got washed into the Salton Sea, and the Salton Sea slowly became like a freshwater oasis. It ended up becoming a gigantic, salty, dead sea of disgustingness. All the fish that were naturally in the pond basically died. It smells like permanent low tide in there. And then all the pesticides polluted the water. See what I mean? You got to look at the context of what they were trying to do. Smart idea. Use the Colorado River for irrigation control so you can farm more. But those plans do backfire, and it's important to understand context. For what it's worth, if you play GTA 5, Trevor lives in Sandy Shores. Sandy Shores is the equivalent of Salton City. That's what it's supposed to be. So that dead ocean that kind of exists between Mount Chiliad and Sandy Shores, that's supposed to be the Salton Sea. Yeah, dude, there's literally like entire abandoned docks, resorts, hotels. See, check it out. Crazy, right? Oops. Industrial farming runoff is not, it pollutes a lot, actually. Not a lot of people know about that. Do you know about the Berkeley Pit in Butte, Montana? I don't. So yeah, that's what I mean about going back and figuring out and understanding in context. And to drive it back into spaceflight, I don't know contextually why they wanted to get rid of Apollo. I could say as a spaceflight fan that was a really dumb idea. But yeah, obviously I have the benefit of hindsight. You gotta understand what they were trying to do at the time, even if you don't agree with it. Like, can't really think of a scenario where I would agree with canceling a space program. Every time we've done that, it's failed miserably. Apollo and Constellation being the two kind of big examples of this. But yeah, I don't know. What do I know? Just a little bit about context and understanding it. I apply this logic to what I'm... Doesn't matter if I'm looking through how a system is put together for the Canadarm, for the space station, or if I'm looking at historical context of spaceflight policy. It's important to understand that stuff, dudes. Politicians ignoring scientists? It's bad. Yeah, Anth, it's bad when politicians ignore scientists, but it's even worse when politicians ignore engineers. Am I right or am I right? That's a really stupid thing to do. What orbit is the station in? We're in 100 by 100 right now. Yeah, exactly, Loopy. Yeah, nuts. Can confirm Trevor would not at all be out of place in Salton City. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's almost like a country has more complicated demographics than just feed everybody. Supercraft, yeah. Oh yeah. Have you tried just feeding everybody? Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll get right on that. Don't screw with people's food. That is really, really dumb. Really dumb. I'm just going through everything that I went through to start this up like we did before. So this time my grandparents strutted the solar panels right out of the box, and we will do a reload here and see what it does. So we need to set the Cal controller to repeat, and then we need to make sure we're pointed directly at it and play the sucker. Play the sucker. There we go. So our solar panels are in partially automated tracking mode. Station is looking great. Thanks, Kiranov. I appreciate it. I did put that one light over here as a test. How much light is this actually casting? Yeah, Kibby, that's what I just did. It's fudged, but it does track. If you sync it to the orbital period, so take your total time, 32 minutes, 38 seconds. That's 1958 seconds. Set the Cal controller to loop, 1958 seconds, and make the servos rotate 360 degrees per one loop. And then move the Cal controller around to set it so the solar panels and the radiators are pointed directly at the sun and hit the play button. Done. See? Now this thing is playing, and then when it hits the end, it'll just keep going. How hard would it be to design that unfoldable solar array they're planning with the Axiom station? I haven't seen it, Kiranov. I'd have to look. First launch today. I'm actually in final testing for this right now, RJ. So yeah, we're definitely making some progress. I fixed the solar panel arrays. Now we just got to make some modifications to the arm. Or I made some modifications to the arm and I'm testing it. I got to put some lights on the station, and then that's it. Can you show us resources, please? I want to show you how much fuel you have here. Fuel? There's no fuel on this station. It's not a refueling depot. I mean, yeah, there's no fuel here. The fueling modules you would have to add later. How many of your station's accessories contain dongles? Oh, yes, all of them. All right, so we need to unlock there and unlock there. Pretty damn close to being synced up. That's good. I have 5 truss segments, Kibby. I have Z1, which the Z1 truss segment on my station is a combination of ISS's Z1 truss segment, the S0 truss segment from the ISS, and the P0 truss segment from Space Station Freedom. It's a combination of 3 truss segments. I did it that way to help for Kerbal to better understand how the space station goes together. That was a Kerbal optimization. So I combined 3 truss segments into one. So I have Z1, P1, P2, S2, or S1, S2. Z1 is in the center, and then the port and starboards are attached to it. And then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 modules. Careful, the robotics don't like sudden adjustments in space. You're telling me. So what we got to do is we got to take this, and I have to move it to another docking port. We're gonna, for this test here, I'm gonna fold out the arm, and then I'm going to move. We're gonna try to scoop the arm down onto that port right there with that docking port. We'll test hierarchy reversal on my updated arm, and then once it's down in that point and in the stowed position, we'll reload the scene. We'll reload the entire scene, and then we'll see if anything breaks. Oh yeah, that light's doing something. It's not doing a lot though, but it's doing something. Hey Alex, good to see the station free flying after all the planning. Yep. We're doing good though, guys. That light is doing something, but it's a little far away. Like if I toggle the light off and on here, it definitely is doing something, but yeah. Maybe we need a couple more of these. Has the leaking Soyuz capsule docked yet? No, Soyuz doesn't exist in this save. We only use space shuttles here. And then possibly even an Orion. Maybe, if we have time. What was the old Space Station Freedom-style station called now? It was built with the old orange tanks. I really like that station and feel like it's kind of a callback to it as well, which I really enjoy. The original Space Station Freedom plan, Kibby, called to have a space station that kind of looks like the ISS as the place where you build and assemble spacecraft, and then following behind it in the same orbit would have been a refueling base to refuel the stages, to refuel the tugs. Petition for an ATV resupply vehicle? What? I meant your old one. Oh, Kivy, the old Crippen Station was the name of my old space station that looked like this. The truss segment was made out of orange tanks. I stored fuel in the truss segment of my old design. That actually might not be a bad way to do things with this, but we wouldn't be able to store much fuel with how I have the trusses set up, which is just kind of a shame. But we can always add trusses, which is cool. I made the station modular. I could technically add a truss out on the end of the solar panel if I really wanted to. Did you name this station? No. No, I haven't. Oh, boy. Hey, Whitney, what's going on? You think its name is Tom? Its name isn't Tom, it's Bob. Hello there. Yeah, Grandparent Strut fixed it, Snackless, but I redid the hierarchy on the end by node attaching the these, the micro nodes, or not the micro nodes, the G0s. I node attached them to this, and that's node attached to the piston. And then I compared it to my, I call cubeless design. This coupled with Grandparent Strutting fixes everything. Yeah, it fixed it. I think what's going on, Snackless, is that the point of attachment on the solar panel is so ridiculously small. If the solar panel starts swaying, it creates a resonance. Because for such a long thing, for such a long piece, especially with an animatable collider, right? The point of attachment is quite small. I think the solar panels could have benefited from having an attachment node instead of radial attaching. I think because you can only radial attach these, yeah, they have some hard problems with attachment, especially if they're on a robotic, and the robotics like kind of move around. That jiggles the solar panel, and over time, solar panel jiggles, the robotic moves to compensate, right? And then the solar panel jiggles even more, and the robotic moves more to compensate, and it's compounding, which makes sense. Auto strutting that prevents the thing from moving at all. Taven, 44-month resub, doing well in you. Yeah, I'm good. Okay, lock that out. No torque limiter. Dunsies. How does the station fare when you time warp like 1,000 times? Well, that's why I've been doing so much testing with it, Nephilim. Yeah, the MBS works, Alex. Yep. Let's go all the way to the end. It should be able to get to like right here. I did that on purpose. Not did it on purpose. We could make it go further if we really wanted to. I could make it go all the way out to the end of the tracks, but I think that's perfect enough. When is the first launch? If these tests go well, I'll start packing up payloads, Novaraptor. Yeah, we might be able to even get in a launch tonight. That's maximum traverse there. Will you need to mess with the arm on the ground, or will you just figure it out yourself? Mess with the arm. Well, why would I mess with the robotic arms which are designed to work in space on the ground, RJ? No, Hell Hydra, that's been untested. I would obviously go and test that in engineering mode if we propose the modification to the station. It does look kind of cool with the light down at the end there. I think he means pre-planned. Pre-planned? When did you put all this in space? Oh, I edited this up here, Kirk. Yeah, new Kirk, I edited it up here. We're just testing. We're in testing mode. Like, how do you dock everything? Will you need to mess with the arm on the ground, or will you just figure it out as you launch? Oh, okay. Pre-planning. I need to get the combinations here. What's going on there? Well, that's strange. Even when it was locked, it wasn't doing it. It was... Hang on one second. I guess we just got to keep them powered. That's weird. What did I say that threw you off with that question? Saying mess with the arm on the ground kind of messed me up, because that implies outside of the SPH when you say ground. If you'd said, do you need to mess with the arm in the SPH? You said just spaceplane hanger, or mess with it in the editor before you send it, then that would have, yeah. Saying ground, I assumed we needed to, like, that in my mind that implies, like, are you gonna move the arm around when you're outside of the SPH? No, what? No, why would I do that? It'll be interesting to see if autostruts are still in KSP too. Yeah? Have you chosen the final altitude and inclination? It's gonna be 100, zombie. 100 circular. Actually, maybe even 105. I was thinking 105. Just because I've been practicing so much with the shuttle to put the shuttle into 100 by 100 orbit right off the bat. Putting the station in height just above that, maybe like 115 or 110 would probably be better. But, I mean, it's not... If we put the station in 100, I could easily just change my ascent with the shuttle just a little bit so we could insert into a 90 by 90 orbit. That's not that big of a deal. Hang on. We gotta go back and I gotta put this thing right here. How do you think the arm will go up for the station? I'll flat pack it and put it on a shuttle pallet, just like what NASA did. Merge the craft file with itself, Limprod. Don't duplicate the fairing. Go save, load up the same exact file, and then pick the fairing off using shift left click off of the ghosted subassembly. Alright, we need to move this here so we can get down at that port. Let's try for it. I'd say adding a couple more of these lights. I like the way this light gets cast on objects. That looks a lot like how the ISS looks when they're like at night. When they're working with it at night, so. Okay. Pause. Stop the MBS right there. We have a fine controller there. That's just a cal that's bound to nothing. All right. Let's go. Let's try to move this thing. So we need to unlock that. Unlock that. Unlock that. We already unlocked over there. So now that one, that one, that one. Okay. So here we go. Set that to 45. And then set this one to 45 as well. In the negative. Even when it's locked. Interesting. Okay. I'll just keep it powered. It's fine. Thanks, it worked. I had to disable fairing expansion. Alright, set that one to 90. And now, how are we going to get that aligned to there? How would we do this? I think it would start with maybe rotating this way. Let's rotate it to 20 degrees, minus 20, and see what happens. Is that thing at 30 degrees? Nope. Oh, 20. Let's go all the way to 30. Minus 30. You know what? Let's move this further out on the mobile base. And then set this 45. You should be able to get at it at 45 degrees. So once again, I'm testing moving my arm around the station. You see how there's 2 docking ports on the end of the arm? The real arm on the space station can do this. It has 2 latching end effectors on either end of the arm. And that enables the arm, to basically go to any grapple point around the station. So if it needs to be up here on the mobile base and moved around on the truss segment, they can dock one end, or berth one end of the arm to the vehicle that moves along the truss segment on the ISS, right? Or you can, undock this after, take that docking port, move it right there, undock this end, and then have the arms swing down underneath the space station, like ready to grab a vehicle if we need to. It's a giant inchworm. I call it monkey barring around the station, but yeah, crazy, right? Does Canadarm go the same speed as this? Probably slower. Yeah, probably slower, believe it or not. Another thing that I need to do with the arm, guys, is put lights. I need to put lights on the end of the docking ports. And just lights on different parts of the arm so I can see the thing. A light on the end of the effectors, though, is probably what we'd want, I'd say. See, like I said, part of the whole reason why I'm making this space station and why I'm insistent on building a station before we go further with shuttle infrastructure is I want to learn how to build the vehicles with the arm. I want to learn how the arms work so I can assemble anything I want in space. Bigger vehicle? No problem. External tank? Sure. Arms should be able to move it around. Empty. Wouldn't be able to move a full one around. We could put an attachment on it, RJ, just like Dexter, just like what they really do with the arm. That's totally doable, man. Put that down to 80. Arm is life. Arm is love. See. Sorry, Goomba. My bad, man. My life is armteto. Yes. Just all potato. Oh, sun's coming up. Yeah, I increased traverse rate just so I don't bore you guys to death. Just on those parts. Alright, now we're almost in position. We gotta set this to... Actually, I think about minus 85 will probably do us right. And then go over here select the arm. Select that boy. And just go a little bit forward. What was John Young's quote about the shuttle? I can't tell you what a tribute that is to the American working man, the American working woman too. You can't imagine the type of people that worked on this project, from all walks of life, all capabilities and limitations. They proved that they could do the job. They proved it for the world to see. And I'm mighty proud to be associated with folks like that. It's what we've been trying to do for the last 10 years. We have a vehicle, the payload capability that allow us to do that. Once we get operational, the space shuttle will be able to do in 5 to 10 years what it would have taken us 20 to 30 years to do otherwise. It's all due to everybody's individual efforts. John Young was my favorite astronaut. It really, dude, I was not happy when he passed away. But, you know, he was old, so that happens, unfortunately. John Young is the Jeb Kerman of real life, dudes. He flew on 2 Gemini missions. He flew 2 missions on Apollo. Both of them went to the moon. He's one of only a handful of people that had ever been out of low Earth orbit twice. Gene Cernan and Jim Lovell are the other 2. Jim Lovell's still around. Gene's unfortunately not with us anymore. But yeah, and after going once to the moon on Apollo 10, he's the first guy to ever fly the lunar lander in lunar orbit, because Apollo 8 didn't have one. Apollo 9 tested the LEM in low Earth orbit. Apollo 10 tested the lunar lander, the LEM, around the moon, but they didn't give it enough fuel to land. And then Apollo 11 was the first one to land. John Young was the first guy to fly the LEM in space. And then after that, he went to the moon with Charlie Duke on Apollo 16. Charlie Duke's still around. And then after that, if that wasn't enough, going out to low Earth orbit twice, he was the first guy to fly the space shuttle on STS-1, April 12th, 1981. April 12th, 1961 is Yuri Gagarin's first flight, first human into space. Fun facts with EJ. You remember Apollo 8? Apollo 8! Remember Apollo 8? Yep, he also smuggled a corned beef sandwich into space because he's John Young and he can. You meant 1981. I heard 1989. Yeah, you heard wrong. Moment you think you got it figured, you're wrong. Yeah, of course he would have, because he's Jebediah Kerman. He's Jeb incarnate, man. One of the all-time greatest astronauts. And no one knows who he is. That's the crazy part, dude. Yep, that's right. Weiser, after STS-1, John Young flew on STS-9. He's the first guy to fly the space shuttle 2 times. First flight of the Space Lab module, and he was in line to basically fly the Hubble Space Telescope deployment mission for a 7th flight, but Challenger happened, and he retired. He said, screw this, I don't need to do this no more. Because he's John Young. If he doesn't want to go into space, he doesn't have to go into space. He's John Young. He can do what he wants. He was too old for this. I'm too old for this stuff. So let me swing this over to 48. Just move that up. That was too much. Too much. Too much. Too much evil. Too much evil! Release the evil. Too much evil. How many retired after Challenger? Don't know. You have to go look. That was too much. I moved it way too much. Might want to turn on SVI on the docking ports. Yeah, probably not a bad idea, Aqualex. I gotta be careful about that though. Yeah, I don't want the thing clipping in. Did you see I added the brake hinges in there? Dude, it flat packed exactly like they did it on the shuttle. Now I just gotta we'll load that sucker right up onto a shuttle pallet and call it a day. Strut that thing down and deploy it just like they did. That's gonna be fun, dude. Did you see the KSP2 video flying under the bridge? Yeah. Let's set that to 59. I didn't have my wrist roll servos in the right spot, so I had to redo the arm anyway. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, pretty cool, man. And you know what? For what it's worth, having an arm on the shuttle like what we have. Oh crap! No! 60. Geez. Having an arm like we do on the shuttle and having this arm, I will say that this is easier to control. You have way more dexterity with this thing than you do with the shuttle's arm. Okay. I remember the interview with Charlie Duke. I shook Charlie Duke's hand, man. Yep. Let's go down a little bit. Down a little bit. Oh, man, it's so close to being right. RJ, your question makes a lot more sense in this context. Yes, we're gonna have to do that. Yeah, we're still gonna have to mess with this in the SPH. So what I'm going to do, Hired, is come up with some static positions, I think. Come up with static, so like when the mobile base is at 63 on the dot, set all this to a standby position and then a dock position, you know what I mean? We'll basically write little programs to move the arm. Write programs to move the arm from like a grapple point to the MBS or something. That, yeah, we could, and those ain't gonna change as long as the modules are in the right spots. Looks like we gotta twist this guy a little bit. So set that to 61. Gotta twist it around a little bit. There we go. Okay. Okay, it's latched. So what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna go and we are going to increase the dampers. We're gonna need a servo damper control on both arms here. Another cal controller for servo damping, and basically have the servos toggleable damper control. They actually have that in real life. The arms. They have a servo power amplifier and a servo damper control. For this exact reason, the damper control is there so they don't stress the joints on the arm. And the power amplifier control is so they can distribute power over all the joints. You can change the strength of the robotics with a power amplifier. which is actually really smart. It's really, like I said, really well thought out stuff. Okay. All right, guys, here we go. Ready? So we're going to undock, and then it's going to snap into position. And see? See how that's not exactly lined up? The more precise we get our docks, the better. But same vessel. Same vessel. Yep. Okay, get rid of the damper controls. Do you plan to do a special stream schedule during the first weeks of KSP2? Yeah, it's mostly going to consist of just playing KSP2 a lot. Yeah, for copious periods of time. Alright, so what do we need to do to get this thing down? Looks good. Yeah, but February 24th. Yeah, Toph Floyd is right. Mm-hmm. Dude, look at that. Is that cool or what? Oh, man, look at the arm moving. I'm super proud of this stuff, guys. This is really cool. I totally changed the way I play, and robotics, yeah, the entire design meta for Kerbal literally changed overnight. I'm really happy, though, because, you know, it's, I think it changed for the better. It completely, dude, it was so easy all of a sudden. But the problem is that I had to understand how we all had to understand how the robotics worked. Can the real arm on the ISS crawl around the station from module to module like this? Yep. Yeah, Aqualex, I was just talking about that, having a kind of fudged kinematic design. So, here, we'll do what we did before. There's no rush inside of the station, just space it. Oh, you're talking about in real life. No. There's no grapple points over there. The Russians have their own. The Russians have their own arm. It's called Strela. Strela is It's a robotic arm minus the robotics. It's basically a giant telescoping stick that one guy ropes himself to the space station, and Strela is on a ball joint, and they just extend the telescope, and one guy grapples to the end of the stick, and one guy moves him around. Yeah, it's a robotic arm. Or it's just, well, it's a ball joint with a stick on it. Strela is what it's called. I mean, Strela works. The robotic arm is easier. But the robotic arm is also way more complicated than Strela ever would be, you know? Yeah. Here, look. That's the arm on Resvet. So... See? It's just a stick. Alexei, rope yourself to end of stick. I will move you around. Okay. See? So this is taken from the end of the stick looking back. It's on like a little turret with a ball joint. See what I'm talking about? One guy just sits there and moves the stick around, and the other guy is on the end of the stick. So it's like, you need to go over there, I'll move you over there. Look. The astronaut in the cosmonaut in the Orlan spacesuit is bolted to the module. His feet are strapped in, so he can use the module as leverage and move the boom around. That's actually not a bad way to do things, guys. That's pretty smart. I will give credit where credit is due. That's a pretty good way to do stuff. Yeah, it's just a crane operator in space. Only the crane is all manual because it doesn't need to be powered because you're in space. And yeah, the Russian spacesuit right there is called Orlan. Orlan. It's a good spacesuit design. And soft lead pencils. Now, see, Chillin, the pencils were a stupid idea. That seems like a really smart idea, but it's also really dumb. Pencils make graphite dust. Graphite, A, is explosive, and B, in dust form, in particulate form, jams up your HVAC systems on your spacecraft. That's why NASA spent all that money to make a pen, so they could make a less complicated HVAC system. Yeah, graphite shavings floating around in your HVAC system with oxygen in it. Yeah, that doesn't seem very smart. That doesn't seem very smart. Grease pencils. Last time I checked, grease is flammable, Jason. But yeah, grease pencil probably would be better. Alright, set that to 0. Pencil shavings in your eyes? Yeah. Not smart. How about we use phosphorus? Yeah, there you go, Savvy. I know, I have a fissure right here. How long did you say that fuse was? I am invincible! Besides, the Americans are slugheads. They'll never detect me. You're saying slugheads? Nobody screws with Boris Grishenko. Spike them! No way! Spike them! Alright, what's the password? I'm not going to tell you. You sit on it, but you can't take it with you. Knockers. Nice. Boris should have survived. Best villain ever. Okay. Set that traverse right back down. All right, dudes. Let's reload. See what happens. Tracking station. Yeah, Thomas, I saw that. Interesting. I love refrigerators. All right, what we're going to try to do here, guys, is I'm just reloading the scene. Basically a scene reload. These tests here are designed to simulate like a spacecraft coming to the station and then leaving and going back down and then coming back up. You know? Like we revisit the station. So, let's go back to this. Let's go back up. Let's see. He's a second level programmer. She's a second level programmer. She works on the guidance system. She doesn't even have access to the firing codes. Retro rockets firing. Okay, no explosions. Come on, station. Where was the kaboom? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom. There actually wasn't supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom. Yeah, no, we didn't want that. How's that view from the cupola? Oh, hey, guy. Wheels. Ah, yes. Here we go. Oh, yes, this is an Alarmy stock image. I'm sure Alarmy sent somebody up there and, you know, took a picture on the ISS cupola. Yep. Let's put our watermark all over it. That's an alarm me stock image, right? Nice. Yeah, I'm sure they took that picture, Joe. I'm sure. You know what? Even if they didn't take that picture, I'm sure they bought the rights to it. Am I right? I'm sure that's what happened there. Hey, Bob. There we go. Well, close enough. Actually, that thing is pretty solid, man. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Sure, I'm proud. I mean, Eukerman, yeah, you're right. It's pretty stupid. Why would they charge for something that's free? Because people don't know any better. That's pretty predatory in my opinion. What's the plan, altitude and inclination for your station? I don't know, Joe. I don't know. I mean, we've had conversations about it. You know, 6 degrees so we could get at the moon and min-miss from the station is probably a good idea. We would have to wait. We wouldn't be able to get to the moon all the time. We'd have to wait for phasing, but to make sure that we, you know...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Get a lunar orbit on the insertion, you know? Or we could do bi-elliptical transfer. That'll actually work as well.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
An inclination would make it interesting, Hired, yeah. But you guys got to remember, the inclination would be an added difficulty. Having the thing on the equator, like where it's at right now, would be... Having the thing on the equator where it's at right now would make the missions go faster. Because I wouldn't have to sit there and think about being able to launch at the right time, having to launch at the right time, etc., etc. Hey, Noobzor. 44 months. ECO with the 34. Polar orbit? Yeah, no. Go ISS and put it in a 51-degree inclined orbit. I had an idea, fellas, if you really... Damn, it's a nice looking station. I actually had an idea if you guys wanted to know. How the solar panel's doing. They moving around at all? Nope. Everything looks good here. It would be cool to figure out what the highest inclination of one of our ground tracking stations is, and the highest latitude, the highest north latitude of one of the ground tracking stations, and the lowest south latitude of the ground tracking stations. So the 3 DSNs, because there's runways there. I know there are runways there. And what we could do is I could make it so we could deorbit and land we could make it so we're always, the orbital path at different times will always go over a ground station. Don't get me wrong, here's the thing, dudes. That's a little bit more difficult. The reason why it's a little bit more difficult is because my shuttle can only stay up for a finite amount of time. The beauty of being in this orbit is that you fly over KSC every time, you know? So we'd have to be careful about when we choose to deorbit and when we choose to come back down. If we go into an inclined orbit, And the shuttle can only last 5 days, 5 days in space, and if 5 days go by, we don't get an orbit that crosses KSC when we're in an inclined orbit, then we're pretty screwed. Having a station at 0 inclination is the most ideal by a long shot. Okay, guys, so a couple more things. We need lights. More lights for the station. That's the right idea. I like putting those lights there. Yeah, 6 degrees is enough to overcome cross-range, Loopy, I think, with the space shuttle. So I'm thinking 6 is probably a good idea. The shuttle can do about 6 degrees. Dink. Well, let me put it this way. I know it can do 6 degrees. Test it now? You want me to do a test shuttle flight? I've thought about doing test shuttle flights to come back from different inclinations. If you guys really wanted to test something like that, I wouldn't be against it. I agree, Demo, yeah. The bridge is back. Polar orbit once around doesn't work. Kerbal spins too fast. We've seen the bridge, yeah. That's cool. Gotta fly under the bridge. Yeah. Yeah, we tried doing polar orbit once around. So I tried doing polar orbit once around, straight relying on shuttle cross-range capability to get where I needed. So the shuttle with all of my cross-range capability, basically squeezing it out as much as I possibly could. If we went due south out of here, the orbit, when we come over again, the orbit ends up over here. And then with the shuttle's cross-range, I can get to the coastline. So, if I put what we could do, like, okay, so maybe if we had more time to play KSP1, what I could do is do a polar orbit once around, and then I could use Kerbal Konstructs to put a runway over here, right? Use Kerbal Konstructs to put a runway over there, and then have the shuttle land on the runway on the west coast right here, and then have mate-demate devices at KSC to bring the shuttle back. That would be actually kind of cool, but, yeah. I have no idea, Nevio. Hellhydrate's 50. Thanks, buddy. What about an inclined orbit? Sun synchronous aren't exactly at 90. So, Aglux, if we launched this way, going out of KSC, we'd come back this way. It's not just because we launch into like a 97 degree inclined retrograde orbit over here, doesn't mean that the trajectory is going to come over and we're going to go that way. That's not how that works. We'll be going back this way. We'll be further away. So even if I launch this way for a polar orbit, launch that way, right? We're still going to come back this way. That might favor the cross-range capability, right? Because we don't have to make as much of a turn. That actually might be a good idea. If that's what you're saying. But even then, I guarantee you the shuttle doesn't have that cross-range capability. My shuttle cannot bridge that gap. We can't glide that far. No way. Not a chance. Like I said, it's about this much. From here to about there. That's about as much as cross-range as I have in either direction, you know? I'm doing another mobile base test here. I'm moving the base all the way out to the maximum extension over here. Why don't we just take the orbit and push it over there? Now, we could do a plane change on our deorbit burn, but even then, that deorbit burn plane change would use all of our fuel and still wouldn't get us close enough. I'm telling you guys, Kerbal just spins too fast. Because it's a lot smaller, it spins a lot more. And Kerbin's atmosphere is literally smaller. Kerbin's atmosphere is way smaller than Earth's. If we were around Earth right now, 100 kilometers up, very much a decaying orbit. You could park here if you really wanted to, but you could have a parking orbit here. But guys, we're 60 miles up. That's not, there's no stable orbits at 60 miles. You would need to constantly boost, or else you'd come down pretty much in a couple of hours. This isn't even close. The real ISS is at 400,000 meters. It's 300,000 meters that way because Earth is way freaking bigger. I don't think there'll be decaying orbits. But your weak link is, this is Kerbin. Huh? Loopy. Yes, I have. That was the whole idea. I wanted to build this station as kind of an introduction as to how to build a modular station delivered by the shuttle. But also, remember, the whole plan calls for a station to be able to assemble vehicles and another station to be able to refuel said vehicles. See what I mean? Will you be streaming tomorrow? Probably not, Chief. If we don't get that mission off tonight, guys, I absolutely can 100% say we're getting at least a shuttle flight off on Monday. Or, yeah, a shuttle flight off on Monday. Yeah. I'm trying this weekend off schedule. I want to see what it does. Don't get me wrong, we're still doing GTA racing on Saturday nights. But yeah, I'm trying the Monday through Friday thing. Looks like Booster 7 is going to roll back on Sunday during a window from 3 to 5 p.m. Central, depending on the wind conditions. Okay. And we got SpaceX Sunday at 11:55. I will be here for that, Thomas. If I don't see you tomorrow, have a good weekend. You too, buddy. You too. Chief, I have more HO parts coming. Okay, Chief. First, so Amazon is not... Amazon is not a good idea. Like, if you go on Amazon and type HO train cars, look at the prices. That I may have splurged a little bit. Ooh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Ooh. How many did you get? I didn't buy too much, to be honest with you. But dude, look at all the consists. Oh my god, this is bad. This is a Bethlehem Steel hopper car. I really want that. I love Bethlehem Steel. That's amazing. Do not hump. Do not hump. Do not hump. Look at some of these prices, man. The $33. It's so inexpensive. Talon, what about the shuttle's Titan liquid booster Titan liquid boost module? What do you mean? What locomotives do you have? Bethlehem is Philly. Bethlehem Steel. Yep. What locos do I have? The loco. So I haven't bought any new locomotives, RJ. I found my old HO trains. I have one of these. Now, mine doesn't look like that. Mine's in a lot crappier condition than that. I have a Conrail SD70. And then I have... These are old trains. I have one of these. I have an Amtrak 951. My catenaries are all broken. I broke that a long time ago. You should model and print some booster segments in cars. We should. So when are you going to start a 7 1/4 garden railway on all this forest turf you've got? 7 1/4? Oh, that... No. No. I have more let me finish the cars and the house and everything, Loopy, and then I'll think about it. Can I show a picture? Sure. I gave all of my HO trains away 13 years ago. Not gonna lie, kind of regret it. I can't, dude. I keep all of my stuff, dude. 951 once again in storage. The catenaries broke, so mine just doesn't have this, and the horns are long gone. It just I just got through saying I take care of my equipment, and for the most part I do, but this one I didn't store very well, and mine looks like that. It's literally broken all over the place. See how the catenary's all broken? Yeah, my catenary's junk. Totally broke. Yeah, that's what it was supposed to look like, but yeah. So the thing is though, is that even though I didn't store it in the box or anything, even though I didn't do that, the thing still works. And the Conrail SD70 still works as well. Yeah, those are my two locomotives. I have an SD70. Mine does not nearly look as nice as those. The railings are all gone. The thing was beat up. The Titan Liquid Boost module is literally a LR87. Why have I never... Thomas, why do I never know about this? Chief, you can post a picture, dude. I'm gonna do full landscaping and stuff? Nah, serious. No, dude, I got too many hobbies. I just want to have some trains to just screw around with and maybe have some fun with you guys. I don't really want to build a layout anywhere. Yeah, Dead Crew, yeah, I hear you. Although an outdoor railway would be really freaking cool. That would be awesome. So that's an LR87 with hypergolic fuel tanks attached to the bottom of the ET for extra performance with the SRBs. And that actually kind of makes sense, dude, because the LR87 they ended up designing it to have two SRBs next to it on Titan. So the thing is that you'd know that would work, which is actually kind of weird. Yeah, Jason, there you go. I guess. It was for DOD missions out of Vandy. Yeah. Dish, what's that? Don't show me that. I can't afford it. Now, guys, I could attach this to my shuttle and make it work. We could do that. I could make this. I built the external tank with the hierarchy to be able to add basically whatever. I could do this. I want to do an aft cargo carrier. That's the idea. I want to do this. I want to launch external tanks with the ability to attach 6-axis nodes to the back of them, and then have the shuttle dock to it. So the shuttle would ride up into space with the tank, and then I'd have a shuttle docking ring inside of the payload bay, and then nothing else. So the shuttle would make it into space with the tank. We could drop the tank off. Now the tank would have station keeping systems, so it would have RCS, so it can boost itself up into space, and then the shuttle could dock to the thing. And then I could put a 6-axis node on here and attach like solar panels or whatever to the sides. And then we could have a docking ring for the shuttle like over here, and then you could have a propulsion module or something. You know, you could do whatever. Like if and then we could do something like this with an SLS core stage, and then have the core stage be the propulsion module and build a station up on the front and make like a Grissom transfer vehicle. That's what I want to do. I'm building out the entire STS. Like, all the cool concepts from the shuttle program, we're doing that. Question, what about a third station? Without science, that have modules, would a skeletal station be a good construction site? Imagine a 30-minute commute from the main station to the construction site on an orbital-only transport tug that can be finished. So, if we're gonna build out a skeletal station, then what the heck does this station do? What's the purpose of this station then? What scale are your trains? I have two sets. One's O gauge, Duke, and the other one is HO gauge. Build a rail line between the garage and the house. You're killing me. Yeah, they really wanted to do that, huh? Guy drives me to dialysis, does end skill. Cool. Sorry to interrupt, please check last. Hey, it's all good, man. Don't worry about it. What do you got here? What do you got here, buddy? Impeccable taste, my friend. Is this N scale, Chief? No. No, Nova, I should buy one. The station is multi-purpose, but the cut-down one can be for bigger ships. That's all HO? Dude, you have a GTEL HO? I'm super jelly. I am super jelly. Oh, GTEL HO scale. And you have a big boy. I want something like this. The DD40X. DDA40X, that's awesome. Yeah, RJ, that's a sweet locomotive. I think Chief has one here. No. AC 4400. AC 6000s. I don't know what those ones are. I forget. That's the GTEL right there. Jet turbine powered locomotive. And then some other stuff. Big boy. Tractive effort boosters. Looks like a GP40 or something there. There's a bunch of good... Dude, this is a sweet collection. Maybe I'll have to give our Railroads Online another chance. This is awesome, though, dude. That's cool. That's cool that it was actually considered. We could do that. We could do that with our external tank, dudes. No problem. Fellas, actually, you know what? Now that I'm picking your brain here, I'm gonna do one more scene reload on this, and then we'll start packing up modules. Well, while I'm picking your brain, is there anywhere where you could buy parts for locomotives? Because I have old locomotives. I have an old Santa Fe GP40, and then I have a GE F7, and both of them are broken. They need parts. I found them at the bottom of a toy box in my parents' house, and they were really thrashed on hard because they were at the bottom of a toy box. I would really like to be able to fix those things. Yeah, MP maybe. Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe Aqualix, yeah. eBay? Chief, you linked the site a little bit earlier, and I did open it. At least I thought I did. I don't know the US market, yeah. ES44AC, SD70, SD60, Genset SD40-2, U50, DD40AX, AC6000. Got good taste, man. Alright. We're doing another scene reload to make sure the Kraken doesn't miraculously claim the station here. I just saw a video pop up on my YouTube list for NASA spaceflight. Does DAS work for NASA spaceflight? Violent Das has been working for NASA spaceflight since before the pandemic. He's a producer. All of their live streams, he does all the back end for that, dude. And he does host videos from time to time. Oh, yeah. He's NSF's producer, dude. That's why he stopped streaming, dude. Maintaining streams in different parts of the continental US gets to be a little bit time-consuming. Which languages do I speak? In what context, Nevio? Like English, Spanish, stuff like that? Or like programming languages? I'm assuming you mean regular languages, but programming languages too. Disconnect. English and bad English, pretty much. Regular languages. Dude, I'm totally fluent in English, and then I can speak a bunch of other languages, but nowhere near fluency. I know small bits and pieces of other languages. I can... the language that I know the most of, other than English, is Spanish. And then... yeah, I'd say everything else is just kind of a couple of phrases here and there. Trainworld.com. Great guys in the US. Okay, Chief. Cool. I'll keep that open. Thank you, buddy. Have a good night, man. Swalmi. Ja. Orjo, eve päivi. Moi moi. Lauta perkele. No satana. Oh shush, Warjo. Nobody knows that silly language. Takospoleri. Takospoleri. Evelta. Yeah, see, like, I know a little bit of Finnish. More than you'd expect from an American, I guess. Alright, let's reverse this, move it back over. I saw some jostling around when we reloaded this, but it seems fine. What's your opinion on Star Citizen? I think it's a cool game, Nevio. I don't play it because I'm afraid I will get addicted to it. In terms of other languages that I know little bits of that I'm nowhere close to being fluent in, so Finnish is on that list, Russian is on that list, German, French, Italian, Portuguese. That's about it. And I know a little teeny weeny bit of Japanese. Your Spanish is pretty good. Gracias, amigo. Hablo español un poco. Yeah, Spanish is... I learned Spanish in school, but then again, that was 15 años. 15 years ago, so that was a little ways back. I've kind of forgotten how to do it. I was close to being fluent at one point, but... Wait, how does this drive at the side of your station? It's pretty tricksy, isn't it? It can go to either side. Yeah, and it's the same vehicle, too. So, I have a robotic drive mechanism that's sitting inside of the truss segment. I'll show you what it does when it gets to the center, though. The cool thing about this...
Discovery, go and
Hermoso, EJ, tu español poco y mal. Gracias, cabrón. Coño. Lo siento, amigos. This is all stock parts and all these are flags, Gorthon, with textures on them. Sorry, I gotta take a 10-second timeout. 10 segundos. Dobry вечір, jak so much? Polish? Polish. Those are the... Dobry. Dobry. Those are the only... It's the only Polish I know. Gonna cry? Retract the piston, maybe? Gonna cry? Here, check this out, dudes. Watch. So, the mobile base is connected on the Z1 truss segment. Remember, hierarchy. Keep the branches short. So the base is on a bunch of hydraulics, and it's using the I-beams as rails, and the RCS and the thermometers act as the guide, so it stays clinging to the rails. So, you know, how am I going to get it to extend all the way over there and then extend all the way over here? Well, watch this. This is pretty cool. Base is almost in the center. Dobry means good. Yeah. I took French and Spanish classes in middle school, but I forgot most of it. All right, so there's a rotor attached to the base, and then there's a rotor attached to the module. And both of them are designed to flip 180 degrees when we center. Now watch, ready? If both of them are designed to flip 180 degrees, all it does is flip the hydraulics. That way. And then it can move all the way out to the end of the truss segment. This was my solution for trying to solve a problem of, well, how do I make a vehicle that goes all the way over here and all the way over here on a station that I have to put together? How do I do that? Well,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That's how you do that. Una cerveza, por favor. ¿Qué? ¿Qué cerveza? No tengo cerveza aquí. Es un Wendy's. Toboro Verora, Wolfram? Sneaky. Tier 2. 53 meses. Gracias, amigo. Oh, Chief, those pictures are freaking sick, dude. Sneaky, 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 sneaky. Look at Chief's train collection. Oh, that's dope. Yep, that's pretty dope. Noch ein Bier? Ein Bier, bitte. Bitte. Oh, that's the... Was ist? I like trains. That's a sweet collection, dude. That's freaking sweet. G-tail, brass. I'm a little jelly. A little jelly. A little jelly. Look at the brass trains on that guy. Alright, dudes. I've seen what I wanted to see. I'm pretty sure we could figure out the rest from here. You know, we demonstrated flipping the hierarchy on the arm. The mobile base, through multiple time warps, multiple scene reloads, can move left to right. I did see that the hydraulics on this thing are drifting a little bit. We saw it when the hydraulics flipped over. They kind of all moved around a little ways. It's not that big of a deal. It might saturate over time, but yeah. You're not going to put an ad out with something about imitation crab meat in it. No. I've been throwing together your own tonight. Looks good, man. Yeah, nice. I mean, you kind of Chinese space programmed my design, but, you know, that's cool. Which do you like more, the big boy or the gas turbine? Big boy. But the gas turbine is in a close second. It's a G-Tel, Sneaky. The G-Tel is a jet turbine locomotive. Jet turbine. It has got a jet engine in there that's as big as a GE90, but it's a gas turbine. So it's a GE90, a 777 sized engine. It's not a GE90 in it. This came out way before that. It's GE90 size, but it's a gas turbine. That gas turbine makes like 6,000 horse or something. It's no. The third generation makes 8,500 horsepower. 8,500 horsepower. 6,300 kilowatts. Which is just frick you. 610 kilonewton tractive effort. 900 kilonewton tractive effort on the third generation G-Tel. Next to the big boy, the G-Tel is Chad tier. Both of those locomotives, those are my two favorite locomotives right there. Should put one in a tractor puller. Ad time. All right, have it your way. Dude, those G-Tels were amazing. Loopy, I was giving him crap. I don't care. I don't care if people copy me. I wouldn't show you guys how to build these things if I cared about people copying me. It's a joke. Actually limited to 8,500. It could do 10,000 horsepower. All right. You Chinese space program NASA, who are you to call me out? NASA doesn't play Kerbal, dick. Frick you, stupid Bills fan. Go back to Buffalo or something. I don't know. Oh, jeez. Look, you guys, just on a side note, look who made the Alco. Oh, jeez. Alco. I mean, technically it's Alco GE, but whatever. Let's go Blues. Artyom. Go back to Missouri. Okay. Oh, yeah, Olivia. Yeah, it is what it is, dudes. Yeah, no, it's weird that sometimes, like, the meta, you know, change the meta, but... Oh, wow. This is the picture on the G-Tel's Wikipedia page. You get super points if you guys can tell me what kind of car that is. Hand egg moment. It's not a Model T. Nope, that's not a Ford. Mark 34 GTR. No. If you said Tesla, you would have been close. That's an electric vehicle from the 20s. I forget the brand. It just says 1923 electric auto. You know what? Let's just computer Google this. Yeah, Detroit Electric. Oh, that's cool. And also, that Falcon looks amazing. Detroit Electric, baby. That's freaking sweet. Electric car. Yeah. A couple of weeks ago, I was watching a YouTube video from a guy with a sweet 284 model. Nice. Yeah, that's why there's no grill. Yep. It's a Detroit Electric. That's a sweet car. It's very weird seeing a car from 1923 from this picture from 1958, or 1953. That car was 30 years old at that point. It's weird seeing a car from the 20s with bias plies on it. That's really bizarre. That's very strange. It's the new Dacia! You're gonna get a Healy 3000. Ooh. Oh no. Impeccable taste. Heelys are cool cars. I can't fit in one, but they're cool cars. G-Tel. G-Tel. Yeah, dude. This thing has a gas turbine as big as a Mack truck sitting inside of it. It's awesome. So freaking cool, dude. Dude, we should revisit this. We should revisit it. The train should have like a JP5 turbine or something. Like a JP5 turbine, and then the tender car should have like batteries in it. Just lots of batteries, so you don't need to run the jet all the time. Train should have small nuclear reactors. The rad shielding is the reason why it doesn't. Also, I'm just going to say it again. This Falcon Futura right there with an Eleanor body kit on it looks really, 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 really nice, actually. I really like how that looks. That looks really nice. That ribby looks good. That's a Detroit speed ribby. All right, enough about cars. We got to get back to work. Yeah, it was just on the wiki page, Chief. Yeah, I saw the picture of the two sitting next to each other. Those are my two favorite locomotives. And both of them were made by Alco, because Alco is Chad tier. It's okay now to build Eleanors because the lady got tossed right the heck out of court. Yep. Dude. I don't know how she thought she had any legal standing to it at all in the first place. But, whatever. For a decade or so, the taxis in NYC were Edison electric taxis. To keep them on the road, they swapped battery packs. Discharge to charge in about 2 minutes. Loopy, some woman claimed to have the trademark on 1967 Mustang Shelby GT500 Eleanor clones, and she would cease and desist anybody that tried to make an Eleanor clone on YouTube or whatever, or try to sell a car under the Eleanor name. She would give them a cease and desist, citing, if you want to call it Eleanor, you have to pay me. And then someone finally took it to court, and they were like, you actually don't have any evidence saying that you own a 67 Mustang GT500 Eleanor clone. Like, you have no way to prove that that's yours. Yeah, it got thrown out. So yeah, now, yeah, she legally has to shut the frick up. No, Leglander. You're so lucky in the US that you could see up close on track Big Boy at 4014. It's never coming up here, Chief, near me. Might as well be as far away as you are. The tracks up here can't handle a locomotive like that. Yeah, like the bonehead with the moon properties. Where do these people come up with this crap? Copy wrong infringement. Pretty cool though, guys, huh? Are my solar panels still lined up with the track? Yeah, for the most part. They're good to go. Really due to the tight curves. Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah, big boy. Even the articulation won't work out here, dude. That and Chief, I'll be honest with you. The closest Union Pacific-owned track is probably a good 1,600 kilometers away from me. We have another carrier, another Class 1 carrier called CSX. CSX is the one up here where I'm at. Yeah, see what I mean? The closest Union Pacific lines are out here. That is not close. Like I said, that's actually over 1,000 miles, so like 1,700, 1,800. Yeah, CSX, ew. Yeah, a mile long, I agree. CSX is like the Microsoft of freight carriers, dude. It's just like, all right, you exist, right? You have Union Pacific with their heritage fleet doing all this stuff to make sure they preserve steam trains and teach people about the history of railroading. They have the heritage fleet, they have the heritage cars. CSX is like, yeah, we exist too. Hey, Ray, thanks for the raid. Will you be playing Railroads in the future? This makes me want to play Railroads online again. Who dis? Oh, it's just me, Gabe Newell. No, I'm EJ, guys. Hello. Ray, thanks for the raid, dude. How's the scamming today, Raiders? Good? Norfolk Southern? Amtrak is better than every freight railroad. What? Why? Okay. You have a station to build and planets and moons to get to. Yeah. We got a domestic money mule from an SSA scammer, which is rare. Nice. Cool. Did RO get its spline update? I think so, yeah. Yeah, they went to New Orleans for the eastmost destination. That's right, Mick. Yep. I purposely did this as kind of a final test to move the solar panels around to see if they start freaking out. No, Savvy, I haven't messed with it. Yep. Why is it flapping? It's induced, Hellfish. I did that on purpose. Let me tell you, it's scary and amazing. Yeah, it's pretty crazy tech, dude. See how we're getting some flex here on the truss segment? You see how the truss segment's doing this? You want to see something cool? Look at this. So this is a dynamic analysis video about Space Station Freedom. Watch this. I think after after I show this, we're ready to pack down. This is part of the reason why the solar panels on the ISS and Space Station Freedom were far away from the shuttle. Watch. Did we get the dynamics right on the station or what? Isn't that cool? My station does that. It does that exact thing if you push on it in the center. See that? Pretty nifty, right? Also, that's pretty freaking sweet. Can you tell us more about your channel? Sure, Ivan. So, yeah. If you're coming in from Ray, first of all, Ray, thank you for the raid. Ray's awesome. Scam baiting is the funniest thing ever. I wish I had more time to watch. I literally just hit my knee on my desk. Yep. My foot's asleep. We will continue. Anyway, I do spaceflight education here on Twitch. I teach people about rockets and how they work. And I use a game called Kerbal Space Program to teach people how they work. And I do that by running space programs in KSP. Now, what I'm doing right here is, Ivan, is I'm testing out my... It's not the ISS. It kind of does look like it. It's inspired by it, but it's not exact. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the PTC hardware mile for sure. So I'm testing out my space station here in my debug save to basically get ready to assemble this in my main space program save. Right, I have two different saves for Kerbal. One of these saves is for screwing around and debugging, which is what I'm doing now. I'm debugging the station that I built. And the other one is for actually doing the missions. So I play Kerbal and I use Kerbal to teach people about different NASA projects, how they work, and I basically use Kerbal as a teaching tool. I also cover real rocket launches when they actually do happen. I have permission from SpaceX, United Launch Alliance, so that's Boeing and Lockheed, Northrop Grumman. I have permission from all of them to rebroadcast their live streams here. And NASA, actually, too. NASA gave me permission to do it as well. Not that people actually ask for permission in this day and age. They just do it. Yeah, so basically anything about anything rockets. Rockets is the main thing. But, we do car stuff. I teach people about how cars work. We do all kinds of stuff. Just all kinds of mechanical, electrical engineering, aerospace engineering. We're primarily aerospace is what I do. That's cool. I'm huge into space and whatnot. I follow James Webb. I was streaming James Webb, Ivan. I went to my my fiance's parents' house and I brought all my streaming setup with me and I streamed James Webb launch coverage in their kitchen because we were going to the future in-laws' house during the James Webb launch. I was so pissed they did it on Christmas Eve. But yeah, how worth it was that? James Webb is a phenomenal piece of technology. Yeah, it's cool. You have not married her yet? We're engaged, Eukerman. Wedding this year, dude. You all give me crap, put a ring on it. Yeah, I did. Because her, Brimo was like, yeah, that's all right, that's fine. And her parents are like, dude, James Webb's launch is gonna be sick. I'm like, who are you? Why do you approve of this? Aren't you like, you're my future in-law? Shouldn't you hate me for doing this or something? They're like, no. I'm like, oh, why are you so cool? Damn it. It was over a year ago, Ando. That's right. SMH, I didn't get my invite. I ain't inviting you. You suck. Yeah, Mile. They usually have like an ACW 6000 behind the big boy or something because of the brakes. Because the braking system on steam engines is trash compared to a diesel. The garbage, like serious garbage. Like, I think it's like federal law, like Federal Transportation or Federal Railroading Association or Administration or whatever. Like there's the Federal Aviation Administration, there's the Federal Railroading Administration too, guys. I think that's what it's called. You cannot run a steam locomotive without having a diesel behind it. You have to have a diesel in the consist or else, yeah, you're going to get fined a lot. It's the FRA, Ingenuber, thank you. I follow a fellow Canadian on YouTube, Fraser. I've shook Fraser Kane's hand, Ivan. I'm pretty good friends with him. I haven't talked to him in a little while. Fraser's cool, man. He's good people. Yeah, I did a stream with Fraser Kane on Twitch before. Yeah, I've hosted a live stream with him. They use ES44 ACs. Gross. Yeah, Fraser Kane's cool, man. Universe Today. I have his book on my desk over there. The Falcon 9 is passing the VAB and MV Doug is leaving port to head to the OneWeb 2 recovery zone. Awesome. But yeah, Ivan. Yeah, Fraser's good people, guys. It's Universe Today. He writes awesome spaceflight articles on there. Do you know about Anton Petrov? The name sounds very familiar. Yeah, Impy, it's the same thing over here because steam engine brakes are terrible. They are terrible compared to diesels. Because the diesels can not only do the diesels have regular brakes, but they can use regenerative. They have regenerative braking too. That's why they're so much better. Turns out having an electric motor on a drivetrain is not the worst idea. Yeah, the dynamic braking is what it's called, not regenerative braking.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Wildland, 75 months. Thank you. All right, guys. I've seen enough with the station. I'm good. I have a high degree of confidence. We've basically weeded out any of the possible unknown unknowns that are going to happen. The only thing now is we're literally assembling the space station, and I'm not going to sit here and try to simulate the entire space station going together. We can do that in mission mode. I'm confident enough in my systems that we'll be able to handle it without the hierarchy bugging us out. Thanks, Ivan. I appreciate it. Yeah, the dynamic brakes, Chief. That's it. Yep. I'm ready to start flat packing down, or not flat packing. I'm ready to start packing down the station. I think we're good. I'm confident in all the systems. Considering it took me about 2 weeks to get this done, and over like Christmas break. Actually, it was about 2.5 weeks, not including Christmas break. That's pretty good for all these payloads, guys. Once again, all we're gonna have to do to prep one of these things and get ready to go is figure out in the SPH before we actually send it up, figure out how to use what number combinations we need for the arm to move the modules into place. That's it. It should be Apple. It should be. We're pushing close to 15 missions. Yeah. I want to do 1 to 2 shuttle launches a day next week. So the station, you know, if packing it down, unless there's some kind of weird unknown, I'm not foreseeing from assembling the station, which there might be. It's possible. Barring any crazy unknowns, the best case scenario, the station's done by the end of next week. And then we start working on the fueling depot. And then we start working on transfer vehicles. And the fueling depot is going to be easy. It's the aft cargo carrier with one of these modules that I already designed attached to the back. Easy peasy. No problem. Sorry, late comment, but Fraser was a co-host on an astrology podcast I used to listen to. Fraser Kane is cool, dude. Very underrated STEM outreach guy. He's really good. I like Fraser a lot. I just haven't talked to him in forever. Okay, let me get the station out of the test config. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And now we do need to add those lights, fellas. So let's go around adding the lights on the modules. I'm gonna make it so the fairings aren't mouse over. I can't stand that. Yeah, no, Ben, that would be freaking sweet, dude. But yeah, I guess I'm not that cool. Alright. How about we put one of these lights right here? Actually,
Run Lab.
Yeah, that's not bad. Oh, hey, 94. Yeah, there you go, Admiral. Heist does great railroad education outreach. Yeah, Heist is good people, man. I wish he should pop in every once in a while, but yeah, he's off doing his own thing. It's all good. Maybe a couple LED strips on the gold box itself. That's not a bad idea. The only thing about putting this light here that I noticed is that the servo will clip into it, so I'm not sure I'm about that life. Let's just take a look. What lights are inventory? Can we maybe have the Kerbals get up here and place these things? I sell propane and propane accessories, boy, I tell you what. All of the lights should be inventory. Yeah, you know what? I wasn't really happy with how placement worked with this the other day, guys, to be honest with you. But what I do want to do is put ladder segments on here. Ladder segments will be easy to place. Maybe this flat spotlight, dude. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, that's good. Let me set this to the hex code for gray. I like how the gray light looks. You don't get as much washout if we switch this to number sign 707070. This is what I use to illuminate the shuttle's payload bay. I'd rather have the lights a little bit dim rather than have washed out light. I think that looks terrible. The spotlights have an aim function. Yeah. Jason, that's part of the reason why I want these here, you know? So I can aim them at things. And then we're gonna need lights on these things here as well, on the arm. Jason, I got a stupid idea, dude. What if we put these in mirror symmetry in the positions that they're in on the space station remote manipulator? Oh, that's actually kind of funny. That's where the power arms are on the, Put a ladder on the end of each end effector. Yeah, we can do that. You like it? Yeah. I'm gonna set these. Set these to the same type of light emission. Does the light emission carry over in symmetry? It does. Cool. Okay, we have ladders on the end of each end effector, so that we could use that for Kerbal inventory purposes. Demo, I did like your idea of putting these on here. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good call. Putting the crates on the end of the mobile base, so we can pull stuff around with us. We shouldn't have any clearance problems doing that. Now, don't get me wrong, the arm isn't going to be attached here. I just have it there, so we have it there. I think you'd be able to put a 1.25 container on the mobile. What, you want something like this? Yeah, that looks strange. I like the containers there, dude. The deployable ladders might be even better at the end of the arms. Yeah, it's all right. Just one in the center. I don't have any more clearance, Lippy. We'd have to have a mobile base attachment with, like, maybe we could do that. Maybe we could do that. That's actually a pretty good idea. You could put these in inventory slots, can't you? You could put the containers in there? In a bigger container? Oh, it's a construction only part. Frick. Damn. I'll just leave that there. That should be enough inventory for whatever. And if it's not, we'll plan around it. It's no big deal. I'm not sure you said this before, but which module will launch first? The Z1 truss. The Z1 truss segment is the first one. You're gonna make a new KMU? I could, but I don't really see the need, Sneaky. I mean, we could. It's possible. Okay, so another thing that I noticed that I not forgot to add, but I didn't add here is the ESUs, the experimental storage containers. because we are technically in a career mode with our mission mode save. Technically. So having one of these kind of chilling on the end of the lab module would be a really good idea. And then we'll do another one on the other lab module. Antennas? Oh, that's right, Leop. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. We need antennas here. I need antennas on the Z1 for communication. So we need short band communications. So I'll put the short band antenna right here. Actually, you know what? The short band antenna would probably be like downward facing. It'd probably be like right here. Nah, but then again, putting it near a solar panel is kind of strange. I'll put it right there. Good call. I'm working on putting all the lights in, Smirks. On the real ISS, all of the payloads are, or all of the antennas are on the Z1. They're on the Z1 truss. It's gonna be really good to not have to do this mouse over nonsense anymore every time. Now I know what people are going to ask, just in case you were thinking it. There's a lot of newer viewers. Why do I put all my modules inside of the fairings? Why do I use fairings to make space station modules? Because it looks cool. Why else would I do that? Obviously. How many tons are we constrained to per segment? My shuttle's max payload capacity, Spottuous, it can move 36 tons into space, no problem. None of these modules get anywhere near that. 36 tons is like a worst case scenario. My shuttle's like where I'm really comfortable with it is 18 tons and no more. And also none of these modules get anywhere near 18 tons. They're not even close. No, I want all my modules to look similar. I don't want them to look all look different. That's why I like doing this way. A short band antenna on that steel structure is kind of redundant, but you know Kerbal. ISS is made of aluminum in real life, Zeppelin. Here, let me show you the antennas, actually. Yeah, see? Curious to why there's not any books for KSP. Minecraft has a bunch of how-to and block explanations. I'm sure if KSP did that, it would be as big as a dictionary or encyclopedia. We have Kerbalpedia. This right here. See this book with the blue rocket on it? Kerbalpedia, KSpedia is in here, and this is a good intro. But yeah, there's way too much information to decode Kerbal. I don't even see the code anymore. All I see is Kraken Strike, not Kraken Strike, Robotic Drift, Blonde, Brunette, Redhead. Ah, chat, you scared the bejesus out of me. I'm trying to replicate the antenna arms that are on the end of the Z1. I wonder why that one is slightly offset to that one. Would anybody know the reason offhand? It's a very weird... Why is it, like, tilted out like that? I'm sure there's a reason. I know there's a good reason, but I don't know what said reason is. Interference? Makes the most sense. I mean, Occam's razor, man. Yes, the KSP hard crash. Well, I guess you're done for the night. What'd you do? Yeah, see, that's not the right way that I want this thing to be. Yeah, see, that doesn't look right, dude. Maybe... I wonder if... Should we have the station act as a relay? Oh, yeah, GUI? There you go. You miss Bremo? What? Why? Why? How are the antennas stowed? I'm not 100% on that one. Bingo bong, but I'll tell you how I'm gonna stow these. These relays are combinable. Ugh. Does it have a refrigerator? Yeah, of course. I love refrigerators. I don't know if I should have two antennas on here. If that's KU band, then what's the other one? Is the other one just a redundant tracking dish? Dog speed. Ohayo gozaimasu minasai. What mission was the Z1? Z1 was put up there on S98? 98? Hey, I wanted to see who else was streaming KSP, so yeah, cool. How you doing, buddy? Hey, I wanted to... oh, Gabriel. Hey, welcome back, dude. Moose, what's going on, man? Alright, so like, when we go to deploy these antennas, we could... Quick question. I watched a NASA doc the other day. Project Mercury was to get humans in space and Apollo was to get them to the moon. Just want to make sure I just digested the info correctly. Yeah. So, Moose, Mercury, get a person into space. Gemini, learn how to work in space. Docking, rendezvous. Basically, use Gemini to figure out how to do stuff up there. And then... yeah, docking and rendezvous was the big one. We learned how to rendezvous 2 spacecrafts together, which that's actually a huge deal. In 1966, we did that. That was a big deal at the time. And then, using the knowledge gained from the Gemini program, go to the moon. They did that all in the span of 10 years. Literally, 1961 was Shepard's first flight. I think it was May of 1961, I think. And then Neil Armstrong stepped off the LEM July 20th, 1969. It's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. To learn all that in that short a span of time, that's impressive. Yeah, Yuri's flight was April 12th, 1961. That's right. Not impressive was the abandonment of that elevated process. Dude, don't even. It hurts. I hate it. Dude, freaking Moo, I hate it every time I have to explain that. Dude, and believe me, I get asked on the daily why we stopped going to the moon. It's, dude, every time I have to answer that, I die a little bit inside. I'm like, stop it! You freaking fix! When will you learn? Yeah, dude, yeah, that hurts. That hurts a lot. I'm just like, well, okay. So why did we stop going to the moon? Because of you! Because of you! I learned it from you! You're like, Urban's like, yeah, alright. I see that. You know what? I'll make the short band antenna a little bit smaller. What's your favorite planet? Earth. What's your favorite planet? Uranus. Damn. Damn, didn't see that one coming. Kind of walked into that one, Roughneck. I kind of walked into that one. Yeah, all right, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one, you dick. Last. ¿Qué pasa, amigo? America won the space race. Why keep racing when you already won? Yeah, Lou Balls. Wasn't it because of money? A lot of things, guys. Yeah. We're in a new space race and China might approach the moon. Yeah. Pero squal me gusta la comida de China. Me gusta. So, you know. Es verdad. La comida de China. Me gusta. Huh? What? Oh, you said we're in a space race with China. I said I like Chinese food. So, you know. Does that help? So, one of the I think the biggest reason, Lou Balls, you already commented on it. I'll talk and work here, guys. I'm just kind of figuring out how to put these antennas on here and make them deploy where it looks right and they don't actually like collide with each other, etc., etc. Guys, one of the biggest reasons is, Lou Balls, you already said it. Soviet Union folded. Their space program folded. So the Soviets looked at our space program in 1960, 68, 69, 70. They looked at our program and they saw that they were cutting NASA's budget like crazy. The reason why they cut NASA's budget is because it's a lot more expensive to develop and build all the facilities for a rocket, for a launch vehicle, than it is to actually go and fly it. Flying it is the easy part. I mean, think about it. It took years to engineer the Saturn V. A lunar mission takes 20 days. See what I'm talking about? It's way less expensive to go and actually fly the stupid thing than it is to actually engineer it and make it and do all the testing and build all the test facilities, etc., etc. So the Soviet Union saw that we were scaling back, and they looked at that and said, "Huh, they're cutting the budget on it. We don't need to. Okay, so maybe we don't need to do this anymore, right?" And they started, you know, with the N1 not working, you know, with the N1 basically not working, they said, all right, screw it. Yeah, we don't, screw it, you know, they pulled the plug on their lunar program in 1973. Now, whether, hey, Wood, 38-month resub. Thanks, man. Now, I don't know, you know, if we didn't cut the Apollo program's budget, maybe they would have thought differently, but they, like I said, abandoned their lunar program in 1973, which was totally a secret, by the way. No, it was a classified mission because the Soviet space program was a branch of the military. Whatever, you can take that for what you will. So the U.S. basically, okay, you win the space race. The end of the space race ended with Apollo-Soyuz test project in 1975. The U.S. was already 3 years in development and building the space shuttle. But this feeds to a kind of sustainability thing in modern times. Literally, it's an interesting thing. What I'm trying to get at is that when there's no competition in government space programs, you get stagnation. Basically, the U.S. did the public sector equivalent of cornering the market on space flight, right? You know, we get to the moon. Nobody else can get to the moon. Frick you guys, we won. And because they cornered the market on it, it created stagnation in progress, right? We didn't go back to the moon because it was too expensive and whatever their stupid justification was. The truth of the matter is it's not too expensive. They're just idiots. Whatever. The space shuttle would have been a good idea if they had followed through with the idea. The reason why the space shuttle didn't work, it would have been a worthy replacement of Saturn V. The reason why they didn't do it is because they kind of half-assed it, to be honest with you. It's the truth. Not to say that it's a bad design, you know, but yeah, that's basically what happened. I guess that's the right way to say that. So basically it created a ton of stagnation. There was no need to go to the moon, right? And that, and no competition created stagnation in the space program. This is something I think is very important. And now fast forward to today. The Apollo program can be used. You can learn from this. You can learn that if Uncle Sam doesn't have anybody to compete with, or there's no perception of a threat, Uncle Sam will pull the plug on things. It happened with Apollo because it creates stagnation. Government versus government creates stagnation. So, like, when people ask me, "Oh, are we going to get into a space race with China?" I say stuff like, "I like Chinese food," because it's highly unlikely, you know. And even if we do, that's a bad idea. That will end up creating another 50 years of stagnation. Think about it. We'll beat the Chinese back to the moon, and then what? Then there's no more reason to do it, and just screw it. That's literally making the same case scenario to go to the moon as the Apollo program, which is not what we want. So, a space race between government to government, space race between nations, not as sustainable as you might think. A space race will get us crazy progress in the short term at the behest of long-term goals, right? But Bill Nelson himself said it. Yeah. Well, Squall, you got to remember, just because I'm saying that a space race with China is a bad idea doesn't mean it's not going to happen. I mean it's not very sustainable. That's what I'm getting at. And that's the point to learn here. You know, one of the big reasons why Apollo got canceled is because we won. We won. Simple as that. Hey, Just Thanks 4-month resub. We won. That's it. We beat the Soviet Union. Capitalism defeated communism. We increased our sphere of influence in the world. And I would argue that's one of the only reasons why NASA still has their budget. Because it's to export US, it's to export US ideas. Look, we built this crazy space station. Look, we have a space shuttle. You know, we're the good guys, right? Like, I get it. That's one of the big reasons. You know, NASA's there for political projection. It literally is. That's, you know, you might not like that, but that's what it is. NASA really doesn't talk about it. They low-key say it, but they won't say it out loud because it's not something that you could sell, because selling a space race doesn't work. Now, Squall, just because I said it's a bad idea doesn't mean it's not going to happen. We could get into a space race with China. That would be cool. That'd be great if we did. Yeah, we'd certainly see some really good technological progress in our time. Not very sustainable in the long run. Because what's stopping some bonehead getting elected to the White House? You know, pick whoever person you think is a bonehead. I'm sure there's 1,000 different answers to that question. Mickey Mouse. And Mickey Mouse doesn't like the space program. Oh boy! I can't make money off this, let's cancel it. Oh boy! Yeah, funny how that works. Yeah, now I got your attention, don't I? You know, there's nothing stopping some guy from just pulling the plug on it. Now, okay, so what's the challenge to that? Commercial. Commercial is the challenge to that. Having a commercial program and a public sector program is the most sustainable way forward, and that's the point that I'm trying to make. The lesson learned from Apollo and why it got canceled can be applied to today's logic. We could get into a space race with China, that's fine. And I hope we win. That would be great. That's not very sustainable. The most sustainable way forward is developing out the commercial market and having a commercial entity, hopefully in the US, having a commercial entity, not do NASA's work, but help them do their work. So SpaceX, basically, something like that. But NASA should be able to match SpaceX's capability. They should be able to match SpaceX's technical prowess. Because remember, the whole point I'm trying to make, and the whole, you know, people, the whole origin of this was, why did they cancel Apollo? Well, they canceled Apollo because of stagnation in the space program, because it was just government. There was no private market. Now, a lot of people say nowadays that we should just fully privatize spaceflight. I can think of several reasons why that's a really bad idea, because what's the end goal of an all-commercial space program? Cornering the market, baby. You want something like The Expanse? You want Ferengi floating around in space? I don't want that. I don't think that's a good idea. So, The point that I'm trying to make, guys, is that the most sustainable way forward isn't a space race. The most sustainable way forward is to expand the commercial market and have them achieve parity with NASA. Parity, not like a parody of NASA, like parity like they can do the same thing. If NASA can send people to the moon with NASA in-house design rockets, SpaceX should be able to do the same thing. Or a better way to put that in modern context would be if SpaceX can send people to the surface of the moon, I want NASA to be able to send people to the surface of the moon without SpaceX's help. That is the most sustainable way forward. Now, is that the least expensive way forward? No, that's probably the most expensive way forward. But do you want sustainability in the space program or not? Or do you want to face a potential another 50 years of stagnation? See what I'm saying? So, a lot of people ask, why Apollo gets canceled and, what are the lessons learned? Well, there's your lessons learned right there. It's a very important thing to understand. Sustainability is what's going to make it so we don't get another 50 years of stagnation when we try to go to the moon again, and then some idiot comes along and says, no, I don't want to do this. Huh? Oh boy, I don't want to do this anymore. Huh? I'm probably going to get sued for talking like that, but it's not Mickey Mouse, it's Mitchell Mouse. Differences. What about Zap Brannigan? Do you want to go to the moon? Sure. Why not? Mitchell the Rat. Indeed. I'm going to shorten this antenna, I think. That looks good. I wanted to make sure the antennas were out of the way if we try to attach something to the Zenith port on the Z1 truss segment. Okay, short band antenna. Oh, we really gotta make sure we have that full rotation, huh? Yeah, it probably was. My buns have no seeds. Yep. We both have all beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles. But my buns have no seeds. Mr. McDowell. Oops. There we go. Perfect. Lock that out. Lock that out. Lock that out. And what I want to do here, guys, I have a P2 solar orbital period controller and then an S2 solar period controller. We don't need 2 orbital period controllers. Those 2 controllers control the rotation. I don't need one on either side. So what I'm going to do with these controllers here, I'm going to move these CAL controllers on the module on my Z1 segment. One we can use for programming orbital period. That's no problem. For the solar arrays, right? Because one CAL controller, we only need one CAL controller to control both of them. We just bind it up. You know, we bind it up when we get up there, no problem. Like, for instance, the deployment mechanisms have to be on these, or else we'd have to go write the CAL controller programming for it up in space. Screw that. Now, so this one right here, ESOP controller, right there. And then now this extra CAL, we don't need this for controlling orbital period. We can use this one. We can have this one as a writable controller. Actually, you know what? Let's just put MISC. The miscellaneous controller right here, orbital period controller is right there. And then I have an SSRMS fine controller right there on this. And, you know, having it on the mobile base is a good idea, but honestly, I think it would be better to put the fine controller directly onto the arm. I think that's a better spot for it. It seems the bent KU band antenna was only on the Z1 truss segment, so the other one may have been installed at a later date. Cool, good to know. So I want the RMS fine controller with the RMS, because I was thinking about it. You know, we inchwormed that thing down to that port, down to this grapple port. And when we did that, you know, I don't want my fine controller to be up here on the mobile base and have to like move down here to up here with the camera. It's actually better if we keep our fine controller directly on the arm. So what we can do here now is on the other one, on the other part of the arm over here, we'll put another one of these things. And this CAL controller can work as our deployment controller initially. And then we can use this controller here as a servo power amplifier to be able to, we'll basically erase the programming on it once we get up in space, because this controller, what it's supposed to do, 60 seconds right here, what we can make this controller do is SSRMS deploy sequencer. Okay, the deploy sequencer is going to have that and that. So open up the track editor. These are at 0 degrees and they need to go out to 180. Done. Copy that. Copy that. Make sure we screw with the traverse rate so it's correlated to the CAL controller by putting it at 90. Same thing we had with the solar panels. And then right here, this should flip the arm out and open. I noticed when we tried to do this before, I had trouble getting these in sync, and I don't want the arm to bind right when we deploy the stupid thing. Yep. And then we lock those into place and we call it a day. And then we can rebind this one as a servo power amplifier to basically overclock these if we need to move around something heavy, and then we could use that for fine control. Yeah, it was out of the way because of the dorsal solar. Yeah, Loopy, that makes way more sense. All right, guys. We still need a couple of more locations for lights, I think. But other than that, I think we're making some pretty awesome progress here. Yoigles. Here, let's just leave that on. Copy it and put the same thing down here. Between the spotlights here and these two, the Illuminator Mark 1s are very, 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 very powerful lights. It's a very powerful spotlight. I think we're good, dudes. Considering dorsal solar, should we make sure that clears? Yeah, I suppose. These modules, Loopy, that's the thing though. These modules aren't necessarily see, the thing is, Loop, these modules are not the same dorsal modules that they put on the space station. The ones that they attached to the top there didn't have the roly-poly on it. It's the ones that go on the end of this. So it would have been the S5 truss, or the P5 or P6 truss segment or whatever. Those are the ones that they put dorsal, not this one, believe it or not. So, I mean, this does line. It does line up. But we do have some clearance problems. Hey, Sim, what's going on, man? So unless we're thinking about adding the outside solar arrays for the station, in which case I'm really going to need some time to get that figured. Hanging in there, dude. Just got back from the gym. How are you? Hey, I'm good, buddy. I'm good. Everything's fine. I'm just finishing. I'm finalizing up my space station, Sim. It's complicated. How did you overclock the gimbal on your shuttle's SRB? I modified the craft file demo. Yeah, find the gimbal and just set it to 800. I don't know, Ninja. Anyway, you guys know my buddy Sim. He's a great old school chill variety streamer. Good dude. Sim, you're hitting the gym. That's something I should probably be doing, but oops. Yeah, it's all good, man. You deserve it. Anyway, it's good to see you. Here, Sim, check this out, dude. Watch. My solar panel arrays. If that Looks like it took a second to make. Yeah, it took a second to figure that out. That's how NASA's deploy, believe it or not. It's similar. It's not exact, but it's close. Yeah, I'm getting kind of nutty with this thing, but yeah. And then I have a robotic arm that can fold up. It folds up, and then it can unfold and turn into a RMS, or remote manipulator is what it's called. Yeah, it's it's kind of crazy. A couple other things that I wanted to change here, or add. Since we don't have the further outboard solars, it's probably fine to use these on the dorsal port, just to be sure we can meet the power demands if you're worried about before we have anything fully constructed. I just don't really understand the reason to do that. Like, why don't we just install the S1 and then S2? I highly doubt that we're going to zap all the power from the Z1 with the shuttle docked to it. I highly doubt we're going to zap all that power before we get the S2 solar panel up, you know? What if the arm and the airlock launched at the same time? That and that? Yeah, maybe. Freedom! Jack, you may want SLS for house speaker. I want Ares 1 for house speaker, please. Because, you know, they did my boy dirty. So I want Ares 1 for house speaker. Probably have, you know, I think that's a good idea. I want Venture Star. No. You want Venture Star for Speaker of the House? I mean... Yeah, me too. Ares 1 doesn't have the votes. Hell, stick! I nominate Delta 4. Okay. Last order of business here, fellas, is how we're going to get these two to kind of slide together. It's a stupid meme that... Not stupid. It's a crap post that Jack posted on Twitter, Loopy. That's all. He nominated SLS. I nominate SLS as the House Speaker. Dang it, now I want to make the jokes and the memes. I nominate Atlas 5. Good call. We were considering launching the two 6-axis nodes together, weren't we? Yeah. I think that'll do it, Loopy. Let me just see. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, we can do that. Yeah, that's not going to be a problem. But now we got to figure out where to put the grapple points. Just got back. Did you send anything yet? Oh yeah, that's the entire station's up there. I did all of it while you were gone. Sorry, bud. I made sure specifically that you weren't here. I'd almost say you'd be better off making a cylindrical 10-axis instead at that point. Nah, I'll keep them like this. Demo, I need to cut down 6-axis module because there might be other vehicles in the future where we need a short 6-axis module for construction. You're a vehicle. Oh my god. Oh, 95 is here. I got the internet sickness from you. Oh my god. What's up, man? No. Yeah, Demo. In this particular case, we'll go gateway, power, and propulsion. I'll literally just strut these suckers together. But we still need to figure out... I still need to figure out payload integration, first of all. And then we got to figure out... I got to figure out payload integration, and then we have to figure out where the grapple points are. So integration's just me putting these RCS balls in place. RCS balls for this are basically the longeron pins for the shuttle. It's basically how it mounts inside of the shuttle's payload bay. Then we gotta figure out where your mom's at. Oh. Damn. Yeah, Loopy, once we snap these into place, we're gonna have to undo that docking port. But same vessel collision on my alignment pins should just snap it into position. That should be fine. Yeah. In fact, that's probably... That's probably what... Yeah. Yeah, that's probably how I'll end up doing it. Oh my god. Damn. Another thing that we could do is, since I covered up the windows, we'll still be able to see out of them, but maybe I should put like an outside indicator for where the windows are on these modules. We could put a light there, right? Oh, you know what I was thinking? We could put the light there, but the light actually might be in the way when we go to look out the window. And then we take the lights on, but no light emission, and set it to blue. Look like a freaking window. Maybe if I set it to that looks way more window-like. Don't we have window flags? Flags won't work because this is a custom diameter, dude. Eh, 14 or 15, dude. Karma's, yeah. You know what? Screw it. We'll be able to look out the windows. You guys will see it and you'll love it. It will kind of work. It's close enough to 2.5 that they'll work. I don't think I have a window flag, fellas. That's the other thing. I don't think I have a window flag. You could just make a custom window flag? Nah, I don't feel like it. We have the cupola. There's windows. It's fine. Damn you, Jason. I don't want to do that. I want to do it. Start packing down the modules. You're a custom window flag. No. Now here is fun part. I want another docking module. So you merge craft file with itself. I told him to go merge craft file with himself. Bye-bye. Happy times! If I turn that adapter around that way, that means the shuttle would dock payload bay facing this way. So one would be payload bay facing down, the other one would be payload bay facing up. I actually like that. Is there a number on the underside too? Nah. Think I should put one down there, Silver? We could do that. That would be easy to do on both of these, so quick fix.
Discovery, go and throw.
Haguni! Hey, thanks, man. Thanks for the 5 subs. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this. Thank you. This is fun, dude. We've gotten all the major goals kind of overcome. Yeah, if we dock this way, that means the shuttle would dock with the tail facing upwards instead of the tail facing down towards the planet. That could be useful. Not sure for what, but it could be useful. If we want to, like, take the arm and put it up on top of the truss segment, we could pull a payload out of the shuttle payload bay if we wanted to attach stuff here and here. Or, down the road, fellas, if we want to build something off of the Z1 going in the zenith direction, we could do that. Or if we want to go zenith off of these, that would be useful as well. Cool. Jason, you mentioned the damn flags. Exception. Mention these dang old flags. Now I want to. They are baby's first KSP station. Whoa. Finally, the weekend. What's up, Ismi? Dang you, Jason, and your good ideas. What's VSR 3? But it'd be okay if I shared one speaker meme. Random access panel? Nice. Oh man, you're making it difficult. You streaming tomorrow? Just GTA. Just GTA tomorrow, Sawyer. Yeah. Speaker launch system. What was that, Sol? What did you say? You gotta have letters for the sections instead of numbers or just names. Yeah. I'm just kind of worried about clogging this up with flags for part count. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, in reality, I'm pretty sure the modules on the space station really just, they carry like the American flag on it and stuff, and that's about it. Everyone, welcome our new custom flag overlords. You know what? We'll put the logo on one side, and what we can do here is, because we removed it from symmetry, we'll set flag as... We'll make it B. And then over here, flag's down at the end. B. Actually, putting these letters on here for orientation purposes is actually not that bad of an idea. A. Actually, I don't hate that, Saul. That's actually pretty cool. We could put letters on these in the order that they should go up. I'm just, like I said, worried about part count. Let's move them up, make them parallel. It'll look nicer. Ooh, that's aesthetic. That is a vibe, bro. Yeah, I don't like it. I did remove those from symmetry, but that doesn't really matter. You can use lights as windows. Set their brightness low. I literally put a light down and then got rid of it and said I didn't like it. And it's just probably bad timing, but I crap you not. Literally 15 seconds later, you said use a light. Go back and look at the VOD. Yeah, that happened. Like, just... Like I said, I know it's probably just bad timing or something, but damn, dude. Yeah, dude, I swear I'm not making this up.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Chosen one. Chosen one! Wee-hoo! Wee-hoo, wee-hoo, wee-hoo. Thank you for the resub, man. Ooh, we gotta be careful. That actually might get in the way of a docking alignment, so. We'll make the letters on these ones just a little bit smaller. Actually, this would be A. That one would be B. This one would be D. And actually, this one would be E, because these are in the order that we want to launch them. And if they're in launch order, that would mean that the airlock would be Module C. And you know what? Like, on a side note, fellas, this stuff can, like, it doesn't need to be. We'll only use the letter designations up here because we use number designations for the truss. You know? I think that would be better. There we go. C. E, A, E, E, A. You know what? On these back modules, I've decided. On the back modules, we'll put Old Glory instead. I don't want this thing just caked with my logo. We'll put that on there. Well, we have the flag right there, so maybe... EU, Japan, and Russian flags too? There's no... This is supposed to be Space Station Freedom, dude. It was supposed to... So there would be a Japanese and a European Union flag. But the EU... I love that they have the European space, it's just NASA and UK space. Ariane Space, Electron, and Rocket Lab. Yeah. A Bruins flag. See my last if you can. Something I just found out with my station is if you cause any sort of wobble, your panels will break, so be extra careful. That's why I tested mine. I tested mine a lot. You know what? We'll put the flag over here, I think. And then over here, I don't know. I don't know what we'll set this to. Did NASA ever do any feasibility studies on building a station with a robotic hab ring? I don't think so. I'll just give a nod to the inspiration there on the back of this module. And then we're gonna need F and G. F and G, Cotton. F and G. Wait, no, that's F and A. There we go. Blaze. Laser. Blazer. My fitness consigliere, Michelle. Did you see my last? How much has changed from the original design? What do you mean the original design? This station needs a telescope module? Well, fortunately you have plenty of open nodes, Jim. Some kind of module behind the truss segment actually wouldn't be the worst place to do it. And I have we have access with the shuttle, which is good. How much of the ISS was designed before they started launching it? All of it? Well, the ISS started as Space Station Freedom, and about a good... Well, actually, they were a good ways into designing it. So they had Space Station Freedom, like, halfway finished. And then they switched it to the ISS. They canceled Space Station Freedom. And then replaced it with something that's basically a watered-down version of it. Sound familiar? Yeah, that's what happened. And that's the ISS. The ISS basically takes recycled parts from the canceled Space Station Freedom program and the canceled Soviet Mir 2 program and combines them into one system.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Air, 3-month resub. Imagine being in the L module. Oh god. All right, We have all the lights. How big of a fairing to launch it as it looks? You can't make a fairing that big to launch all of this. Don't want to be in the F module. How do you even launch this thing? With a space shuttle? Yeah. All the modules. So, yeah, it can be... The D is backwards. What? Actually, technically, this one would be B, because we're launching. We should be launching those together. BB. Barry, Vice. Yeah, it looks stupid being offset like that, I agree. How many parts are we up to? 951. But a lot of them are physics-less parts, Jim. I'd say about half of that is physics-less parts. So, like I said, you saw when I was messing with the station. All the tests that we did with the station, it had like 850 parts. Literally about half of this is physics-less. So this thing is... It's 900 parts and half of them are physics-less, meaning that this thing is probably going to end up giving us frame rates that are similar to a 500 part count vehicle. 600 maybe. Yeah, physics-less parts, dude. They're physics-less. All they have is collision properties. No thermal properties. No thermal properties, no aero properties, no nothing. So we have A, B1 and B2, C, D. This one would be changed to E. That one's carrying the F. You're a gimp. And then down here, the cupola would be G instead of H. Cool. Cupola. Go. And then we have docking port 1, docking port 2, Z1, P1, P2, S1, S2. Sweet. Yeah, you know what? No, we don't need those there. There's enough. That's fine. Okay. Anything else? I think, you know, I can do one more set of lights right here. That'll just kind of shine a light on the rest of these modules back here. It's just a little ambient lighting for the back. Check this out. Is this the ECS PDF Aqualex that you wanted me to see like 6 hours ago? Just asking for a friend. Wait, never mind? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, man. Really? Why would you do this? Okay, dudes. The next step here is to pack down the entire station. No, I thought it was for a centrifugal module. I was gonna say, dude, if you link that ECS thing again, I'm gonna slap you. I already have it over here. I was gonna slap you upside the head. But that's cool. It was for a large centrifuge module. Yeah, the centrifuge module got cut from Space Station Freedom. Yeah. Or it got cut. Well, it was part of Space Station Freedom, and then they cut it when it became the ISS. That's what I mean when I say, like, they only had, like, the modules that were, like, really close to being done when Space Station Freedom was canceled, any modules that weren't close to being finished, they just said no. Which is really freaking annoying, because, check this out. It's really freaking annoying because the centrifuge module was fabricated, if I'm remembering right. Yeah, correct. The centrifuge module exists. Centrifuge. Yeah, they were, so that module, look, it has a centrifuge built into the back. Built into the back of the module. So they could do like gravitational acceleration and artificial gravity testing on things. Yeah. They cut it because yeah. Here's part of some of the experiments. Actually, oh, hang on. The centrifuge module would have been attached to the Zenith port on the Harmony module of the ISS. It was canceled in 2005 alongside the HAB module and the crew return vehicle. Those are yeah, see, these are all Space Station Freedom components that weren't close to being finished. Outdoor exhibit in Japan, because yeah. Japan fabricated it. Did Dragon XL get Omega? Don't know. Yeah, there's other stuff. The prop modules were part of Space Station Freedom. They didn't need those anymore because Zarya or Zvezda does that. So they got rid of that. The US HAB module right there was a module that's about the size of Destiny that was used that could accommodate additional beds. They cut that because they thought they didn't need it. Meanwhile, up on the ISS, literally right now, we have astronauts that sleep in Dragon capsules because there's no beds on the station. There's not enough beds. True story. Crew return vehicle got axed. The X-38. This would have made their way up in the shuttle, and if your spacecraft had a malfunction, or they needed to get off the station real quick, or you needed a way back down, you could use this in lieu of a malfunctioning vehicle, Soyuz or the space shuttle. So why can't we Nauka any of these things? NASA sold them all off, dude. They sold them off. So the centrifuge module, I don't know. But the HAB module, they sold it. Boeing was making it. They sold it to somebody. Not gonna lie, I prefer Dragon over those tiny sleep pods. yeah, maybe. And then the SPP, the UDM, the RM, and the NEM1 were proposed added segments. The Science Power Platform would actually be really cool. It was supposed to be added to the Russian segment, and it was basically a module with a gigantic Russian solar array sitting off the back of the station, which would have given the station additional power. It was supposed to be part of Mir 2. When they canceled it, funny story, when they canceled this, the US canceled the centrifuge module because these would have been powering that centrifuge module. So it wasn't all Space Station Freedom getting canceled, but most of it was the reason. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know where this is. I know they sold off Node 4. It's funny because they don't show it. It's not in the Wikipedia for the canceled segments. Oh, future proposed. It says future proposed Node 4. We saw that thing on government auctions the other day. NASA put it out in a field near the Space Shuttle landing runway and said, I don't know. Ever see anything about Space Lab 2 parts in downtown Chicago? Negative. I don't know, Enginuber. You did buy it? No, I didn't buy it, no. That wouldn't fit in my garage, man.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Panta 52-month resub, but you could turn it into a second garage? Yeah, so long story short, guys, at the end of the day, the ISS isn't like... The ISS to Space Station Freedom isn't SLS to Constellation. We got a good bunch of the modules from Space Station Freedom did end up getting made. Yeah, Space Station Freedom made... Yeah, we had a bunch of modules from it, which is pretty cool. We got most of them, which is pretty good for NASA. We got most of these things. Yep, see that? We're going to be doing that in a second. Hey, Leland. Ah, yes, Herr Gerst. Wie geht's, mein Freund? When are they going to start making EUSs? They're starting to make EUSs right now, as. Yeah, the tooling is ready in Michoud. Yeah, so most of these modules got moved up, which is good. Yeah. Yeah, most of the... So, like, that's kind of what Space Station Freedom would have ended up looking like. So... And that's what my station is primarily based off of. So, check this out. That right there is Destiny. That module got made. That's Node 1. That's Unity. That module got made. That's Node 2, Harmony. That one got made. Right here is the Columbus module. That definitely got built. Right here is the Japanese Experiments module and the external platform. That got built. Every module that I've mentioned is up on the ISS right now. This one over here is the HAB module. The HAB module got cut. The centrifuge module is right there. That got cut. The crew return vehicle got cut. And then the P0 truss segment also got flabbergasted. And then the prop modules, or the propulsion systems, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Space Station Freedom was going to have its propulsion modules sitting out on the end of the truss segment for attitude control. And the Z1, if you look at this, the Z1 truss segment is right there. So it would have been Z1, S0, P0, P1, P2, P3, P4, P5, P6, and then S1, S2, S3, S4, S5, S6. Yeah, that's how it was supposed to go. You gonna have the crew return vehicle and all that? I'm not sure, Silver Soul. Maybe. Maybe. I have other vehicles that my shuttle could bring up that we could berth to the station if we really, really, really wanted something like that. Yeah, we could do it. And we do have an empty port for it. It's just kind of part count, but yeah, totally doable. Yeah, Erudite, I'm kind of with you on that one. Oh, I noticed that we weren't in symmetry here. These are the lights for my RMS.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Who was that? Hey, Apple II. What's going on? Okay. Okay. Anything else? You know what? I'll give us some light strips in here just in case. I'm loading down my Z1 with extra parts. I want another set of ladders. So we could use these for moving around the station. We'll install those when we get up there with EVA and whatnot. Or at least try to. What you gonna call it? Crippen 2? I don't know, Just Space. I don't know. Crippen Station was what I had with the new one. Make sure to put a spare docking port in there. You know what, Jim? That's not the worst idea. I'll put 2 just in case. That's not the worst problem or worst thing. We can figure out better grapple points. Not bad. We started manufacturing station modules at the end, basically at the beginning of December. I had this entire thing engineered in a month, and that was well-running shuttle missions. Pretty good, man. This would have probably taken me a lot longer than that. Cunningham Station. Have you heard of Stoke Space? Yes, Erudite. Yep. Any plans to do resupply missions with dedicated cargo modules? Well, Dink, we could do resupply missions in the form of science. We could bring science up. Like collect science down on the surface, like what we did, and then bring it up in PMMs. Yeah, I could do that. Sure. We could have the shuttle have an MPLM style mission. So say I just need to bring up personnel, right? We could bring up personnel and extra science and plug that sucker in. I'm up for Glen Station. Yeah, demo. We could do that, but now that means I need a crew return vehicle. That means I need a CRV. All right. This is good enough for now. We can add, if we want to add stuff, we'll go back into the station. It'd be cool in a quick build, right? Shut up. I was thinking about giving Dart a like working on some systems for Dart, and then redoing Dart to basically parachute back down. So Dart would basically re-enter, and then it would just parachute down, kind of similar to like at the very end we'd pull a drogue and Dart would pull up and stall, and then it'd pop the chute or something. Or it would just stall over KSC and then parachute down and land, so we don't have to worry about landing on that stupid landing gear. Your documentation date is 22. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, thank you. Finalized 1/6/23. CRV would be like a Dream Chaser style thing? Yeah, Lego. Pretty much. Think Deep Space. A Dart redesign would put us further behind. Yeah, I know. I said if I want to. As you gotta remember, the whole premise of this conversation is me not wanting to do that. You know what I'm saying? Do you understand what I am saying? I mean, we've worked out most of the kinks with the station. I wouldn't mind some kind of lifeboat module, to be 100% honest with you. But if that's the case, I'll literally... We'll get something. But this is the pack-down craft file. These modules are ready to go. So what I'm going to do with the pack-down file is reroute here. Right? And then we will get rid of my original tool, my tooling. That's from the prototype file. Now, what I'm going to do with this pack-down file is basically get every module ready to go for the shuttle, okay? If you don't have a CRV, then you can't have continuous operations until you get the second shuttle docking module up. Wife got to drive your 595. She says it's too loud. Nice. Nice, dude. Awesome. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to need a bunch of these. Basically what we're going to do in this flat pack file is take all the modules and have them individually attached on these nodes. This will end up looking like a plastic sprue kit, like with all the pieces attached. This file is not for flight. This is more another like workspace thing. I'm just using hard points here. Actually, you know what? Screw it. Just this is basically equivalent to operations in checkout. With NASA, where they basically finalize the modules and get them ready to go. They build out the module first, they ensure that it's working, and then they go from there. You know what, Jason? Here, I got an idea. Here's how we'll do this. Ready? Take this. Take this. Move that like that. And then put a nose cone on the back so we don't get our attachment nodes messed up. Okay, put a small one on there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, we need another set. That was about to look like a socket set for real, dude. Okay, so we will start breaking the modules down. This is fine. I'm pretty sure we got everything that we needed. So let's start with the P2 truss segment, okay? We'll start over here. So, P2... Oh, there is one more thing that I need to place. Give me 1 second. Excuse me. We need to make this look like the SSPF. The SSPF is a facility at Kennedy Space Center. That facility is called the Space Station Processing Facility. It is a gigantic clean room environment that was built to process space station parts. SSPF. Engineers aren't good at naming things. So what I'm going to do, it's cool because inside of the SSPF in real life, they had a full-scale mock-up of the space shuttle's payload bay. So what I'm going to do is take the orbiter and give myself a full-size mock-up of the payload bay. There we go. There is an exact full-size replica of the shuttle's payload bay, complete with MPM cow controller, robotic arm, solar power actuator, so we can check for arm clearance, etc., etc. Okay, so now what we need to do is start packing this stuff up. So let's go through. I'm going to go through the entire module, and we're going to check out everything. Everyone! Does anyone here know how to make a belly floppy rocket like Starship? Yeah? Of course. I've built Starships before, Everday, and I've made them belly flop around. Just put wings on a servo where the wings are on Starship, and it'll... Okay, so first thing we'll do, disable that cow controller, make sure it's set to the right position. It is. We do not want the batteries to be used at all, like when we're handling the module around. So we will lock out all the batteries. Who was that subbing? Take a boot! Now we'll make sure all these parts are locked out. Locked, grandparent strutted. Locked, grandparent strutted, right here. Locked out. Locked out. That's just a micro node. Locked. Grandparent strutted. Locked. Grandparent strutted. Locked, grandparent strutted. Locked, grandparent strutted. Solar panels. Yep. Those are all grandparent strutted. Perfect. Excellent. All right, now the lower chain right here. Locked, grandparent strut. Locked, grandparent strut. Locked, grandparent strut. Good. 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 You know what? We'll take the colors off on the hydraulics. Out on the solar panels, they look better without them anyway. There we go. In fact, you know what? We could do that here and here. That'll look better. Nice. Okay, that's all fine and dandy. Now you should be locked out in grandparent strutted too. And we took our servo rotational controller and moved it over there. We should set the traverse rate out of the box to 5. So we can reconfigure these on the fly if we need to. Okay. I think that one is ready to be packed down. Lego, January is a tall order. I would say February, maybe even into March. Why? It's tough to get 33 engines to fire all at once. That's what SpaceX is kind of building to. All right, so take this thing off. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Hold up a minute. Hold on a second there, Professor. We got to retract the ladders. Okay. What's the most number of engines they static fired? I think it was 18. Yes. Okay, so now this here in the docking port is going to represent my keel pin. I don't know where the center of mass on this module is. We might have to isolate it. Or I could just move this docking port into a position over here where I know it is. Where I would suspect that it ends up being. You know what? That right there is fine. Okay, so here's something that we don't exactly know for sure. So what we don't know for sure here is how this is going to fit in the payload bay, right? So what I'm going to do, we're going to save, right? And then I'm going to take this thing off, the P2 segment. I'm going to take it off and we're going to reroute it. We're going to reroute to the keel pin, right? And now we see if this thing fits. I would say that this absolutely does fit. Awesome. Oh, that's legit, dude. Pretty awesome. The thing about this truss segment, though, okay, so now where should we put the grapple nodes? I have one there. The arm could definitely reach over and grab that thing, but it'd probably be better to have one in here. It probably would be better for the handoff to take this and 1, 2, 3, and then absolute move it over here. Passing something out here probably be good. And this is the P2 array, so something lined up here. And because it's the P2 array, I'll put the arrow facing towards the zenith on both sides here. That one's already facing towards the zenith. So the space shuttle arm would be able to grab this thing. And the important part here is that we also have space for the docking port, which is good. Actually, if I move this backwards a little ways, it'd probably be better. We've moved it as far back into the shuttle payload bay as possible. Cool. Is it off center? No, I think we're centered. I think it's good. There we go. Okay, so now we attach the longeron pins. Longeron pin goes right there. Longeron pins are, this is how I secure the payload. We have a small docking port down here. And then these thermometers actually hold this thing in position. Now, why? Why the hell am I using thermometers? What are you doing? Why would you do this? Why would you use thermometers this way? Why don't you just strut it? If I have to take the payload back down, strutting it could get complicated. Now I have to bring a Kerbal out near the payload bay, etc., etc. It's a pain in the butt. I'd rather pay the price to have 6 physicsless parts here and here for the longeron pins, like the real shuttle, and just put it back in the payload bay if I need to bring it back down. But why meld models? Are you serious? I just told you that a moment ago. Right. Now, cool thing is that because I recover the shuttle every time, I can just move my longeron pins into the right position. There we go. Now, interesting thing, I don't know if there's any longeron pins on the solar panel array here. So what I'd have to do here is look at ISS S4 or S3 truss segment. I think. Cool. How did they carry it? Oh. Interesting. They ended up putting their docking port, the grapple points for the arms in the exact same spots that we did. But theirs is riding backwards. And you know what? That makes sense. You know why it makes sense? Because batteries are heavy. It would be better to put the batteries on the shuttle center of mass. So let's flip this bad boy around. And get her all lined up. There we go. But why not now? Why refrigerators? You just watched Zoolander for the first time? Huh. Okay. Now, are there any longeron pins on the solar panel? Yep, there absolutely is. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, I see how they did it. So, how they secured this thing with the longeron pins is right here. 1, and then take this. 2. Okay, and now there's another set of longeron pins right here. Move the solar or the radiator slightly inward. This boat is so much work. I've been going at it for months now. Boat? Is that sailboat or whatever that you got? You still have that? Why do you still have that? Oh, the DP-170. Oh, Stormworks. I thought you were talking about that sailboat that you and your friends bought a little while ago. I'm like, why do you still have this? Hey, Chowdubs.
Discovery, go at
If they haven't already, man, NASA or a space company should be using you and your channel for some sort of media outlet. I think you're very informative and fun to watch. Thanks for all the great streams. Going through some majorly tough times and lost your mother. Appreciate what you do. Chow, yeah. I went through some tough times like a week ago. Not that bad, dude. Not that bad. But yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate the kind words. I really do. I'm happy I could make you happy, honestly. You know, ask anybody that works in this business, dude. Putting a smile on someone's face is a very, very good feeling. But yeah, right on, man. If you need anything from me, just say, okay? You mean this boat? Yeah, that boat. Exactly, Thomas. Precisely. Chowdubs, I apologize for S-Master. He is an idiot. We have purposely trained him wrong, as a joke. Alright. Hang on a second. These aren't in the correct aligned position. There we go. Those longeron pins are in the correct spot. I'm bleeding, making me the victor. Okay. Perfect. Ivan, what was your question, buddy? I'm sorry if I missed it. I come from the Scam Baiter community, so I don't know how much. I don't know much about this sort of streaming. Oh, right on. No idea the software even existed. You could build your own rocket. It's Kerbal, man. It's the best. I stream for 10 hours at a time? Yeah. Yeah, I stream 50 hours a week. That's my baseline, Ivan. 50 hours a week, Monday through Friday right now. Actually, I do end up doing fun chill streams on like late Saturday nights right now. So it ends up being like 55 hours, dude. I haven't worked a 40-hour work week in probably 8-9 years. I like working. It's fulfilling, especially when you hear stuff like what Chow Dubs just said. That really makes me happy. It really does. That's really important stuff, man. Losing a family member is not fun. It hurts. It freaking hurts, dude. A lot. And it's gonna take time. You know, you don't just feel better about that, you know? Indeed, Mivans. Alright, cool. So guys, I think the P2 segment is the first. Oh, of course I put the Longeron pin right over the P. That must be the P! I'll move the logo slightly off. There we go. Oh, for the love of Ginger. Alright, now I need to go in here. Make sure we have that set, the Longeron pin set to enable. Okay, Longeron pins set to enable same vessel collision on action group 1. P is stored in the pins. That's right. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. I pulled it out when it was in symmetry. That's what she said. And if it puts another one in symmetry, it erases the cal controller. Oh no, I hit save by accident. I was trying to hit load and I misclicked. Damn it. Damn it! Oh, crap. Wow, I can't believe that. Only I would do that. Station Packdown doesn't have that trust segment in it anymore, so let me go ahead and just merge the entire station with itself again. Oh no, wait, don't do that. That means it'll erase the other calculation. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I brought an entire version of the station in to make the second docking port. And that would have had duplicate cal controllers with the same name. Fuck! Oh, God. My heart. Ow. I broke it. I broke it. Add time. Add time. Emotional damage. Well, that sucks. You're nothing of entertaining. All right, I'll take the compliment. Wait a minute. Does that mean? Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! I think I'm gonna puke. Oh no. Oh, balls.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Here's a little something to cheer you up. P.S. Think before you duplicate and keep it simple. Oh, thanks, Captain Hindsight. Hey, where were you 4 hours ago when I did it, dickhead? You were eating dinner for 4 hours? Thanks for the tip, man. See Sawyer's last when you get a second. No, I'm not rating you. Piss off. Yeah, Moo, you're not wrong. You can do it. Don't give up. You're so close. Also, lol. Does the prototype have the... Oh, frick you, chat. Aha. All right. All right. Eat it shenanigans, enjoy your food. Eat it shenanigans, EJ works here. Save this as a backup. Mod Hokey. Hokey, you want mod? Squall says we should mod that guy. I tell you what I am deleting. The Packdown file. Bye-bye. Wait, what? Nah, it's fine. No, see, Enco, I flipped the VIP on its side. I give people VIP. It's the VIP is a cone of shame. It's a dunce cap in this stream. People that have the VIP, you should avoid. Stretch break was redeemed. Okay, cool. Stretch done. I think good for mod team aside from Yard. Cool, done. No mod for you. Can I get VIP for being the deciding vote on the SSTO? No, I can just hate you. Is that a good enough prize? This sucks, dude. Honestly, this sucks. Now I need to piece together 3 or 4 different files to make a master file for Packdown. All because I wanted the second docking port. Sorry, I still think it was super cool. That's fair. Why didn't you copy the docking port on the bow? You can't. It'll delete the fairing if you copy it. See? It deletes the fairing because it hates you. The only way to get it to copy is to merge the craft file with itself. Sometimes that doesn't even pick up in a subassembly either. But subassembling might fix the problem, but honestly, I haven't subassembled any of this stuff yet because you need to pack it down first. I have to make sure it fits in the shuttle payload bay I know most of it will fit, but I got to make sure that all goes together, and that's what Packdown is. It's operations and checkout. It's the NASA equivalent is called ONC. It's where they just basically make sure it's ready to go. Is this the same space station you've been working on for like 3 weeks? Yes. Okay. Perfectionist. Spare me right now, chat, please. All right, well, if we go back to the master prototype, don't save. If we go back to the master prototype file here, what needs to be redone? What needs to be redone? So, all right. It sucks because we just lost all the checkout operations on the P2 segment, which, yeah, that's kind of annoying, but not the worst problem to have. The miscellaneous controller and the sequence controller is not bound, so that doesn't matter. This thing probably got overwrote right there, yep. The SSRMS deploy sequencer is overwritten. The MBS traverse is overwritten. The deploy groups are overwritten on S2 and P2. Alright, I'm going to make a new craft file and it's going to be called Station Master. Master file. You know, I like slashes. I think slashes look cooler. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Just hit Control C, Control Z. Yeah, Control Z breaks the game. Intense. Yeah, no. Control Z is terrible. Undo states are cached, and the garbage collection software in Kerbal does not clean it. I will not use undo in this game. You know. Oh. Okay. Alright, so the station master file, we reroute to this. That's okay. Place that down. Get rid of this. So, how do we do this? Okay, I got an idea. How about we take this, the P2 array, and get rid of it. And then we take the S2 array, and we get rid of it. Right? Now, save the master file because this has all the decal work and all the stuff that we just did. I don't want to go do that again. It has the antennas and all the checkout that we did on these things. So now we open this up, and this is where this gets a little crazy. How about I merge it with the prototype? No. We merge it with prototype T because that still has the cal controllers on it, okay? These cal controllers, because there's no other segment here, they won't overwrite, which means they still have their original tags. Yep. Perfect. Take the P2, shift left click on the docking port to undo it, and then attach it to the station. We need to redo that light right there because that's the last version that we use. We need to add the light, and then we need to add the grapple points and then the longeron points. And then we need to go check this out again. But this will get us these controllers, these two back. So I'm going to do the same thing with the S2 segment here. And with the S2 segment, oh, thank God. Now, if Kerbal understands if I'm understanding how Kerbal works, if you bring a duplicate version of the same exact cal controller in it, what stays assigned here? MBS Traverse, that one is working correctly up there, that cal controller. And then this one right here is erased. Yeah, it overwrites one over the other. What I'm wondering, dudes, just out of straight curiosity, and either way, we have to redo the MBS controller anyway. So, get rid of this. If it's duplicating here, and that erases the original controller, I wonder what happens if I take the erased controller, and this is the one with nothing on it, with no information on it, and get rid of it. And then take the copied controller, right? Shift click that sucker. Literally put this on here and snap it into position. What does this control now? Okay, that's as expected, right? Now here's the weird part. What happens if I take the station subassembly that we're picking parts off of? And get rid of it. I just deleted the parts that it was controlling, and but that information is still there, but it's controlling parts that don't exist. I'm wondering if I just broke it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we broke it. But this isn't the worst thing. You know why it's not the worst thing? Because if we go into action groups now, and I go to MBS Traverse, right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And the first servo we're gonna need is that one. Take that servo and set target angle. Yep, it deleted it. Okay. Hey Trojan, 59-month resub, I appreciate it. Don't get rid of the cal, make a new one and copy over the paths. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna have to merge another station in here. And if we merge another station in here, guys, we're gonna have to get rid of this, get rid of these again. Because we have to reattach them, right? So, what I can do, right? MBS Traverse, it's already erased. So I'm gonna set this as MBS Traverse 1, okay? Just so there's no conflict, okay? In fact, that's a copied cal controller. I'm going to actually get rid of it and just place a new one, just to make sure we're like well in the clear. This is MBS Traverse 1. Okay. This should be, I set it to 300 seconds before to slow it down. Now, save the master file. I wonder if that still works. Does that thing work? Nope. The deploy sequencer is easy to fix though. Okay. Wait for it. Just wait a second. Shut up, Chad. I'm good at this. Okay, your boy's starting to get tired. Your boy's starting to get tired. Stop it, EJ. Okay, I'm back. So now, save this. Open. Open sesame. Well, I've done all I can do. And we will merge this with prototype T again. Oh, Kerbal is really hating me right now. Okay. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of MBS Traverse 1. We have to... Okay, there's my P2 truss segment. It's in position. And it should have its cal controller intact. It does. Alright. Save. Now let's get that S2 truss segment. S2 truss segment. Attach the S2. Move it into position. I noticed that its docking port is upside down because it's a copied version of the P2. So take this and flip it back around like that. Okay. S2 truss segment is good. Does the cal controller work? Yep. It works. I know that the P2 controller is there. Let's just make sure that that works too. Yes, it does. All right, cool. Excellent. Now, in terms of modifications, docking port acquisition force to nothing. Grandparent part, strut those docking ports. Sorry guys, I just made a ton more work for myself. I'm trying to salvage it. I'm trying to basically go through all the different versions of the space station prototype file that we have to see if I can not have to redo the damn cal controllers over. Yeah. Yeah, we know you're good at it, yeah. Okay, so the MBS Traverse is the big one. So open this editor, right? We have that one, and that one is bound to that, and we know that works. Okay. The reason why is because this was already erased when I made the second docking port. Checkered, kind of. So what I'm going to do here, MBS Traverse 1, all right? Go here. Let's select MBS Traverse 1. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of those servos, add target angle, and one of the hydraulics and add the target angle to this. So now we're going to open up this cal editor, and I can copy paste from one to one. So if we open up the editor and oh, which servo is that? Okay, now which servo did I add? Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna have to find the base servo and add that. There it is. Select this, select the target angle, and then move that up to the top. Now I can take this curve, copy it, go down here, paste it, take that one, copy it, go down there, paste it, paste it, sorry, clicked the wrong button, and then take the telescoping hydraulic with the dead zone in the center, copy it, and paste it there. That's not going to fix it, but that gets me the curves because the rest of the hydraulics that are attached to this all have the same exact curve. Good. Okay. So X out of this. Say goodnight, Floppy. Okay. There's no racing tonight, Go. We're in the off season. Okay, we still have the cow controller there. Still have the cow controller there. MBS Traverse should have all the curves. Oh, perfect. Sesh, were you asking me how am I going to balance my time between KSP1 and KSP2 in the future? I don't know, guys. I think if I have a cool idea with robotics or something, we might go back and screw with KSP1, but I'm going to definitely tell you, at least at the beginning, it's probably going to be playing more KSP2 than 1. Like, that's just obviously. But, you know, maybe when there's no robotics in KSP2, going back in here and having some fun is still a thing that we could do, you know? I never, you know, I was thinking about this the other day. I never really figured like it would be that big of a deal, you know, going to KSP2. But honestly, I know me. I'm probably going to really enjoy KSP2 right when it comes out and want to play that the most. But I will tell you, it's going to be sad when It's going to be sad when, you know, we put down KSP1 for KSP2. This game is... played this game a lot. You know, this game is... this game is the reason why I have Primo. Well, my wife. You know what I mean? Well, will be my wife soon. This is the reason why I have this house, why I have the garage. You know? It's the life-changing stuff, man. I'm gonna have trouble letting go. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna have trouble. There's gonna be, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna have trouble. I think you have your wife because of your glorious pecs. Oh yes, that is the exact reason. I'm here to pump you up. Nah, dude, this is why I want to do this. This is why I'm doing all this crazy engineering here. Because I want to send off KSP1 in style. I want to send it off, you know, in a way that it deserves. It's the right move. But, yeah. Anyway, let's see if the controller works. Yep, saved. Oh, thank God. I'm gonna have trouble letting go, dudes. That's really gonna be difficult, man. You know, going to KSP2 will be very much closing this chapter of the book and going on to another one. You know? But, you know, what good is a book if you don't go to the next chapter, you know what I mean? So, yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to get I didn't mean to get really real there for a second. My fault. My fault. Well, that's what I want to do with this architecture GUI. Yeah, the story doesn't end. Yeah. It's just the sequel, you know. I got really real there for a second. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get that real. Dude, I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about I'm thinking about where I started. Like, I'm having an Old Man Peabody moment. Old Man Peabody owned all of this. With this crazy idea about breeding pine trees. I remember this was all pine trees as far as the eye could see. Okay. All right. Sawyer redeemed Guide the Raid on you. Does that count? Because I'll totally stream me working on the Stormworks ship. If not, that's cool though. Raid a real streamer. Sawyer, why did you redeem a raid for S Master? What was the thought process there? I mean, S, you don't stream. It's all good. It happens to us from time to time. Yeah, it's just, I mean, passing, you know, been through a lot, dude. It's been a... Man, what a freaking ride, dude. What a freaking ride. That's really all I can say. What a freaking ride. What a freaking ride. How did I do it? How did I do it, man? How does that even happen? Like... As a Christmas tree farmer in my youth, I resemble that statement. Resemble? Resent? I say I resemble that remark. No idea. Still trying to figure that one out. You were insane. Everything followed from that. Were? Were? The days before KSP 2 comes out, do you think you could download some older versions, alpha, and show off the older crafts you still have? Maybe. I mean, fellas, like, I've done nothing but put my head down and grind this stuff out, and I've been doing it for a really long time. I can't even remember what life was like without streaming. I can't remember it. Like, I don't know what I would do if I stopped. So much spare time. Dude, that's what happens to me on break. Like, when I go on break, I'm like, all right, finished all the errands. Oh, it's 2 in the afternoon. What the frick do people do for the next 8 hours before you go to sleep? Like, I run out of crap to do. What do you guys do, like, when you get home from work if you have a 9-to-5 job, other than watch this stream? Ah, I see. Watch the stream. Yeah. Go back to the Best Buy loading dock? I don't even live near that Best Buy anymore, Jackery. That Best Buy's an hour away. We watch you and play video games. Huh. Sleep, cook, and clean. Nothing, and it's everything you could imagine it could be. Well, you don't need $1 million to do nothing, man. Take a look at my cousin. He's broke, don't do nothing. Train in jiu-jitsu. I do need an apprentice. What's the starting pay, goalie? Just out of curiosity, not that I'm interested, dude. I love my job. My job is sweet. I don't make the... Dude, I make good money, but I'm not, like, rich by any means, you know? Video editing. I'm bored of me doing extra work. Yeah, MB, I get kind of restless. I'm like, okay, I gotta, all right, I've spent too much time fraternizing on social media. Frick that. You work on your car. Probably get you in at 18 or 20 an hour. Bro, that's like 50 grand a year. No, I'm good. No, I'm good, thanks. We watch you play games, trawl the NTRS and stuff. I mean, passing, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'd probably be doing that. That's what I do for fun. OSHA would not have been happy watching my warehouse guys get a washer down manually after Big Joe failed. Oh God. Oh God. Best Buy warehouse speak, Ark. Whoa. Don't do that again. Don't do that again. How did you get it down without Big Joe? Ark, did I ever tell you the story about how one time in the warehouse at the Best Buy in Framingham, the HVAC system is built kind of into the warehouse, so we had gas lines running in, right? Kid with the Big Joe went too high with it and kinked the gas line. Did I ever tell you that story? You really don't want to know. Nope. Yeah, I don't. Okay, glorified data entry, then I come home. Yeah, I kinked the gas line with the top of Big Joe, where the harness mount is, and I smelled natural gas. I smelled the natural gas, and I'm like, this was in like 2015. This was right, like pretty much, like I don't know, maybe a couple of months before I left. So this would have been June 2015. Kid kinked the freaking gas line, and I could smell the LNG, and I'm like, oh everybody needs to get out of the store right now. Like, right now. Everybody, like, I'm not even kidding. Like, I went white-faced. I'm like, we need to leave now. I'm leaving. My boss is like, you can't leave. We're in the middle of unloading a truck. I'm like, I'm leaving right now. Bye. See you later. Went and told the manager. I looked at the manager. I'm like, dude, I think there's a gas leak in the warehouse. And my manager, thankfully, knew what that meant. And he went, yep. I'm calling the fire department. Everybody get the frick out of here. Oh God, you worked at Best Buy? I did. Yep. Best Buy in Framingham, Mass. Store 532. You commute down Route 9 every day. That sucked. Yeah, need a shop. Well, in Shop is World guy. Shop is World. Sounds like a good manager. Yeah. My favorite is when someone is all the way up on Big Joe and it turns off, so someone has to press the energize button. Did anybody know where the gas cutoff was? I didn't, passing. No. Nowadays, I could probably go and figure it out, but I didn't really feel like unloading the truck that day, so I'm like, we need to leave. Also, I don't feel like dying in a fiery explosion. Yeah. The gas line leaks, and it floods the store with gas. One, you know, natural gas doesn't have oxygen in it, so you could suffocate. Two, if you have a good climate-controlled store, it'll make it so all the gasoline, or all the liquid natural gas, or just the natural gas from the gas line, all the propane or whatever it is, will just kind of accumulate in the store. And if it finds a source of ignition, when it gets saturated enough, the building goes up like a powder keg. Yeah, that's not cool. That's why I'm like, yeah, I'm leaving. Nope. I'll take my break if I have to. I'm getting the frick out of here. And when the fire department was called in and they were going in, I told them where the gas leak was. Gaseous natural liquid LNG. At least you were driving away from Boston. Yeah. Overnight sucked, dude. Because then I'm going with the traffic, which, yeah. Yeah, it becomes a fuel air bomb. Yeah, very high rate of atomization. Yeah. You could learn to do stuff like this. Golly, that's pretty cool. Dude, goalie, like, I'll be honest with you. I lived in Florida. I'd probably go do that for fun. I'd probably work cranes in the mornings with you for fun and then go home and stream, you know? Probably do that. That would be a good time. But, nope. Gas company made those houses a few years back. Guys, yeah, in Massachusetts, they had a gas company that somebody was digging up a line, and they sparked a shovel against a gas line, and it ignited a gas line. And that gas line, dude, oh, this is so bad. They shut it off, but there was still tons of LNG because the pipe had a breach. Oxygen was getting in, and because it was a source of ignition, the flames traveled backwards through the gas line into people's houses and blew people's houses up from the inside out. No joke. That happened in Massachusetts in 2018. Yeah. What the dog doing? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That happened. Somebody backfired a gas line and it blew up like 3 or 4 houses, dude. It was on the news and they were flying around in a helicopter. All of a sudden a house just catches on fire. Just like smite them. Dude, it was gnarly. Yeah. Here, I'll see if I can find it for you. So 2018 gas leak. Yeah, the Merrimack Valley gas explosions. And when I say the houses exploded, I mean the houses exploded. Like, straight up, just boom! Dude, that's bad. That's horrible. Hey, the grill survived, though. And the pool looks terrible. Yeah, there's a check valve creation. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not good. How many people died? Nobody died because, yeah, the gas company was like, oh no, oh no, oh no. Yeah, dude, I'm talking about, like, houses just randomly just caught on fire. The fire department went, ah! No! No! SpongeBob, no! It was bad, dude. It was bad. Yeah, it was terrible. One person died, was outside of a house, and the chimney collapsed on him. Ah, that sucks. No, SpongeBob! Yeah, people, yeah, Columbia Gas, they got sued. Yeah, they got sued. So bad. It's so bad, dude. Oh my goodness. I'm guessing the utility companies were pissed. Yeah. Well, it was somebody that was working the utility company Winterside. Actually, you know what? Hang on. Let me read here for a second. Just real quick. Let me just read this. I thought they spiked the line and it backfired, but hold on. Let me see. According to the NTSB's preliminary report, customers in the accident area received gas from a low-pressure distribution network, which in turn was fed from a high-pressure main pipeline via regulators controlled by sensors measuring pressure in the low-pressure pipes. At the time of the accident, workers were replacing some of the low-pressure piping, but the procedure set out by Columbia Gas for doing this failed to include transfer of a regulator's pressure sensor from the old disused pipe into the new. Oh God, that's even worse. Oh no. Oh no! Oh no! That's worse than what I said! Holy balls! What are you doing? Oh yeah, let's just put this pipe back together without the regulator. Oh God! Wow! Why? No! As a result, when the old pipe was depressurized, the regulator sensed zero pressure on the low pressure side and opened completely, feeding the main pipeline's pressure into the local distribution network. 75 PSI. That's like 3 bar. That's 3 bar pipe pressure. Oh, that's more than 3 bar. Holy crap. That's worse than what I said. 75 PSI divided by 14.7. That's 5 bar. Oh God. 500 kilopascals. That's horrible. That's horrible. Oh God. That's terrible. So bad.
Discovery, go at
Hey,
throttle up.
Vanguard, what's going on? Yeah, 5 times the Earth's atmosphere. Yeah. 0.5 MPa. Oh my god, that's so bad. Dude. And appliance lines are rated at 5 psi. Yeah, no wonder the houses just blew up. That's so bad. Oh my god. That's terrible. Dude, that's worse. That is worse than what I said. Oh my goodness. I can't believe that. Unbelievable. And that gas company no longer exists. Yeah. Columbia Gas. Yep. Nope. Alright. Well, fellas, we've made the master file here. Let me just start running through the modifications that we needed to do here. The longeron pins and stuff, we're going to have to bring another shuttle payload bay in here. Alright, we needed a port here. You made the master file, but what about the... Apologize. Oh, you did already. Okay, cool. Apologize. Yeah, you need to apologize for that. Don't ever do that again. Apologize. Alright, so... that needs to be like that. Oh my god, two reps almost threw hands on the house floor just now. Awesome! Wait. I mean, not awesome, but also awesome. That's actually kind of cool. I challenge you to a duel! As a taxpayer. Yes, yes, please, fight each other. Please. Yes, fight. Round 2, fight. To be some old school. I challenge you to a duel! Duels on the Senate floor. Let's go! I'm kidding. Please. This is a joke. The last time Congress was fighting in Civil War, the last time people were fighting in Congress was the Civil War. Yeah, that's the reason why, you know, that was a joke. That's because, yeah, the last time that happened, it didn't end well. Yeah, last time that happened, man. Didn't really end well. Lot of people died. Yeah. If only people didn't get paid for not doing their jobs. Yeah, Irv. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't it be nice? Okay. We're gonna have to figure out the rest of the longeron pins and O&C operations and checkout here a little bit. I don't know. Guys, I might just finish the rest of operations and checkout over the weekend. Maybe we'll do it in the hours up until Sunday's launch, Sunday afternoon or Sunday night, because there's a Falcon 9 launch then. Is it super late, but can I link the clip of the representative being held back by his face? Who? King? Who's throwing down, man? If you don't mind me, you know what? I don't want to know. Never mind. I'm curious, but I'll go seek that out on my own time. That's kind of funny. That's actually sad. The writing on season 118 of U.S. Congress is off the walls. Falcon Heavy, yep, I want to see. Don't link it in here, guys. Yeah, you could. Yeah, King, whisper it to Hobo. Mike Rogers was held back by his face as he was trying to get in Matt Gates' face. Oh no. Jesus. Dude, we all need to calm the frick down. This is ridiculous. Okay. All right. Okay. Full moon? Ah, that explains that. Full moon plus the date? Wait. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. Yeah, yeah. All right, that makes sense. Okay. Oh, that day. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. I was working on the truck that day. Dude, we completed the truck's wire harness that day. That's what you're talking about, right? I'm serious. Yeah, that's what we were doing. It's the 3-year anniversary? No, it's not. March 2020 was like 3 weeks ago, dude. This is day 1068 of March 2020. It's March 1068, 2020, right? Are those jokes still funny? Is that funny? Like, I don't know. I was promised rolling 20s. I was promised the time of really good prosperity and stuff. Yeah, we don't have that right now. I'm kind of. Yes, I was promised peace and prosperity. I was promised economic booms. I did not get it. I ordered a Mai Tai and they gave me a peanut colada and I said no salt, no salt, no salt. I could put strip line in the guacamole. They were big grains of salt. There were huge grains of salt. Yeah, or at least some of us still feel that way. I was promised, I was promised staplers, and that my desk was by the window, and I could look out the window and I could see that the squirrels and the squirrels were married. Such a good movie, yeah. Milton, hi Milton, what's happening? I'm gonna need you to go ahead and move your desk down to storage room B. Yeah, we need to make some space for some new personnel bringing in. All right, great. No, but there's no space. I set the building on fire. No. Sandra's allowed to listen to the radio while she's falling. I should be able to listen to the radio while I'm collating, and I don't see why I can't listen to the radio from a reasonable volume from 9 to 11. Such a good movie, dude. That's one of the all-time greats, man. No, but there's no space. Until about 12 years old, and that no-talent ass clown became famous and started winning Grammys. Why don't you just go by Mike or Michael? No, why should I change? He's the one who sucks. I tell you, Peter Gibbons, that guy's just a straight shooter with upper management written all over him. Ooh. Yeah, I'm going to have to go ahead and sort of disagree with you there. He's been real flaky. He's also been having problems with his TPS reports. We don't think that Peter is the problem. It's just the fact that you haven't challenged him enough. Yeah, there it is. Well, good luck with your layoffs. I hope your firings go really well. Oh, well, pleasure's all on this side of the table. Dude, I do that. I'm serious. I do that stuff. Like, I after, like, interviews and stuff, if I'm talking to people, even if it's in, like, a Teams meeting or something, I have to, oh, well, EJ, thank you for your time. We really, really appreciate you taking the time out of your schedule to meet up with us. Oh, yeah, pleasure's all on this side of the table, Bob. Dude, I totally do that. I totally do that. And you know what the messed up part is? It works every time. People are like, oh, wow, that guy. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, no. So bad. Pleasure's all on this side of the table. Oh, hey, Bob. Bob? Sorry, I'd pay good money to see that? Dude, you have no idea. You have no idea. Passing. I don't know why you wouldn't expect anything less from me, but I constantly fit movie quotes into just daily conversation just to see if anybody notices. And you know, the funny thing is, like, I'd say at least 80% of the time, no one notices. They just go, oh, wow. Either that or they notice and they're like, wait, what the hell is that from? Who are you again? Like, it's either one or the other, or they get it and they're like, nice. I mean, I do it on stream, but I definitely do that in real life. Like, if I have a regular conversation with people, I just put in lines from movies just to see what happens. Sorry, it keeps it fun. You know, 80% of the time they recognize the quotes every time. I'll say stuff like that. Yeah. Is that bad? Is that bad? Should I not do that? I don't know. It's not hurting anybody. You know? I'll just set the building on fire. It's been your thing for at least a decade as far as I know, and it came far too easy for you for not... Yeah, okay. Alright, that's fair. Like, I'll throw in just random stuff. People will be like, can you, like, okay. Like, I'll be watching a football game with buddies, right? Like, I did this once, alright? So, I was watching a football game with my buddies, and they're like, oh my god, I can't believe he didn't catch that pass. No, the receivers were all out of line. It doesn't make any sense. And I go, oh, yeah. Yeah, that's cold to hot. That makes no sense. And they're like, yeah, what? I'm like, yeah, it's all out of order. Why are we doing interviews, EJ? Aren't we your career? Aren't we enough? Ma'am and I may or may not be a consultant. Your boy may or may not have been doing some consulting about things. They ain't job interviews, let me put it to you like that. No, you're out of order! I'm the one who talks, okay? Mouth shut, ears open! You do not want to make me get out of this chair. Ergo, open your yapper one more time and I'm going to architect a world of pain all over your ass. Consult these nuts, 50 G's, and I will. Sign the contract. Wait, what? What am I agreeing to? Yeah, you know what? Never mind. I don't want to do this. Hey, yo! You two-timing on us? No. Kind of cheap. 50 grand for for consulting? Why is that cheap? I watched Zoolander and forgot all the funny lines. Yeah, I thought we'd be reading his you googly. Not everybody can, you know, die in a freak gasoline orange Julius fight. Consulting for what? I don't know. Things and stuff. So you've been doing the same as Scott. Kid can't even read. Cut it out, man. You're gonna get us in trouble. You look very strange without a hat. It scares you. Put the space station back on. What once there was a girl who wanted to fly in air. Today, Junior. Spell bunt, B-U-N-T, in perfect cursive. Any more brain busters? Rizzuto. Z. Those are Z's. They look like ours to me. You ever seen School of Rock? You ever seen Primal Fear? School of Rock, yes. Primal Fear, no. My friends also died in a freak gasoline fight accident. You know what'll really help you get through these trying times? Orange mocha frappuccinos! What have I seen, Brent? You know what I think, Bram? I think you should go back to Ligma, Alabama! You know how you know that I'm back in the groove? It's really late. We are like 11 and a half hours deep into a stream, and I'm working at a snail's pace and doing movie quotes. That's how you know that, yeah, okay, where everything's good in my world. And that's all I have to say about that. Hold on a second, boy. You telling me you're the owner of the Bubba Gump Shrimp Corporation? Yes, sir, we have more money than David Crockett. Museum for ants! How can kids learn how to read good if they can't even fit inside the building? Oh, nice, Cyborg. Sweet. Where'd the sunglasses in Rush? Well, I can't play Rush because... I mean, the sunglasses are in the house. It's coming from inside the house. Huh? Alright, anyway. Whoop. So John Krause took this picture of the moon. That's a really nice picture of the moon. It's an even nicer space station. Yeah, John took a picture of the ISS transiting the moon. Look at that. That's awesome. What a shot. What a freaking shot, dude. Unbelievable. I've been up since 6 this morning, and now it's like 9:30 p.m., so I'm going to head out. Stay weird, my guy. All right. Thank you. It looks like it's orbiting the moon. The ISS, if this was orbiting in low lunar orbit, Sneaky, that ISS would be like the size of Manhattan Island. Yeah. I mean, that'd be cool. I would really appreciate a space station that big. That would be really neat. That means like each one of those solar panels is like the size of Central Park. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool, but unfortunately We should do that. You know what? We should do that, dude. That's a really good idea. Sardude had a really great expression for that Sierra thing. Why is it a warthog? You know what? I'm gonna retweet this. So, what's that on the right-hand side? I don't know what it is. Whatever it is. Actually, whatever it is, I like it. Actually, here, let's get even more hardcore. Let's tag them. So, what's that on the right-hand side? Sierra Space? Whatever it is, I like it. Yeah. I don't need it. I definitely don't need it. Siri, send tweet. It's Dart. It is frickin' they copied me. Son of a bitch stole my idea. See that? That in itself, right there. Quote from Back to the Future 2. Used perfectly in context. See what I mean? I do it all the time. A lot of the time people don't notice. You guys notice. You guys do notice. But in, normie conversations, they don't notice at all. It's really funny, actually. Rocket guy, what is this? Can I want this. Nothing yet? No. What is no. Don't say nothing yet. What is this? And why is it not the same as that thing on the left? Why? Does the nose stand not have a wheel? It has a skid plate, Hermit. Yeah. The reason why is the pressure vessel is right there. Like, literally the people are right there, so the pressurized component is there. There's literally no room for the wheel. That's why there's a skid plate there instead. It really isn't anything, sadly. Rocket guy. Why? Why would you do this to me? Alright, dudes. We'll finish flat packing this over the weekend. I gotta pack it down every module and make sure it fits in the shuttle's payload bay. Why did you leave me? That's something someone who knew it was something would say. Yes. Nothing needs that many rocket engine in the current state of con ops. You could have lied to me for a minute. Just let me have my dream. What's wrong with you? Why would you do this? So, Rocket Guy, okay, quick side note. The station is ready to go through ONC. Basically, putting in the right grapple points for the solar panel arrays and concept of operations, con ops, guys. Yeah. But yeah, this thing is pretty much ready to go. I may work in the mud, but I certainly like to play in the clouds. Whatever you do, just wash your hands. See? That right there. Dodgeball. That was from that quote's from Dodgeball. Whatever you do, just wash your hands. This guy needs to buy a lottery ticket like ASAP. Is this the guy that drove... Oh. Oh, man. Okay. Oh, that's bad. That was a SWAT quote. Oh, with Colin Farrell. Look at you. Look at you. I redid my truss structure. Next up, I decided if I'm going to do the fairing trick for the modules. Hey. See? See? Your boy. Your boy knows what's best. Oh, very nice. You guys are cooking up some really nice space stations. This is excellent, dudes. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. Dude, Hillness, I like that. Yeah, using the ESA parts pack for the Z1 truss segment. That's pretty good, man. Nice. The MPO probe for the comms. Yeah, there you go. I have another meme, but I want to ask before posting. All right, get your rule 8 shit posting out of the way. Go ahead, it's late. It doesn't matter. Just go ahead, fuck up my chat, whatever. See? Yes. Yes. I love ruining chat. Yeah, I know you do. Okay, this one isn't as bad. Guys, we have breaking news. The Senate, the House of Representatives have finally come to a vote. Oh, I mean, that explains a lot. Yeah. Where's the background music? Hold up, I remember how this ends. And wait, also, wasn't Jar Jar the Senate, not the House of Representatives? Interesting, Pythos. I am the Senate. I am the Senate. So this is how democracy dies, with thunderous applause. No, you have to watch this hit classic. Oh, it's that point in the stream. Got it. Can you give us a daily Star Wars fact? Carrot, what do you want to... Okay, so... A lot of the cool Star Wars facts that I know are from the expanded universe. Something that that lore was technically erased after Disney acquired the Star Wars intellectual property. They said the expanded universe doesn't exist anymore, which is dumb. I could tell you something from the expanded universe. I promptly ignored what they had to say and pretty much boycotted anything that Disney, any of the Star Wars movies that Disney had done, except for Rogue One. The shows have actually been quite good, just on a side note. So if they say the EU isn't lore, I say their movies aren't lore. So there you go, Mickey. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. He's like, I will, and I'll make a lot of money doing it. Oh boy! So, nice S. Hoo-wee! The Boba Fett series was lame. It was all right. The ending of Book of Boba Fett was freaking sweet, dude. That spoilers that they have and the spoilers, oh, awesome. And bringing the spoilers in to finish the job, oh, amazing. I thought that was great, dude. That was really good. Really good stuff. And Mickey responded by pooping in your garage. Yeah, you know what he did. Yeah, Squall, any Star Wars anything from now on, any live action Star Wars from now on should just be done by the people that are making Andor and Rogue One. In fact, Disney should say screw it. Screw 7, 8, and 9 and have these people remake them. Yeah. I would go watch. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. No, Mando was good. Mando was excellent. Yeah, Mando was good. And Andor's awesome. I'm really into Andor. That's really good stuff. Andor really shows... I've always said this, guys. I said this years before Andor came out, anytime anybody asked me about Star Wars. The Star Wars universe is not a nice place to live. It is a dystopian... It's a dystopian authoritarian hellhole. Yeah. Andor drives that point home pretty damn well, actually. Yeah, that's what Lucas intended. George Lucas intended it's not a good place to live. That's why the rebellion exists. Watch Andor, Gek. Andor is fantastic. It's really good Star Wars, dude. Really good. Fight the Empire. Fight the Empire? Half measures. The wait it out. The play it, wait and see. It's a plague on discipline. It's a plague on discipline. There's pockets, chat. Pockets of fermenting. Pockets of fermenting. The best way to keep the blade sharp is to use it. Corporate tactical forces are the Empire's first line of defense. And the best way to keep the blade sharp, sir, is to use it. Yeah, Rocket Guy. Interesting, right? No, take it from... Dude, Empire Strikes Back is my favorite Star Wars movie. It was my favorite Star Wars movie pre-Disney acquisition. Rogue... You don't need to watch 7, 8, and 9. Frick those movies. They're terrible. They're god-awful. Just god-awful. Just don't watch them. I'm dead serious about that. Watch Andor. And watch Rogue One after it. You will not be disappointed. It's quite good. Like, it's really good, actually. So, Rocket Guy, George Lucas with Star Wars, believe it or not, dude, I studied it in school at Full Sail. And then actually, I studied it previously in modern world history as well. In high school, when we were studying, not modern world history, ancient history, when we were studying Rome and the fall of Rome, our teacher made us watch Star Wars. Yeah, seriously. We watched Star Wars to show basically exactly what happened to Rome. A lot of people think the Empire is based off of Nazi Germany. Well, it is, kind of, in some way, shape, and form. But it's not. It's based off of Rome. It's based off of the Roman Empire. That's where they get empire from. Yeah, demo maybe. Okay, now I'll watch Andor. You have named the 2 Star Wars films that are my favorites. Empire and Rogue One are my favorite Star Wars movies. Yeah, exactly. It's following the decay of the Roman Republic and the Roman Empire that came after it, and then the fall of the empire. That's what it's based off of. But George Lucas combined a bunch of different things. He combined a bunch of different concepts. So that's why you see blatant like Nazi symbolism from the stormtroopers in Star Wars literally carrying around MG3s, and they literally have a movie prop converted Nazi machine gun that's supposed to look like a laser. Like the stormtroopers are carrying around MG42s and MG3s. It's like pretty obvious, pretty out in the open. And Lewis guns too. Yeah, exactly. The only reason I absolutely hate episode 1 and 3 is because they ruined a great joke. Who's Darth Vader's wife? Elevator. Oh, nice. Yeah, they had them from Indiana Jones. Yeah, that's right. I never really put two and two together. Now, there's like blatant Nazi symbolism, right? And he took parts from that, but the whole Star Wars thing is a combination of Rome and Nazi Germany, and the plot of the original Star Wars is Greek tragedy. It's Greek tragedy. The idea of having to, the fact that, Luke, given his father's past, etc., he has to face it. That's Greek tragedy. That's oldest form of theater that we have, like pre-Shakespeare. I think it's rooted from the Odyssey, if I'm remembering right, but I don't know. It's been a while. The German government at the time used a ton of modified Roman symbols. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there you go. Party, yeah. Yeah, George Lucas took inspiration from all kinds of places and combined it together to make this excellent freaking universe with a super good story, dude. Honestly, it's fantastic. I love the original plot of Star Wars. It's really good. And, before I realized that I was, competent enough to understand how real spaceflight works, guys, I was a Star Wars nut. So, Carrot, you want your Star Wars fact of the day? Random Star Wars fact. The X-Wing was made by Incom Corporation. Incom made the T-65 X-Wing, and the Empire wanted the T-65 X-Wing to replace the as their frontline fighter. They wanted the X-Wing as their frontline fighter. They were in a competition. Incom Corporation was in competition with the KSP drive yards, who had the TIE fighter. And in the expanded universe, they talk about, the Empire having weapons and defense contracts, right? And the TIE fighter was KSP drive yards' proposal, and Incom proposed the X-Wing. Before they could do trials, and the X-Wing and the TIE fighter could, the Empire could see, the Imperial Army and the Imperial Navy could see which fighter they liked better. Before that even happened, Bothan's spies stole the plans for the T-65. They stole the plans for the X-Wing. Yeah, they intercepted the plans and smuggled them out of Incom Corporation, and then the rebellion started producing the X-Wing instead. Random companies, wherever they could, started producing the X-Wing. That is the reason why in the movies the X-Wings literally look like they're made out of spare parts. Same with the Y-Wing. True story. Yeah, it's damn Bothan spies, man. They really know what they're doing. And because the Empire had a data breach and the plans were basically stolen, they awarded the contract to the TIE fighter. And the TIE fighter, that's why the Empire uses a bunch of TIE fighters. Problem with the TIE fighter is that the good things about the TIE fighter is that it's very simple. Very easy to make. No shield generator, though. That's why the TIE fighters in the movies just blow up after one shot. Because they literally get a plasma arc through the solar panel, and that's the end of that. So there you go. You wanted your random Star Wars fact of the day. The X-Wing was supposed to be the Empire's frontline fighter and ended up becoming the Rebellions and ended up fighting against the thing that Incom was bidding against. KSP Drive Yards. KSP Drive Yards is the contractor for the Imperials that makes all the Star Destroyers. They make the Imperial class Star Destroyer, the ISD. So the big blocks of cheese that are flying around in the Star Wars universe. Sounds like the Empire needs to invest in improved cybersecurity. Demo, the funny thing about that is that that's what Andor is about. It's about stuff like that, which is actually really funny. Fun fact, the snow speeders that they used on Hoth are literally crop dusters. They're the Star Wars equivalent of crop dusting. And that's the reason why they have a gigantic heat exchanger on the back, because they had problems adapting them to the cold temperatures, the cold operating conditions that Hoth is, because no one's farming in minus 25 degrees. Have you played Star Wars Squadrons? I think at one point. Heavy Metal, that doesn't work. I like Andor and everyone says it sucks. I hard disagree, Fozzie. Andor is some of the best Star Wars ever. Yeah. The Y-Wings were leftover freighters, believe it or not, Cyborg. They were a light freighter. Think something analogous to like a Cessna Caravan that's been converted for cargo. Or think like an Antonov 2. That's what Y-Wings are. They were not supposed to be a fighter. They were left over from the Republic era, and they basically parted them out and rebuilt them and rebuilt them and rebuilt them and rebuilt them, which is why if you look at a Y-Wing, right? If you look at a Y-Wing, it literally looks like it's made out of leftover parts. The reason why is, well, because it is. It's made out of leftover parts. The thing is that that's what it's supposed to look like. The thing eventually, it's supposed to have like a cargo hold and all this other stuff added to it. The thing is that the rebellion was trying to scrape together anything they could. So, because the Y-Wings were old, they required a ton of maintenance, so they took all the panels off. That's the lore behind the Y-Wing. That's why it literally looks just like a piece of junk, because that's what it's supposed to look like. What about the A-Wing? I don't know. I forget. I forget who makes the A-Wing. I don't know, it's been too long. I used to know all this stuff cold, but yeah, that's what the Y-Wing's supposed to look like. It's supposed to have covers over everything, but because they got sick of maintaining this stuff all the time, they just left the covers off because it was easier to fix them. One of my favorites was the U-Wing. Anything about the B-Wing? I forget. Any explanations for the B-Wing's Mega Laser in Star Wars Rebels? Don't remember. I don't remember. Yeah. A-Wings. I forget what A-Wings were. A-Wings were some type of fast thing. I don't know. The guns were retrofitted to the sides. The original design never had those because the rebellion. The idea was the rebellion was literally making squadrons of fighters and bombers out of leftover parts because they didn't have anything. The A-Wing is fast. It goes really fast. That's its plus. But yeah, see how it's just all leftover? It looks like they're made out of leftover parts. The X-Wings have a bunch of different panels and stuff because the rebellion stole the plans from Incom. They had to produce it all over the galaxy. So that's why it's just a hodgepodge of parts. True story. What's outside the galaxy far, far away? Yu Zhang Bong. Yeah, expanded universe. You gotta read about it. Yu Zhang Bong are... In the expanded universe, it's basically if... Think taking the Flood and taking the Sangeli from Halo and combining them into one species. How did the X-Wing evolve over time? I mean, field modifications and stuff. True fictional story. Star Wars Rebels were just taking tractors and stealing tanks with them. You could say that. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah. I always wondered when episode 1 came out in 99 if they were going to precurse the thing with a long time ago in a galaxy far away because it was supposed to be prequel. That's a joke. Anyway. Yeah, guys, I used to know a lot of Star Wars lore. I used to be a big Star Wars nerd, and this is when liking Star Wars wasn't really the popular thing. If I went to school and talked about Star Wars, everyone would have gave me crap. Yeah. In like 2002, 2003. Yeah. See, the thing is that I used to know this stuff cold like I know spaceflight knowledge. Then I disregarded it because I figured out how cool real spaceflight actually is. It's way cooler. You know why it's way cooler? Because it exists. Go figure. Oh, nice, Cirrus. There you go. What was that X-Wing looking craft that the Republic used? What do you mean, Eagle? So you're talking about the Republic fighter? No, not the fighter tank. That thing. So this thing here was made by Incom Corporation. Who's that guy? Where's EJ? I'm EJ. Yeah, the ARC 170. The ARC 170 is made by Incom. Yeah, it says aggressive reconnaissance there, or whatever that means. It's made by Incom. It's the same people that make the Z95 and the X-Wing. The Z95 is the T-38 of Star Wars vehicles. The Z95 Headhunter. It's the trainer version of the X-Wing. Yeah. Like the T-38 is a trainer version for like an F-16 or an F-15 or something like that. Do you know the details about the TIE Advance? So the TIE X-1? The TIE X-1 was an advanced prototype, basically to have the TIE Fighter achieve parity with the X-Wing. So it was a TIE Fighter equipped with shield generators, systems, and long-duration life support systems. The TIE X-1 Advance was first fielded by Darth Vader. They gifted him a TIE Advanced fighter, and you saw it in A New Hope. That's the fighter that he's flying around. That's a TIE Advanced. Yeah, it's in A New Hope, Squall. Stay in attack formation. I have you now. The force is strong with this one. Yeah, you remember that? Yeah. The TIE X-1. This thing. This guy right here. That one. It's a TIE fighter with shield generators in it. This was Kuat's answer to achieve parity with the X-Wing. Dude, there's a whole, like, defense meta that was written out in the Expanded Universe books about, like, defense spending and stuff in Star Wars. I was all about that stuff when I was younger. And then I realized that was just based off of what they do in real life. And I'm like, oh, that's even cooler. Screw that. Screw this. I don't need to know this no more. Yeah, man. I gotta have a whole YouTube channel about Star Wars lore and stuff. Oh, yeah. TIE Interceptors were your favorite? Nice, Simti. The Lat gunship? The triangle-y boy. Yeah, it has the strakes on the front. Yeah, those are cool, man. So, okay, one more thing. So the TIE Fighters, fellas, the idea behind the TIE Fighters, so if you don't know what TIE stands for, it stands for Twin Ion Engine. This thing uses electric propulsion. That's why it has gigantic solar panels on the sides. That's what those are. They're solar panels, but they're advanced, super awesome sci-fi Star Wars solar panels that generate gigawatts of power. The TIE Fighter, if you look at it from the back, has like an exhaust port on the back, but it has an exhaust port on the back, but it, yeah, see, there we go. See those two red dots? Those are the engines. That's just a radiator exhaust port, or just a some type of exhaust port from whatever. Those are the engines right there. Twin ion engines. See them? Fun fact, TIE fighters launch off of a rack, like racks. They don't do this. They basically, because you have to egress from the top, they basically hold them on a gigantic gantry. That's why you have attachment pieces right here. See those two rings on either side? That's designed for a claw to hold the thing. And they hang the TIE fighters from gantries, and then people run down the gantries, and the gantries have a staircase that goes into the hatch. You jump, so you could just jump into the hatch, close it, and then release, and you know. Yeah, Andor did show it. Yeah, that dude, that was my favorite, one of my favorite parts, because that's one of the reasons why I like Andor so much, because the people that wrote the script for Andor read the original EU books, and it shows, because they do stuff like that. That's what makes Andor so good. They actually did that in 7 through 9 as well. Yeah. Yeah, the reason why TIE fighters are stored